Alrighty, players in the room, we do have our final table set for the main event. Can I get a round of applause for our final tablers here today, playing for 105?
Sweden?
Yeah.
Where you from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go back home. Cheers.
Yeah. Straight into poker. Straight into poker.
I would probably improve my office setup at home. So yeah.
I'll buy more skincare.
More skincare?
Yes.
Clearly it's working.
Thank you.
All right, cheers, man.
Just probably buy my wife a decent bag, I reckon.
A bag?
Yeah.
Very decent. Cheers. Bankroll, or are you going to buy
Straight in the bankroll, off to Vegas.
off to Vegas? Thank you.
I'll probably use it to travel to Europe or America to play even bigger tournaments.
Nice one, thank you.
Thank you.
What are you doing with that?
Going to Europe for the EPT and Vegas for the main.
Oh, right.
So
Straight to the big league.
probably just go straight there.
Awesome, thank you.
You'll be much good. I can't be on the second row.
Yeah, you want it.
On the second row.
So welcome back here to the King's Premium Poker Room at St George Leagues Club. Main event, day 3, final table. Right here, Berkey. I'm excited.
FT, man.
FT,
FT's always got its own juice and its pumped up nature, and we are ready to go. We are ready in the chat.
Yep.
We're ready for some cards to be in the air to find a main event champion here for that $105,000 first prize.
Yeah, plus a ticket to the Sydney Mills and the trophy.
Trophy. You've got to have that trophy.
Which you did see just before when Jamie Hall out there was getting some player profiles into this final table right here.
Just quietly, my favourite one there was Jan Fei. Did you ask what would you do with the money? He goes, I just want to buy my wife a decent vacuum.
Dead set. You
That's
can't
well
make
played.
it up, yeah?
I actually had a chat with all these guys, a few of these guys on the intermission.
Yep.
And Jan Fei was actually funny. His favourite hand is 4-5 of spades.
There you go.
So the first thing I asked naturally is, do you play Baccarat?
You play Baccarat, of course,
And
yes.
the answer was no.
Talking
And
of-
just straight up, it was just he just got good memories, and he won the biggest pot he's ever won with 4-5 of spades.
There you have it. Jackson Wang, talking about a natural. How about the Queen 9 off? Under the gun +2. Blinds are 100K, 200K with a 200K big blind ante. This is hand number 1 of the feature and final table of the main event right here, brought to you by the King's Premium Poker Room at the St George Leagues Club. And what a place to have the final table. This place is absolutely outrageous. And if you haven't been to 124 Princess Highway in Cogra, get your ass down here to the St George Leagues Club. This is the place to come and play some cards, courtesy of the boys at King's. It's an amazing venue too. Got everything you can possibly imagine. The bistro. We just had some dinner, Berkey. And the
That was
food
lovely.
the food always here is just absolutely immaculate. So
Had a nice steak.
Yep.
And they're really good prices as well.
Phenomenal. I think there was 2 steaks for like less than $40. Crazy. As Patrick Zoe here in the small blind is going to pop it up and make it 600K to go. Patrick has
got a big stack here, Patrick.
Yeah, near 40 bigs, 7.95 million, putting the maximum pressure onto Ling Lu in the big blind. She's going to fold. Unfortunately, we didn't pick up her cards. And you know what? This is a perfect opportunity here, Berkey, to give a big shout out to all the staff, and I mean all of them, from the St George Leagues Club, their staff, and also the staff here at King's. Not only the dealers, the TDs, but also the people working the back of house stuff, the production team, Jamie Hall and Matty Marshall, but also the owners of this unbelievable Colossus series in that of Mark Liddell and Natan. And a little bit of Robbie Drosky up there in Kings Newcastle. So I've got to do a little bit of a
Can't forget DZ
shout
up
out
there.
to the big man.
It's a star-studded final table. Though. Look, Mike Larson, been in everything. Kenta Ito, absolute crusher. Patrick So, chip leader. He's played well. Ling, player of the year, female player of the year. Stev, who's just, he seems to be in and out of everything here, Stev.
Yeah, he is.
Jan Fei, who would love to give his wife a new vacuum.
Yeah, that's what he actually said that he would do if he won,
great, isn't
won the event. He would buy his wife a brand new nice vacuum.
That could be
So
the most
there you have
honest
it.
answer I've heard from anyone.
Probably true. As Edwin Chu picks up the A7 under the gun +2, which is kind of funny because we see Boney Guan come in on Facebook Live with, did we get an answer of bluff or value for the A7 off? And I can give you the answer. I actually went straight to Jackson Wang and got it straight from his mouth. So I'll give you that answer shortly. Boney, as Edwin Chu decided to pop it up and make it 400K to go under the gun +2 with the A7.
1.1.
I'm still a mil.
It's 3 days.
And
$1,025,000. I want to
Patrick
say.
So, yeah, makes it 1.1 mil from the button with the jack nine suited in diamonds. So the action goes back round to Eddie. A couple of folds there.
I wonder if he's just going to ask next to him, Jackson, how do I play this? The A7 off.
Good call.
Actually, there's no one that needs help playing this hand, man. Edwin knows exactly what he's doing.
And Edward does make the fold here. So
It was actually funny. I was talking to Jackson just before, and I was, trying to get a bit of information out of the players to see who we're working with and stuff like that. And I actually asked him, "So, what's your favourite hand?" He looked at me, laughed, and goes, "A7 off."
fair enough.
Well played, sir. Well played.
To answer you, Boney, in the Facebook Live chat, it was a
Pure bluff.
pure bluff at the river. He bluff jammed the river with the A7. And that was directly from Jackson, who I went and asked in that particular hand, do you mind telling me what you did at the river there, your thoughts, whatever? And he said it was a bluff jam, not a thin value bet. So we got confirmation from Jackson that that's exactly what he thought and exactly how he played it. So I was on the ball there, Berkey.
Right on the money, monkey.
Edwin Chu here under the gun +1, raises up, makes it 400k to go. Peter's going to fold the 4 deuce off. Round 2, Mike. Swedish Mike Larson under the gun +3. He's going to fold the AC deucey offsuit. Kenta Ito is going to fold the 7 deuce of spades. Round 2, Patrick So, who has King 6 offsuit, the cutoff.
Just
no
a
good.
pile of those magenta chips out front. They'd be very intimidating for other players there.
Good use of the word there, Berkey. Ling Lu's going to fold the 7-5 off. Round 2, Stev Lakovic, who's picked up the King Jack offsuit in the small blind. Oh, sorry. There we go. Yode says it's not a vacuum. It was a decent bag, he said.
Decent bag.
Okay, so
we had the volume on in here, but it wasn't up loud enough. A decent bag.
we were actually listening through my iPhone, which I believe the speakers need to be replaced.
I
So.
appreciate the save there from Yode.
Yeah, very good, Yode. Appreciate that. So it was a decent bag. Berkey obviously needs to clear out his ears because he heard vacuum, and I don't know how vacuum sounds like bag, but fair enough. So
Well, I'm used to wearing these headphones, and then we're listening through it through an iPhone.
That's true. Maybe you would have got it right if it was on a 20-minute delay.
That's a very good point.
Anyway, so Edwin Chu raises it up, makes it 400k to go with the AC deucey of clubs, and Juan Fei Chen in the big blind is going to elect to defend with the King 9 of spades. Here comes the flop. Have a look at this for a flop. Juan Fei just flops the joint. Edwin does have outs actually here to win this hand. Obviously, any queen will give him the nut straight. He's also got backdoor clubs working for him, but at the moment, he's a pretty substantial dog in this hand. 77% equity going to Juan Fei, who flops the joint. So off to an amazing start here at the final and feature table of the main event, day 3. It's a $750 buy-in, record prize pool of $512,200 out of that 788 entries. We are down to the final 9.
Yanfei comes out with the call, so he's got to slow play this a bit. And the 9 of diamonds comes in.
No help for Edwin. Still needs to find 3 outs if he wants to try to contend for this particular pot. As you can see, Juan Fei now up to 90% equity after flopping the joint. Does put down the 4-liner to the straight on the board.
May slow Edwin down a fair bit here. It's bad when you flop a straight. You kind of want to get max value of it. And those 4-liners coming in, even though you got it, really slows down the action. But we've known Edwin. He's taken big spots before, so I don't know if he's going to make a big move here. Look at this. He does come out for 700. He puts 750, 800, 900,000 is the bet here. If you're Yan Fei, you're sitting here with the absolute, well, not the absolute nuts now. Oh, he just comes over the top and jams it. Edwin making the move. Going to see the bad news at the jam. Throw it away.
Edwin getting his hand caught a little bit in the cookie jar there as Juan Fei, who flopped the joint's going to take down a decent sized pot there too. Now up to 14 chips in play, 5.4 million, Berkey. And I don't know about you, man, but I've got a 3rd or 4th or 5th wind. I don't know if it was the food or just the fact that we're playing for massive money right here in the main event.
It could be a combination of both.
Yeah, a bit
like
of
we
both.
had a really nice dinner there. That steak for $20, man. You can't beat the value of that. And you come in here and like final tables always give you those juices, don't they? Ready to go, and we're ready to have a big session here. Now, just before we keep going on, I just want to say a huge congratulations to everyone who's made the final table.
Yep.
It's a huge honour or great accomplishment to make a final table of any event, but the main event in any series is the big one that everyone's targeting. So huge congratulations to everyone. They've all locked up 10,800 already, so a good score. But they can go on and make a much bigger one here.
Paddy Moore's going to move it all in with the 9-5 of diamonds under the gun +1. Can he get this one through? He desperately needs to pick up some chips. He's all in for 600k, and unfortunately for him, Steph's has picked up the Cowboys on the button. Okay, sure, that'll work. Now, what do you do if you're Steph here? Do you just jam for isolation, or?
Oh, you can get tricky in multiple ways. You can flat it and hope someone jams over the top who's shorter, but you don't want to be going multi-way a lot of the time. Remember, there's pay jumps included in all this stuff now. So the next pay jump's 2,500. So even if you isolate and knock someone out, still a good good payday. But it depends. Are you going the aggressive route, hopefully flatting and getting action behind, or you just going the 3-bet route? We'll see how he wants to take this one.
And he's picked out a couple of magenta chips along with those white 100k chips. Those magentas are worth 250k, and he's made a 3-bet to 1.3 million. One face going to get out of the way. Jackson Wang, I should say. I do some commentary sometimes with Jackson Young, so apologies there for Jackson Wang. Folding the 8-5 offsuit, and it's Kings versus the 9-5. Peter Moore all in at risk with the 9-5 of diamonds. Can he find some diamonds or some lucky 9s and 5s to continue his journey in this main event? He has got out of his seat.
Oh, he's already walked.
With the bag,
He
he's
did
gone
this
for the
last
walk.
time.
He's doing the walk already.
He did this last time.
Right, okay,
and he hit
sure.
the jack on the river.
Bag on the back. And he's trying to pick up the equity by putting the bag on the back and walk out the door as the flop comes in with a 4 diamonds, 10
It
of
was a good
clubs.
window for him,
Yeah.
but nothing else seemed to help him.
3 of spades, so no help really to Peter. Needs some backdoor cards to hit, and there's one of them. The jack of diamonds on the turn needs to find a diamond at the river, and no good. The queen of clubs. So we're going to have Peter Moore eliminated there in 9th, picking up 10,800, and quite briskly just walking out of the room there. As he picks up 10,800, he's probably trying to jump into the $250 event that's going on at the moment.
Yeah, everyone else now locking up 13-3, so it's pretty substantial pay jump for everyone. $2,500 on top of what they'd already locked up. Well done, Steph. Well played. And we're going to have down to our final 8, Monkey.
Yeah.
That was really quick. Now, Yoda in the comments saying, loving the commentary, boys. Keep up. Very entertaining. We appreciate that, Yoda.
Very much.
Everyone who jumps in the chat and gives us love or gives us, a bit of shtick, we're happy to have it. We'll answer any questions, and we just love being here, especially during these big moments in the final table of a main event.
Yeah, good call, Burke. And we love bringing this action too, and it's big-time action with some big-time players too. Multi-millions of dollars have been won with this group of players, as Mike Larson, Swedish Mike, as he's known in the poker scene, sitting in seat 1 there with the Michael Jordan logoed cap on and the Puma jacket to confuse you a little bit. He's going to pop it up under the gun. He finds the pocket queens. Pretty easy raise. He's going to pop it up to the structure at 400k. Kent is going to get out of the way with the ace-6 off. Patrick So is going to fold the 5 deuce of hearts. Ling is going to fold the jack-5 off. Round to Stev in the cutoff. Folds the 10-6 offsuit. And Wan Fei Chen, who did flop the joint a couple of hands ago, is going to fold without putting his cards over the RFID reader. Round 2, Jackson Wang. And let's have a look at Jackson in the small blind. Picks up the king-6 of clubs.
Big fan of flatting here, Jackson. We noticed it a lot when he was playing the last part of the stream.
Yeah, good call.
He's a fan of seeing flops, so I don't have a problem with that at all. If he wants to flat see flops and take people on post flop, it's a different skill to have there.
Yeah. Now, if you didn't catch the last stream, it was an amazing hand between Jackson Wang and Ling Lu, where there was a flat with the ace queen of clubs. I'll get back to it in a second as we call the action. Edward is going to call from the big blind. Flop comes down 9-10-3, couple of diamonds. Pocket queen still miles out in front, 76% of equity in this particular hand. Edwin is going to check to the pre-flop aggressor, which is Mike Larson. And he's going to come out with a C-bet of what appears to be 550k and confirmed. Let's see if Edwin can suck out on the deck again. He's been an absolute master at being able to do it all tournament long. And he needs to play a bit of catch up here, looking at 4 outs. And he has elected to peel the flop. So he needs to find a 3 or an ace or a diamond would be a big help. And he finds it on the turn, just like on cue. I mean, dead set, you can't make it up. Yeah. Finds the ace on the turn, and all of a sudden he's going to check the 2 pair, which he knows is almost certainly in front on this particular flop texture. And he's going to see if Mike's going to fall for the bait, which he doesn't, and checks it back. The river card brings in a repeat 10. Not a great card also for Mike, just in case.
Well, not great for Edwin either.
Yeah, but, you know, Edwin's probably going to peel there with a flush draw or top pair, and now that top pair has made trips if he was holding a 10. So let's see how Eddie decides to navigate this particular hand after spiking the ace on the turn. Because obviously his 2 pair on the turn is now counterfeited. He now has aces and 10s with a 9 kicker, and it looks like he's going to come out for a bet, much to the displeasure of Mike Larson, who did have him absolutely crushed. But Eddie doing Eddie things, finding the ace on the turn.
Yeah, awkward spot here for you, Mike. Got the check on the turn. It's paired the board. Not a lot of hands beat you, but enough to make it uncomfortable here for a 700,000 call. Andrew Zarunas in the chat. Good production, boys. Great to watch the rest of the tournament. Good luck, Stev. So we've got a couple of Stev fans in the chat.
Yeah.
I had a chat with him on break. Absolutely lovely guy.
He is. Yep, totally agree. Can confirm.
They're all actually, I haven't actually had a bad experience with any of these guys, which, you know, for poker players sometimes can be a bit dry.
Yes.
But great group of people they got here. And
pretty good fold there for Mike too with the pocket queens. Just gets rid of him.
Got Patrick. I don't know what he's letting everyone know about, but he likes to keep the players informed about everything that's going on and having a good joke. He's got a great rapport with all these players, and it's good to see such a young fellow in Patrick go on and really do some good things in the poker world. Well respected everywhere, so huge shout out to Patrick and the rest of the staff going on here at the St. George Leagues Club here for the King's Premium Poker final table, the main event.
A little bit of trivia coming in actually from Natan.
Oh, Natan
said you can, who said you can mention it in the chat.
The other phone got taken away.
Believe it or not, they had 4 people double bag in this particular event, so 150,000 in chips was actually forfeited. They had 5 flights plus day 2 entries, and they've managed to race off all of those chips, those, like, I guess you got the crumbs that are out there, to have a net 0. So they've ended up with exactly the correct amount of chips in play.
Net 0
doesn't happen very often, Berkey.
It doesn't happen very often. I don't think
13k or 3k
I don't think I've
or
ever
whatever.
seen that.
So
that's incredible.
Every single chip in play has been accounted for. And that is quite rare, to be fair. So shout out to the boys at Kings. Usually there's 1,000 here, or when you throw off, you know, 1 chip to here, 1 chip to here, colouring up and all that type of stuff. So,
and you remember, you're colouring up multiple chips over the series. You know, your 100s, your 500s,
correct,
your 1Ks, your 5Ks, and those add up to colouring up. So that's an interesting one.
Yeah. So net 0.
That's crazy.
So well played by the boys here at Kings, putting on an absolute clinic. And it's shown in spades in terms of player participation and also participation in the chat, which we very much appreciate. We are live on a 20-minute delay on Facebook Live and on YouTube. If you want to jump over to YouTube and watch this in high def, then go over to YouTube and you will see it right there. Chuck it up on the big screen and park yourself into your favorite couch or in bed and watch it all the way through, because we'll be crowning a winner this evening. And also giving away $105,000 to the winner in a monumentally massive prize pool of $512,200, which is a new record for the Colossus Series, Berkey.
Absolutely. It's been a great series, and the numbers have been huge, and they've made a huge percentage up beat on their last best series, and they're just going to keep getting bigger and bigger because, you know, the word spreads about how good series remain good, and you get bigger numbers and you attract more people. Word of mouth is huge in poker. And, you know, a lot of these people be leaving the series talk about how good it was and how well it was run and the staff and the venue. And I'm sure by next year you'll look at the numbers back again and you'll have it beaten all over again.
Yep, there is a question, or a follow-up question from Andrew coming in. We'll get to that in just a second. Patrick, so under the gun, finds the ace-queen offsuit. And he's going to decide what to do. This particular holding under the gun, he is going to pop it up and make it 400k to go. Then Lou's going to fold the 6-4 of clubs. That's Stev folding the 10-5 of diamonds. One Faye has the 7-deuce offsuit. And that's not going to be good enough to compete. Worst hand in poker. Jackson Wang in the cutoff picks up the 10-4 of spades. Here's the gentleman there wearing the full Eskimo outfit, all in white with the vest on.
Doesn't want to give anything away.
Does not. And the face mask to go with it as well. Mike Larsing, the small blind, funds the king 7 off. Kenta Ito is not going to contend with the ace deuce off. So, pardon me, to answer the question, how can you be allowed to wear headphones at a stream table? So just to let you know, no phones are allowed. No phones are allowed at the feature and final table. However, they can be listening to their own music with their headphones in. Some of them actually wear the earbuds or whatever to just block out the noise a little bit that's in the room, because we do have other poker tournaments going on. So they can be listening to some music if they wish to, but they can't touch their phone. So hopefully they don't have the same song on repeat for the next 3 or 4 hours. Well, that would be torture.
Oh, I couldn't think of anything worse. Muhammad in the chat said, how did he fold 8s? It's a very good question. How did he fold 8s?
We picked up the cards and threw them straight in the muck.
Yeah, it's a good call, Monkey.
Physically. Yeah.
You know, I'd like to, once in a while, be able to know what's going through some poker players' heads.
Yeah.
It'd help you really good in a breakdown, but other than that, we can only call what we see, and old mate decided to pick up his cards and throw them in the muck. So Edwin here in the cutoff here.
Much to the confusion of Neil and Mohamed, who just joined us on Facebook Live. And I might have to watch that hand back a little bit. That is actually quite confusing as to why he folded the pocket 8s there, but nonetheless, that is what happened. As we get back to the action here, Edwin's going to pop it up in the cutoff with the pocket 3s, also known as crabs in this particular format of poker. Patrick So is going to fold the 5-deuce off in the big blind.
Edwin continuing to build onto his stack. So Patrick is out in front with the biggest stack here, 9.4 million. Edwin close second, 7.1 million. Kenta Ito is bringing up the rear so far with 1.5 million, 7.4 bigs. But we've known Kento, and Kento, when he decides to turn it on, he pick up some big hands and play some big hands. So absolutely no one out of it just yet. You're not out of it until you're really out of it, are you? Who are we taking on this final table, Monkey? I know we always like to make our predictions.
Well, I went with Ling. I really hope, no offense obviously to the other players, but I'd love to see Ling Lu take this down. The only female remaining in the field, and a huge prize pool up top, 105,000. So I'd love to see her get the job done. It's anyone's game at this point. Berkey?
Yep, I took Mike Larson when we had 18 left. We'll get back to the action here really quickly, because we've got a little bit of action here. Steph under the gun with pocket jacks, the jiggities, decides to raise it up to 475. Okay, around the Jackson Wang with the 10-7 suited. Taking a bit of time contemplating what he wants to do here. Doesn't do anything hastily. Does like to limp in a lot of the times, but very, very hard to play. I'd have a lot of trouble playing against Jackson, because I don't know how to narrow someone's range when they continuously limped pre-flop. So it is a good way of confusing players, especially experienced players as well. Now Ling Lu has picked up Jack 10 in the big blind. So I dare say we'll be seeing it.
Yeah.
Dare say we'll see that call.
Good call, Berkey, as she does make the call for 275k more. There's a bit of food coming in for Patrick So. And the flop's going to come down with 3 hearts. On pot next hand if you play home games. 8-3 deuce, all hearts. Ling Lu with the only heart amongst these two players with the jack of hearts.
Look at that top corner. Look how many hearts were folded pre-flop.
Yeah, crazy. Only looking at 3 outs. She doesn't know that, obviously. Stev, the gentleman with the perfectly slicked back hair too. Have a look at that for a get-up. Full head of hair on the bloke. Coiffed up and slicked back. So big gangster style there. And he's just going to whack it for 4.7 million. Okay, sure. And Ling Lu is going to fold.
Yeah, well played.
So big play there made by Steph.
Now, Lee and Jay, who comes in, goes probably a good fold with ICM implications, to be honest.
Talking about the folded pocket eights from before.
Or he said he might be an undercover wizard. Could be 50-50.
Yeah, fair enough too.
I'm going to go with the wizard part.
So we're hoping all of you at home, either watching on your device or on your TV, preferably through YouTube, are enjoying the concluding stages of the main event right here at the St. George Leagues Club, brought to you by the King's Premium Poker Room, in conjunction with LinkTech and Ahmed Latif, who are the main sponsors of this particular stream. So big shout outs to Ahmed Latif and LinkTech, and also shout outs to the production team downstairs, bringing you this action all the way through until we can crown a winner in this particular event, Berkey.
And it is anyone's game here.
That is true.
We've got Jackson Wang here in the +1. Loves to play a lot of hands. Got the King 9 suited. It's 200,000 to call. He may limp, may jam. He's got 13 bigs left, so all options are available to him here. Does decide to raise to 550. Puts in quite a large, almost 3x raise considering his stack, but going to put maximum pressure on here, Jackson, to the rest of the table. Oh, and it comes around to Stev again, who picks up the jacks.
The jiggities.
The jiggities.
Just had them. Literally just had the jacks.
Yeah, did. Back to back.
And so it looks like Stev in the big blind here might put maximum pressure, and he does. For 5.7 million. He's going to put Jackson all in at risk. And Jackson needs to consider whether or not he's good enough to call here with the King 9 of diamonds. And if he does and gets beat, he could be eliminated in 8th position, just like that. And it looks like he has made the call.
He made the call, did he?
I believe so. Yes, he has.
Oh my God. So we're going, okay, we're going to a flop here. So Jackson Wang is at risk here with the King 9 suited against the pocket jacks of Stev, who just had him last hand.
And so it's jacks versus the King 9. Can Stev's jacks hold up against the King 9? And at the moment, that's a beautiful flop for jacks. No help to the King 9. 1 diamond, obviously some backdoor diamonds can hit for the King 9. The turn card brings in the diamond. What a card too. There's never a there's always a sweat in this particular game. And so he needs to find a diamond or a king at the river.
Oh, brick twos.
Bricks it out. And that is going to be GG's. And have a look at that. That's Stev's brother, believe it or not, who flew in from Perth.
Yeah, I had a chat with him while we're out there. He flew in from Perth just to
rail
his brother.
Yeah, to rail the final table here, Berkey.
That's always nice to see.
How's that for a bit of brotherly love?
Oh, it's very, very nice to see.
So that's his brother just absolutely coming in clutch. Flew in from Perth just to see his brother try and take down $105,000 up top.
Well, I mean, he did just get a huge pot and also a pay jump, if you don't mind. So
yeah, huge.
Everyone's now locked up 16,300. That was a 3K pay jump for everyone. So now the jumps are starting to become real, very important. Let's put it that way. ICM pressure is massively on. So we're down to our final 7 here of 788 runners down to the final table.
Yeah, Jackson picking up 13,300 for his 8th place position in this main event. And to be honest with you, Berkey, we've been on stream for probably a good part of, I don't know, 45 minutes. We've already seen a couple of bust outs.
Yep.
In that of Peter Moore.
And just for a change,
Jackson Wang.
Just for a change, Edward picking up a hand and deciding to get into the pot. It's going to fold Mike Larson, Kenta Ito, who is the short stack here. He's got 7.4 big blinds, 1.5 million.
He has picked up an ace-9, so he could get into a little bit of trouble here. However, he is facing a raise from probably one of the most dangerous players here at the feature table, in that of Edwin Chu. We like to call him Eddie. Good guy and runs unbelievably pure.
Oh, this could be a big pot.
Ling Lu's found the pocket 10s, the four-side, pocket 10s on the button. She's got 25 big. She was up to just over 7 million before the break in a monster pot, which is worthy of going back and having a look at with Jackson Wang, who just recently departed from this particular event. It was actually an amazing hand, limp under the gun with the ace-queen of clubs. And I believe it was a raise from Ling, a 3-bet from Jackson
1.25.
Wang. And then a 4-bet jam over the top from Ling Lu with the ace-5 off. And he did make the call with the ace-queen. And unfortunately for him, Ling Lu actually found the 5 on the flop and he couldn't find the gut shot to complete the straight or a queen for that matter. And passed over a huge amount of chips over to Ling Lu that got her all the way into the position she currently has at the moment. As a 3-bet comes in for 1.3 million. So action back round to Eddie. He's got the ace queen of diamonds, and Berkey most likely going to make a call here and just flop the royal or something like that.
Minimum call. He's calling at a minimum.
Or flop the royal flush, maybe.
Oh.
He just runs that pure.
Anything with Edwin is possible. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't know if that was the 10 of diamonds that was folded, but a 10 of diamonds just to create a bit of action on here, and then he ends up backdooring a flush to a set or something like that. It's the Eddie special.
And it looks like he might be whacking this.
Just whacking it.
And he does for 7.1 million. And Ling Lu's got a call. Okay, so wow,
At
huge
the
pot.
size of this pot.
So can Ling Lu's pocket tens hold up against the luckiest guy in poker, especially in this particular poker room? He's also an unbelievably good poker player. I'm not going to take that away from him.
Absolutely not. But guess what?
But he has
Whoever
run
wins
pretty
this
pure.
one goes into chip lead.
Yeah, huge pot, 11 million. Wow. Ling Lu all in, at risk. Can she hold with the pocket tens? I'm going to say that she does, but I've got no idea. Here comes the flop. There's a jack in the window, a deuce, and a 4. She's looking pretty good at the moment. Eddie needs to find an ace or a queen on the turn or the river, or backdoor cards to make ace straight. Here comes the turn. He brings in the 3 of spades, and that's a big card for Ling, who also has the flush draw to go with it. So Eddie's down to 14%, needs to find an ace queen or 5, and doesn't find it at the river. The 9 of clubs, and she's going to be pretty happy there.
That is
Huge
a huge pot.
Taken from one of the most dangerous players at the table, Eddie, who's going to be passing over a huge stack straight over to my pick of the yard here, Berkey, in that of Ling Lu.
Yeah, you picked it with 18 to go, so that's a great call so far.
Wow, so Ling Lu now up to maybe
that's
11 million.
great. Like, that was the difference between her being out in 7th and being chip leader. That's how big that flip was.
Huge. Absolutely massive. And just to give you an idea, the next player who does bust, they will pick up 16,300 with the top price here being 105,000. So talk about a 90k flip there, essentially, if you think about it.
Well, we'll be talking about this when we get up to like 3-handed, 2-handed, and crowning a winner, about how big this exact pot here will determine.
Well, I mean, if she goes on to win it and she got busted there, then the flip would be actually worth 90k.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
we're just short of it.
Against
So a
Edwin.
huge pot going over to Ling Lu, who's now up to 53 bigs, just over 10 million, 10.5 to be exact. And a great spot for her, so she's pretty excited about that. And so she should be.
Now we're down to 7. Down to 7. We lost a couple pretty quick.
Thank you.
Lost Jackson. He played very well. He played very aggressive.
Yeah, Gordon
Living
Zhu,
a lot.
Yeah, Gordon Zhu was out in 10th just before the
Yep,
break, before
yes,
he
he
reached the
was.
final table there, Burke.
He was trying to hang on to
he
that.
was trying hard
He
like
was
that.
trying. Look, I'll give credit where credit's due. He hang on to a short stack there for so long.
Cliffhangering,
He
yeah?
was cliffhangering. Yep.
Yeah, with the cord breaking, you know what I mean? It was down to the last thread.
Ace Ventura at the start of.
Yes, Ace Ventura styles. Yes, very good. Good metaphor there, Berkey. And then we lost, obviously, Peter Moore in 9th, Jackson Wang in 8th. So we are down to the final 7 players out of 788 entries into this main event, brought to you by the Kings Boys at the Kings Premium Poker Room in conjunction with St. George Leagues Club. And I tell you what a place to come and play cards. If you haven't been here, jump on a plane or get in your car, drive straight down here to 124 Princess Highway, Cogra. There's big time action here. I'm talking about some big time action. I believe the closing event is also drawing a massive crowd on a Monday night.
Yeah.
Yeah, huge.
What are the numbers looking like out there?
I don't know. We'll have a quick look in a moment. Might be able to bring that up on the old dog and bone as Juan Fei Chen in the small blind can't contend in this pot with the worst hand in poker, does elect to make the fold.
Oh, man. So your pick of the yard is now chip leader.
Here it is here, actually, come to think of it. On cue. Good on you.
Oh, wow.
Jamie Hall and Matty Marshall. This is the $250 closing event, and as you can see, there's a ton of tables.
80 runners.
Monday
89
night.
runners.
89
So
runners.
far.
Players remaining 45.
Now did you say the lockout in that 950? Just double check it for me, mate.
Might double check it just for you. It is 950, correct.
So
Wait,
you still got about half an hour, just short of half an hour to buy into that event. 89 runners.
Gee whiz.
That's actually that's
On a
for a
Monday
closing
night.
event on a Monday night.
Yeah, so a $250 event up for those people who can get to this venue before 9:50, which is when registration for that event does close out. There's some big time action going out there on the outer tables, but not as big as right here. This is the feature table of the main event, Berkey, and we are excited to call this one home. For everybody who's joining us on Facebook Live and on YouTube, there is a 20-minute delay just to protect the integrity of the game as we get back to the final 7 players battling it out for the first prize of 105 lacquer.
If you don't mind.
Yep. And Wan Fei Chen on the button finds the Queen Deuce of Diamonds. That's good enough to whack it all in for 4.8 mil. Edwin is going to get out of the way. Mike can't call from the big line with the second worst hand in poker, the 8-3 off.
With a couple of short stacks, Kenta Ito just hanging in there. Edwin lost that monster pot. Now, Edwin reminds me of someone like, he goes through roller coasters of stacks. He always does. Reminds me of like the Nate Diaz. I don't know if you watch UFC.
Yeah, fair enough. Good.
He's not fighting back until he's taken a few shots.
Yeah. Yeah, takes a couple on the chin and then
decides to actually fight in a match.
Fair enough.
Oh, look at MSP in the chat. Get Akana dealing. How many aces would we get if Akana was up here?
This tournament would finish in about an hour and a half, Amanda, if Akana Kim jumped into the high seat. He likes to deal out a couple of coolers like he did the other night as we get back to the action here in the main event. Patrick So under the gun. 10-3 of clubs, no good. And Ling Lu.
Did we just call it the aces?
Can't make it up, Berkey, on cue.
So chip leader on cue, picks up aces, decides to raise it to, I didn't actually see what
500.
you raised it. 500 if you don't mind.
Yep, the blinds are 100k, 200k with a 200k big blind ante. So it's costing 500k every orbit, just in blinds. Can she get any action?
Doesn't look like it
Eddie's
so
going
far.
to fold.
Oh, Kenta.
Kenta Ito has
Short
picked up the
stack.
6s, and I would imagine he's going to whack this for 5.4 bigs. And he does, and this is going to be the easiest call in the history of the game with the best hand pre-flop, the aces.
I want to stand
So
up.
Kenta needs to find a 6 ball, or his life will be at risk in this particular tournament. And if so, he'll be out in 7th. But let's see if he can find an E6 ball. Ling Lu out with a monster hand at the moment. The aces, and the board comes down with a gut shot.
Gives
for
him a couple
Kenta.
extra outs.
Yes.
One of the 6s is gone, so it gives him all four of the 8s now. So he's down to 5 outs. We're going to see the turn, which is the Queen of Spades. Absolutely no chance. We are down to an 8 or a 6. Otherwise, we're going to lose Kenta.
And here comes the river card, and it brings in the 3 of spades. No good. Kenta Ito will lose that hand, and Ling Lu is going to extend her lead even further and busting out Kenta Ito in 7th, picking up 16,300. That footage courtesy of Jamie Hall. And I don't know if you've noticed, but every single time she's been all in,
Yeah, she
stands
tries
up.
to walk away.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she saw Mike do it before. You know, he put the backpack on, ready to go.
Yeah, true.
Maybe she's just taking a page out of the book.
Good call.
But we are down to 6 here. Kenta Ito picking himself up 16,300. Not a bad couple of days' work. It's always gut wrenching when you get down to this close.
Yep.
I mean, you pick up a decent payday, but I mean, you're just so close. Like you've just beaten 780 odd people in the tournament.
Yeah.
You're down so close, and you don't quite get that large payday. But he'll be happy with himself. I'm assuming go home, sleep it off.
Yep. Or he can also fire a bullet into the closing event. That's a shameless plug, but I will do it. Late registration is there.
Shameless
until-
plug. It's not a shameless plug if we go do that ourselves.
That's
Monkey.
true. Mind you, I can't imagine this tournament finishing at 9:50. However, you do have 25 minutes local time to be able to get into that $250 closing event if you want to come down here to the St. George Leagues Club at 124 Princess Highway in Cogra.
Well, Ling Lu just extends the lead. She's up to 12 million now.
And you actually can't make this up. We do have a little bit of information coming in that Kenta Ito has actually we're just getting this from the production. He did bust out of this main event
And he
he's
fired
jumped
into it.
straight into the closing event. Unbelievable.
And now is it a shameless plug?
Yeah, no, not really. So if you want to try and bust Kenta Ito, who just picked up 16,300, believe it or not, he's gone straight from this table, straight to registration, straight into the $250 closing event. Oh, that's so funny. As Stev under the gun +1, Lakovic, I should say.
Lakovic.
Pardon me. Lakovic. Good on you, Berkey. Bit of a tongue twister there.
Yeah,
Finds
yeah,
the King
definitely
9
is.
of diamonds.
Oh, look at this.
And Wan Fei Chen in the hijack decided to make the call. And the flop comes down ace 10 9. Big flop for Wan Fei, who now has top pair. And Steph needs to find some backdoor cards to help. check on the flop. The turn cut brings in actually a little bit of help. Stev now picking up a few more outs, can make a straight with a queen. However, Wine Fade does pick up 2 pairs on the turn. And Stev is going to have a stab at this.
It's a very, very wet board here. So I'm wondering if you're Yarn Fade, if you're just going to protect your hand, you put in a decent size raise, or you're going to, what do you call it, check yourself to the river. Let's see if you can get down and, yeah, he does put in the call.
I like this from Wine Fade Chan.
Going for maximum pain. What are we going to go in the river? We've got an ace, so he's boated up.
He's made the nut full house. Not only that, he's made the absolute stone cold nuts. And that's going to be good enough every time to have the check marks next to your name.
You going for value, going to value town, or are you going for the big bet?
Look,
we always have this conversation about going for value and going for max pain.
he needs to be thinking about which hands he wants to target and how he can extract some value. But he does have this board absolutely dominated. He is going to bet out, appears to be 1.5 mil.
So he goes on the bigger side, going for maximum value.
Yep. I would have preferred something a bit smaller. I probably would have bet 500k and just try and get maximum value out of this full house.
I don't mind it though. I like the bigger bets. I've always been a fan of them.
Okay, and fair enough. That's fine.
But that's just style of play there. Trying to go for when you got it. You want to get the maximum amount of chips in the pot when you've got the best hand. MSP in the chat going an extra 2% standing up and grabbing your bag. What if you stand up and grab your bag? Is that 4%?
No, you get 4% there.
Yeah, you do.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's good to double check that.
If
I need to
you're-
know the rules here.
If you're wearing licensed merchandise, you get an extra 3% there. And
So Stev, giving this a long, hard look here. Now, the ace actually sometimes can help Stev's hand with the board pairing.
I'm pretty sure that Stev is going to make the fold here. He doesn't want to give Wine Fade any more chips, and he doesn't. So he does make the fold. And he's going to look back at that footage a bit later on and be pretty happy with the fold there. He was dominated the entire time, pre-flop, flop, turn, and now river. So the chip counts.
Ling way in front here, 60 bigs. If you don't mind, with 6 people left, she's got 31% of the chips in play, which is a huge amount. It's a huge advantage for her. We only have we've got a couple of
Shorties, of shorties, Eddie and Mike, but you know both of them can do some damage.
Well, they're patient. They've been patient so far. Well, Edwin's not patient. We know that much. He likes to get in amongst it. But Mike, I can't recall a hand Mike's played so far. Has he?
No, not that I can remember. Can you?
So I mean, we're 16 hands in.
No, it hasn't found a hand, I don't think. I mean, I might be able to get corrected by the chat, but I can't remember saying, oh, Mike Larson's all in and gets the double and finds top pair, top kicker, all of that type of stuff. It doesn't appear that he's had a hand, as Eddie's going to find the 6-5 of diamonds in the hijack and decides to lay it down. Mike Larson's going to fold the 10-8, who we're just talking about. And Patrick, sorry, the small blind has picked up the ace-queen of clubs. That is definitely worthy of a raise. Straight into the chip leader of that of Ling Lu.
It's so hard navigating when you're probably the second biggest stack. You're the second biggest stack, but the biggest stack is on your left.
Yeah,
That's it. Like it's the nut low draw at that point.
Totally agree. As Ling Lu actually folds one of those nut low hands, the 4 deuce off. Timo is going to come into the chat on Facebook Live.
Quays? Timo, what's quays? Am I missing something? Anyway, Timo's put in the chat quays. If you could explain that, Timo, that'd be absolutely great, because I must be missing something here. We are down to our final 6, main event, the Colossus Series main event. Under the gun, we're going to get back to the action. Yan Fei with the 8, 9 off. Just going to throw it in the bid. Got Edwin over here. Haven't seen his hand yet. Definitely going to fold the Jack 8 suited. Round to Mike Larson, who still hasn't played a hand. I actually want to kind of get the Mike Larson countdown of when we see his first hand.
Good call. Patrick So on the button. Finds the King 3 of clubs. Probably worthy of a raise, and he does. He pops it up and makes it 500k to go. Just for those people at home, there is 3 chip denominations in play at the moment. The pink chips, also known as the magenta chips, they are worth 250k each. The white chips are worth 100k, and those grey chips are worth 25k. The orange chips that you can see have no tournament value. They are time bank chips, giving the players an extra 30 seconds to act on their hand. And I think you can cap them out at 8 maximum time banks. And as you can see, there's a few players who still got a few out there.
Yeah, yours.
All right, Edwin under the gun with King Queen. He's got 11 bigs left. I dare say he's going to be either raising or jamming here. Got to get amongst it with 6-handed, trying to build a stack. And Edwin, or Eddie as we like to call him, not afraid to be mixing it up with everyone. He does end up putting not all of it in. Just going to try and get some confirmation here. Did he leave some behind? Yes, he did raise to 2 million. He left 125,000 behind. He's going to fold all the way around to the small blind. Stev's going to fold the 10-7 off. Yarnfei Chan with the big blind. 1.6 million to call. I don't think that'll be happening. He's just going to throw it away. Edwin's going to pick up just a small pot there. But all the chips help, don't they, Monkey? Sorry, I just realised he's getting some information in from the team as best as possible. And I've just chucked it to you at the wrong time, Monkey.
Oh, sorry about that, Berkey. Honestly, I'll be honest. I listened to everything you have to say, but I was concentrating on something else at the same time.
No, I was looking at the screen, then I looked over to throw it to you, and then I realised you're on the phone. I was like, oh, wrong time. Yeah, poor timing there from me, but Edwin just raising under the gun and taking down a small pot, but having to commit most of that right back in the big blind here.
Makes sense. Let's get back to the action. Here's Mike.
Larson counter.
Can he find a hand worthy of a jam? He can. And here it goes.
Semi-jam.
Finds the Jack 10 offsuit. And he is going to basically move his stack all in. He's going to leave 50k behind, I believe. 2 grey chips. So essentially whacking the rest of his stack in. There's a reason for why he leaves the 2 chips behind. We have discussed it a few times. And you can hear that from Jack and Troy Sweet, who made a comment about why they do that.
Look, in these positions where there's big pay jumps, I understand it. It's when players, like especially when you're playing, you're not even in the money and players do it, and you sit there going, come on, man, let's just, you know what I mean? It's more of a comment. It's more of a come on, man situation more than anything. You know, we're not in the money. We're not doing pay jumps. We're not even close. There's no ICM pressure.
Yep.
If you're going to jam it, just jam it.
And he looks like he might be able to get this one through, Mike, who is now facing only one opponent to get through, in that of Edwin Chu in the big blind with the Queen 3 of hearts.
Yeah, he's making himself pondering like he's going to call this, but we know he's going to be which I don't kind of want to finish that because I'm not actually quite sure. It is Edwin. He can get in. And if you look at the percentages, he's actually ahead. So Edwin, capable of anything. He is going to make the fold as we thought he should.
Make the fold.
The Mike Larson counter is over. He has actually played a hand. The patience is paying off. Good on him.
And you know what? It gives us a golden opportunity here, Berkey, to give a big shout out to everybody who has supported the channel, both on Facebook Live and on YouTube. We appreciate all the support we get on the feed, and hopefully you're enjoying the coverage that we are providing for the main event, Day 3, right here at the St George League Club in New South Wales, brought to you by the King's Premium Poker Room.
right here in
So
Cogra.
Yeah, and we thank you very much for joining us this evening, the Monday, the 1st of June, as Patrick So is going to fold the Jack 3 under the gun. Not good enough. Ling can't find the RFID reader. She's going to fold without knowing what cards she knew what card she had, but we won't be able to see that. Stev has now picked up the 9-7 of hearts. His brother just flew in from Perth to rail his brother, Stev, who is playing this feature and final table. So good luck to all the Stev supporters out there. And he's going to pop it up and make it 550k, but don't worry about that. Juan Fei has picked up the ace-jack on the button in position, facing that raise to 550. So he's got a decision to make here with the ace-jack. I'd imagine he's going to come in for a limp, and he does. Kind of like that play. Eddie's going to fold from the small blind with the queen 3 off. Round to Mike Larson from Sweden. The Swedish Mike. He's going to get out of the way with the ace 5 off. Still can't find a hand. Down to 2.1 million in chips, or 11 big. So Stev versus Juan Fei Chen. And off to the flop we go. And the flop comes down with the 7. So Stevie is going to flop top pair here. But don't worry about Juan Fei. He does have a couple of overs and some backdoor diamonds working for him. And you can see the outs in the top right-hand corner as Ahmed Latif has joined us in Facebook Live saying, let's go Stev. So he's another Stev supporter.
And Kana Kim's joined in the chat. We were just talking about him putting all those aces out.
Yeah.
So him and MSP going back and forth, showing a good sign of respect here.
Stev's going to bet out 675k. This might get it done. Can't see Juan Fei deciding to float the flop here with ace-jack. But as I say that, he grabs a couple of those white chips. And I imagine he's probably going to fold here and find a bit of spot. They are essentially effective in stacks, and he does find the fold. So
well played, Stev. Picks up another pot.
And I've called that perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely,
so
man.
I'll take that.
Credit where credit's
7.
Credit where credit's due. You got to take the wins when you can get them. That puts Stev up to 8.1 million. 13 chips here. Ling Lu out in front with 12 million chips. Edwin and Mike Larson sitting there on 11 bigs with 2.1 million. Going to have to make a move. Actually, they don't have to make a move. They've been so patient, haven't they?
They have.
Picking up the blinds when they can.
They have.
I'm sure Edwin's itching to get into a pot. I haven't seen him play less than 3 hands in a row in a while.
Yeah, good point.
So
good point.
I dare say the first chance he gets, and it's all calculated too. I know we like to give Eddie a bit of shtick, but he does it very calculating. Very calculating. That's not the word I'm looking for. Calculative.
Yeah, you know what? Go with whatever you want, Berkey. I'm pretty sure the people at home understand what you're talking
terrible
about.
at English, so I'm just going to keep mumbling over here to myself.
Edward too has picked up the king 3 offsuit and the dealer button. He's going to elect to fold round to Mike Larson in the small blind. Ace 5 of diamonds should be good enough to rip this all in. And that's exactly what he is going to do. Not even leaving any chips behind. So he's just ripping it for 2.1 mil.
There's one person behind.
And Patrick So in the big blind has got Jack 6 offsuit. And he's actually asking for a count, but I can't imagine Paddy is going to call with Jack High. Probably just asking for a count to find out for later streets.
1.5.
Later hands, I should say. Now, for those people who are watching on Facebook Live, we very much appreciate all of the support we're getting on that particular platform. However, you can watch it on YouTube in a higher definition. Jamie Hall came in here a couple of days ago talking about compressions and bit rates and all of this technical stuff. I think it's just easier and more in layman's terms just to say jump over to YouTube and watch in HD. That's all you need to do. And that's a simple search in the bar in YouTube to the King's Premium Poker Room, and you'll see the video up there that you can click on.
Right on cue. Aggression frequency pops up. Eddie straight at the top, 37%.
Of course it is.
He's such a lovely bloke. He's the smiling assassin over there.
He is. So just to recap on that YouTube thing, type in King's Premium Poker Room or at King's Premium Poker Room, and you'll be able to find that channel. Like and subscribe to that and click on that live feed. And you'll see this in high definition if you are over on Facebook Live. As we get back to the action here, Stev, under the gun, finds the AC Doocy offsuit. Not good enough to go. He's up to 8.1 million or 41 bigs, round to Juan Fei Chen in the hijack. The 8-6 off. That's not good enough to contend with. And Eddie,
right on cue,
has found the ace-9 off and the cutoff. And that's good enough to open whack. And he does raise it up to 2 million, leaving 125k behind. So So apologies there. It did look like he moved all in, but he's actually just raised it to 2 million. And Ling Lu with the Jack 10 in the big blind has got a decision to make for 2 million or 1.8 to call, as she is in the big blind. The blinds here are 100k, 200k with a 200k big blind ante, hand number 22 of this particular final and featured table of the main event. Brought to you by the King's Premium Poker Room at the St. George Leagues Club. And she's going to get rid of it in the big blind. So Eddie's going to get that one through.
Absolutely. Chips passing back and forth here. We haven't had a big hand in a little bit. I think everyone's just finally calming into the table and
Settling in a little bit.
Settling in a bit. As most new tables have a bit of a, spew fest at the start when people are trying to build stacks and that.
Yep.
And you'll notice a bit of a intermittent, everyone's kind of working their way in and settling
Cruising
into the
altitude.
table.
They're cruising
There you go.
altitude like
Yep.
on a plane.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then it only just takes one cooler to let everything spill over.
Yeah,
and
that
the
is
chips start flying.
very true. As Yuan Fei Chen under the guns, going to miss the RFID reader and put his hand into the muck. And he's going to get out of there with the Jack Deuce offsuit. Round two, Mike, Swedish Mike Larson with the Queen 10 in the cutoff. And that's not good enough for him to contend in the pot. So he's going to put that in the muck. And rightly so, as Patrick So has actually picked up King Queen of Diamonds on the button. He's going to pop it up and make it 500k to go. Ling's going to get out of there with the 9-3 off. Round two, Steph finds the Daniel Negreanu hand, the 10-7 off in the big blind. Might be worthy of trying to defend this particular hand. He does have a decent sized chip stack, 7.7 million, 39 bigs. And you can flick in 1.5 bigs here if he decides to make a call, but decides, no, I'll find a better spot. And chucks that one into the muck there, Berkey.
Yeah, absolutely. Chip stacks start to even out a bit. Ling's still in front, but Patrick climbing up very, very slowly. Only, 11 big blinds behind, I want to say.
Yeah.
Maybe 10. Let me have a look at the big blind counter up here.
You know what I might do here, Berkey? I might actually do, in approximately 7 or 8 minutes, I might see what the final numbers were in that closing event, which does have another 6 minutes before registration does close in that closing event. It's a $250 buy-in. And I think before we were looking at, 89 entries?
89 entries. So, okay, I'm going to set a line here for you.
Yep, go.
Before you have a look. I'm going to say 112.
Ooh, geez, great line.
112 and a half. Because you've got to be able to get a winner. You've got to have a winner.
Yeah.
We can't have a draw. There's no such thing.
112.5. And you know what, Berkey? I think I'm going to take the overs.
You going to take the overs?
Yep.
I think that's actually pretty well set line there.
Yeah, I'm really hoping I get 113 because that would be awesome. Stev now looks down at the second worst hand in No Limit Hold'em, the 8-3. He's going to fold the small blind, and I don't know why Yuan Fei is going to check his cards as he gets a free walk in the big blind.
Do you ever check your cards there? It's like the same thing as when a misdeal happens, when people hand out cards, and the first thing I look to is look at their cards.
That's true.
Are you a looker or are you just a folder?
I'm always a looker because I like squeezing cards, as you know, Berkey. So I'm always going to squeeze up the cards regardless. So I can't really hold it against Yuan Fei there, just looking at his cards despite the fact that he got a walk.
Yeah, I'm a folder.
You're a folder?
Yeah, I'm a folder. I don't even look. I don't want to tilt myself knowing what could have
Oh, I
done.
love tilting myself.
Yeah, you do actually. It's like a pastime of yours.
It's true. Mike Larson's going to fold the internet hand, Queen 7 off. Patrick So is going to get out of the way with the Jack 9 round to Ling Lu, Queen 4 off. No good. Stev is going to fold the 4-3 suited in hearts on the button and go and speak to his brother, most likely. And Yuan Fei Chen in the small blind is going to fold the 9-6, so another walk. So just passing the blinds around essentially at the moment.
Yeah, they are, but to be fair to them, no one's actually picked up a hand.
Yeah, good call.
Like it's not
9-3,
like
Jack 4,
it's not like
Queen 3.
it's not like there's been some big folds or anything like that, or interesting spots. It's just no one's picked up a hand for a few rounds, which means I'm always a fan of, or an idealist of building up to a cold
Crescendo,
deck,
like a big crescendo, yeah.
So it's like nothing, and then they're just
bang, bang,
cold
bang,
deck
yeah.
to someone.
Yeah, the aces versus the kings versus the queens versus the Jack 10 suited, yeah, or something like that. In a 4-way, multi-way pot, there's only one dealer in the Southern Hemisphere who can pull off bad beats like that, and might as well give him a bit of a shout out. Tuan Lee, back in Melbourne, aka Tuna. He can produce some of the most horrific callers you'll ever see in this game.
Ever I've ever seen.
He's unbelievable, as we can see. Juan Fei has popped it up and made it 550k to go,
Yeah, good hand.
with the King 10 of clubs now appearing in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Edwin's got to fold. And have a look at this.
On cue?
On cue.
On
Unbelievable.
cue, cold deck.
I swear to God, everybody who's watching this, what you're seeing on your screen
We
at
have
home
never seen.
is what we're commentating on. So we're on a 20-minute delay calling the action as you see it on your TV in a room completely separate. And dead set on cue, Mike Larson finally picks up a hand this time. Pocket Kings in the big blind. And Wan Fei Chen is looking at a 1.8 million chip bet to call with his King 10 of clubs.
I think it might just be a bit too much. Looking at just almost half his stack.
Yeah, it's going to cost him about 40%. So
40%? Yep. But it's a pretty decent size call off. King 10, I prefer jamming with King 10 than calling off with King 10 suited.
yeah, I think he'd be very happy he didn't jam with the King 10 on the button here, because Mike would have snapped it off in a heartbeat. And can Wan Fei Chen find the fold with the King 10 of clubs?
I think he's going to find the fold here. I think there's definitely better spots.
He does pick up the cards and pitch them into the muck. And all of a sudden, Mike Larson
Wakes up again.
Wakes up with a hand for first time in, I don't know, 25 hands that we've commentated on here, Burke.
Yeah, he did jam one, was it Jack 10 or Queen 10? I'm trying to remember now.
But he just
did
whacked that from the small
hand.
blind, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I think that is
Has he actually
correct.
seen a flop yet? That's actually more of the question. I don't think I've seen him see a flop.
That's a good point.
Oh well, if you can continue to amass chips and not see a flop, that's probably a good way of going about it, eh?
Good call. Adam Burke, a.k.a. Berkey, alongside myself, Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey, calling the action as the blinds have now gone up to 100k, quarter million, big blind ante. Ling's going to fold the 10-6. Stev is going to fold the 6-5 off. Round two, Wan Fei Chen in the cutoff with the King-Queen off. So let's see what he decides to do. He's going to pop it up and make it 550 to go. Edwin's going to fold the 10-7. Mike Larson doesn't want to contend with the ace-5 offsuit. Patrick is asking, how many chips have you got there, Wan Fei Chen?
Interesting one. It hasn't found the reader yet, but that's okay. We're going to play a blind hand.
So for those people playing at home, you're Patrick So. You have called a raise from the big blind. And maybe you can play whatever you think you would have or he would have in this particular hand as the board comes down. Ace 4-3, all spades. Wan Fei Chen does have the Queen of Spades.
I actually don't mind this against a blind hand.
Yeah.
We actually played out.
And have a look at that on the turn. Gin.
Absolute
Hello.
gin for Yan Fei.
Picks up the nut flush on the turn. Obviously, there is a straight flush potential out there with the deuce 5 of spades, but I can tell you this much for free, Berkey. That is only one hand combination. And
he gets bet into by Patrick as well.
Wan Fei, obviously, with the best hand, well, almost certainly the best hand.
What a
Right,
spot for
mate.
you to be able to call that one if it came up.
Ooh, jeez.
Jeez. Now, we're not going to go that far just yet.
No.
But Yan Fei has absolutely turned gin here. The nut flush, and he's been bet into now. So what are we going to do? We're going to raise it up, or we're going to put max pressure on? I mean, if he's sitting there with the jack of spades or the 10 of spades,
You flat, you flat this year.
because you got to think, in the big blind, he has a lot of spades there. You know, your jack nines, good hands to flat, jack 10, one spade. You're just hoping, praying that he has that at this point.
Yeah, I'd love to see Wan Fei just flat here on the turn. Near never behind. So a nice little flat here would be good. I'd hate to see him make a raise. It looks like he's counting down some chips. So hopefully Yan Fei, and he doesn't. Oh, he does, pardon me.
Makes
He does make the call. Beautiful. All right, so off to the river. Here we go. Non-repeater would be great for Wan Fei. And the river card, perfect. The Jack of Hearts. Now, can he get some more chips out of Patrick's unknown hand in the small blind?
All right, I'm going to throw my guess out there. I'm going to say jack 9 with
does
one
check.
spade.
He does check from Patrick. I'm going to put him on the 9 of spades for Patrick. I think he might have defended with like 10-9 off. And maybe either 9 or the 10 of spades. You might not be able to see what he had, but you could possibly ask him a bit later on,
Yep, absolutely.
maybe at the break, just in case we don't get to see his cards, as Manfei is going to bet out 1.25 mil. And Patrick is
he's
going to fold. So
Yep.
now very likely he didn't have any spade in his hand and just took a stab at the turn. Unfortunately for him, Manfei Chen actually turned the nut flush with the queen of spades in his hand.
Look at that. Up to 7.1 million. 29 bigs. So we've got Ling still out in front here with 11 million. Patrick with 7.7. Stev with effectively 7.6. And Wanfei with 7.1. So we've got very even middling stacks here.
Good call from you, Berkey. And
So that always sets up a big cooler situation here.
Yeah.
Like it did with Ling and Edwin before.
was it? Yes, correct.
You know,
Good
when you
call.
had the
Pocket
ace
tens
queen
versus the
versus
ace queen of
tens.
diamonds. Yep, correct.
When you got big middling stacks here that, you know, if both parties get all in, you have a huge chip leader.
Yeah.
It sets it up for those massively.
Willing to gamble for 25 bigs or whatever at a pretty decent sized pot. As we get back to the action here, Mike Larson finds the suited connector on the button and doesn't elect to fold. He is playing very tight
Rock solid, I'd say.
and also very rock solid, I'd agree.
Well, I mean, there is a big pay jump coming up too. We are down to 6. So this is 19,300 they've locked up. And we're going to do the jump to 24,300. So it's a 5K jump, the next one. So there's no point in, you know, getting out of line when you don't really
Sure.
need to. I mean,
If you're a bit too tight though here, Berkey, the blinds are 100K, 250K, 250K. So it's costing $600,000, 600,000 chips every orbit.
yep,
and
and we
you
are
gotta-
6-handed, so they're coming around more often.
Correct. And Mike Larson has just over 3 million. So he's essentially got 5 orbits. Essentially, if he can't find a hand or make a play. So he needs to be mindful, I'd imagine, of that. He's only got 12 bigs left as Wanfei Chen under the gun finds the ace-7 offsuit. This hand has popped up quite a few times in this particular stream.
I think it's because we notice it more after that big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if it was just another hand, I think we'd notice, but it's definitely a hand you're going to notice more now, especially on this stream after the big, you know,
River Bluff.
river bluff that we saw earlier with it.
Jackson Wang
500
into Kenta Ito, who actually hit a gut shot at the river to make the nut straight, and Jackson Wang decided to rip the river as a bluff, and that has been confirmed. We did speak to him about that particular hand, whether or not he was moving it all in for thin value, or whether or not he was moving it all in as a stone cold bluff, and he said he was pooping his pants a little bit. He used a slightly different word, but he did say that he ripped the river as a bluff and actually showed the ace. So confirmation about that story for people who are watching the previous stream. It was a bluff jam at the river. As we say, a 3-bet from Ling Lu with the ace-8 of clubs, and that's going to get it done. Nobody wants to go up against the chip leader at the moment at this particular feature table. She's up to 12 million.
Now, that hand we were talking about, for those aren't in the chat, who weren't in the chat earlier, it was the last stream, and it was hand 14. If those who want to go back and actually watch some really, really good hand,
that the hand, was it?
hand 14.
Well done, Berkey.
Yep.
Jeez.
I try to mentally keep note of the big hands that I'd like to have broken
Skip a
down.
beat there, did you?
So
High on the prize, Berkey.
Yeah, that was
Well played.
there was one really good one that I really like to get other people's opinion on how it was played. Because you know you always got to try to get better at what we're doing, and because I do like to play a lot.
Well played. So hand 14 of the previous stream.
Yep.
If you want to have a look at that particular hand with the ace-7
rated
bluff
500
jam at the river on a paired board, and got Kenta Ito to actually fold the best hand after spiking an unbelievable gut shot. I think it was a 3-outer at the river to make the nut straight. But
That is very
ended up
correct. It
folding.
was.
It was amazing, that hand. As we get back to the action here, Ling Lu finds the four-side in hearts, also known as the 10-9 of hearts. Pops it up and makes it 500K to go. Stev Vakovic is going to
1.375.
make it 1.4 million.
1.4. It doesn't look like 1.4, but that's what it says. I think. 375 is what I'm going to go with.
Good on you, Berkey. You champion.
Champ. Don't
So
you
1
champ me.
makes it 1.375 mil, not 1.4. And Action's going to go back round to Ling, who's found the suited connector.
This is definitely one of those raise fold situations here.
They're actually talking to each other here. I should say, as Ling Lu decides to
She does
defend
make the
this
call.
on the button,
Wow.
which I don't mind.
Well, she's in a position. She does have the natural 9, which you'd like to see. But we are going to go see a flop here. Stev in the lead so far. 63% equity with ace jack versus 10-9 suited. Flop is going to come out king, queen, 7. We got here. Both have the gut shot here. Each other's outs. But the ace high is ahead. Ling with the backdoor flush draw as well. Oh, sorry. I was just rearranging, sitting in the chair.
Toby coming in there on Facebook Live saying, revisionist history, if you ask me, deaf for value. However, I did speak specifically to him and he confirmed it not only to me, but also to Mark Liddell, who also asked him about that particular hand, and he said he was jamming the river as a bluff. Nonetheless,
Either way, he got it through.
yeah, either way he got it through. That's true.
However you want to break down the hand, he got what he wanted to out of it.
Correct. Stev's going to bet out a C-bet here of 875k from the small blind on this board of King, Queen, 7 offsuit, and he's going to get it done. Ling Lu couldn't really connect with the board. She did have a gut shot and backdoor hearts, but not wanting to contend. And she's got to find a better spot a bit later on, as we can see a Tim.
The man himself.
Russian. Or actually speaks Russian, I think, from Kyrgyzstan.
I always say Kyrgyzstan. I don't know if that's correct or not. It borders Russia.
Okay.
That's all I know. So they all speak Russian over there.
Fair
so
enough. Might actually find out exactly at the next break, if possible, Burke.
Yep, absolutely. So we are down to our final 6 here. These guys locking up 19,300 of this main event that had 788 entries, $750 prize point, and amassing a huge 512,200 in the prize pool. $500,000 prize pool, so anytime you're playing for a $500,000 prize pool, you usually get that 6-figure score up top. And we are playing for 105,000 up top. So plenty to play for here, even 6-handed. Ling Lu out in front with 10.8 million stack, but Stev quick on the heels here with a 9 million 30 big blind stack. Mike Larson not finding a hand there, under the gun with 9-3 off. Patrick So had a couple times where he hasn't actually found the reader yet. I don't know if it's the hands he's got or if it's the reader itself. So we'll ask downstairs to see if we can clarify that. But he has put the raise up to 600,000 into the structure. Now the blinds are 150, 300,000, 300,000. So he has raised to 600,000, the structure. It has folded around to Edwin here, who has 6.8 big blinds now. Now, the blinds did go up, so it's going to show he's got less big blinds here. 2 million's not that much anymore. He's going to end up folding that. And Patrick's going to pick up the pot without us seeing his cards.
There you have it. And Berkey, we do have confirmed numbers in that closing event. And you got there. They got 101 entries into the closing event, creating a prize pool of $21,210. Entries, late registration has now closed in that particular event, and the average stack is 93,000. There is 43 players remaining in that field of 101. So,
anytime you can get 100 runners to a closing event is its own feat. Jermaine jumping in the chat. Berkey, do I pick up my jumper the next time I'm up here? I will let the boys know that next time you're up here, you can drop my name or Monkey's name and say, yep, I want a jumper on stream, and I'd like to come and collect it.
Yep. The people down in the production studio, just for the records here, Jermaine will take a screenshot of your name and either reach out to you and or remember who you are, and you'd have to come in here and verify your identity, because obviously anybody could walk in here and say, I'm Jermaine Ryan. But if you came in and verified your identity, we will hand you out that that hoodie.
I'll give you a hot tip. If there's someone else out there named Jermaine Ryan and they walk in here asking for a jumper, they probably deserve to grab it as well.
Fair call. As
it's I wouldn't say it's the most common name out there, not like mine.
Good call, Patrick.
Just an Adam Burke sitting around there.
There's about 1,000 of them just within like a kilometre of this joint. Patrick So under the gun's going to raise it up and make it 600k to go with the King Jack off. Here comes the 3-bet with the Ace Jack off from Ling Lu, also the chip leader at this feature and final table of the main event. And it's going to get folded all the way back round to Patrick, who now needs to make a decision with King Jack off. I'd imagine he's probably going to fold this hand, actually. 3-bet was to 1.5 million, and he does pick up the cards and put them into the muck. As Jermaine Ryan does laugh emojis in the chat on Facebook Live, indeed.
Now, with the blinds going up, we do have these guys getting a shorter stack. It's going to cost more to get around, like you said before. They've got less orbits to get, and the blinds are coming around because it's only 6-handed. So I dare say in the next, I'm going to say, orbit, we're going to see some action from some of these short stacks. Edwin with 6.3 big blind. Mike's Larson with 8.3. 2.4 million stack. These guys are going to have to start making moves eventually.
Just out of interest's sake, Berkey, with Ling Lu here creating that kind of wall of chips as a dealer, would that be tilting to you, or?
You ask me from how it looks from a commentating perspective or as a dealer's perspective?
As a dealer's perspective.
It would drive me absolutely bonkers.
Same, me too.
Absolutely bonkers.
Totally agree.
Now, calling from up here, I think it looks pretty cool.
It does look pretty cool.
But it's one of those situations, like, as a dealer, you want to control the table and you want to be able to see people's cards. And it's not just the players need to be able to see the people's cards. You don't want to move the action on.
Yep.
Without seeing the cards, because it just, it creates an imbalance in the game. So, like, if she's got cards there, you're supposed to know who's there, but once in a while you can miss it because there's so much going on as a dealer on a stream table. You've got to be calling all the action constantly. You've got to be able to pay attention, and you're under the spotlight, so it's a bit stressed as it is. So,
good call.
Anything that can help the dealers out, I'd say let's do it. But that's only coming from a dealer perspective. I did it for, I think, I dealt cards for 15 years, if not plus, and I've been in the game for just about 20. So, as Eddie just jammed the ace-3 in the last hand and got no contenders, so he just picked up the blinds there as we get back to the action. Stev has picked up the Queen-7 offsuit under the gun, the internet hand. That will go into the muck. Round 2. Wan Fei Chen, who's actually played quite well at this featured table, Berkey. And absolutely he has.
Let's see how he navigates his particular hand. It looks like he's picked up something, so he's going to raise it up and make it 600k to go, which is now the min structure to click it back.
See, I like this. Now he's going to start putting some pressure on with some middling stacks.
Folded all the way around to Patrick So, who actually had the King Jack last hand. He's going to fold from the small blind, and can Ling Lu find a hand? No, she can't. She's got the Queen-7 that actually she does just had as well.
She does like talking to other players, and it is actually fun having her at a table.
Yeah,
she's still very animated and this
very vibrant too. And
I'm telling you right now, this is not just for stream. If you play with her on a $100 tournament at the side that's self dealt, she's got the same bubbly attitude. So it's great to see that the pressure hasn't got to it. Even look, it's much easier to be calm when you've got the big chip stack.
Yeah,
let's be fair. But if she was sitting there with like one of the short stacks, she's still the same person. And it's great bubbly attitude to have at the table.
Good call there, Berkey. And also, I'll give myself a little pat on the back here because my call was that she might go on to win this event. I'd love to see her do it. She's up to 11.55 million in chips or 39 bigs and definitely has a nice healthy stack at the moment.
Well, with 18 players left, I did ask you because we both made our guess.
And I did.
And my guy's still in it. He's on a little bit of a lifeline here, Mike Larson. But in saying that, he's still in the tournament, and there's a lot can happen here.
As long as you've got a chip and a chair. I hate that comment personally, but it has been done in the past, so it could happen again here as we get back to the action. Ling Lu in the small blind. Finds the Queen-6 of hearts. Does she apply some pressure onto Steph?
I would 100% guess she would be able to put some pressure on here.
Looks like she's just elected to limp in, and she has.
Oh, and rightly so far.
Yeah, pretty good from Ling Lu. Bit of intuition there just to limp in with the Queen-6, not put in the raise. And lucky for her, he's probably going to lose the minimum here as Steph has actually picked up the Ace-Jack of clubs in the big blind. And he's going to pop it up Buttercup.
1.1, I want to say.
And make it 800k.
The call. It was 1.1. I'll take that one. Yep.
Pop it up and make it 1.1. 800k to call. And Ling Lu's going to fold the Queen-6. So Steph picking up a few more chips. Now up to 9.3 mil. So he's a major contender here too as well at the moment. But it's anyone's game.
I'll tell you what, it has been a long series in the commentary box, but it always is fun when you get down to the final. Like this is our final stream of the series.
Yep.
We've got 6 players left. We're playing for big money, but the series has been long, but it's so exciting to get down to these points. It's a bit of a mental drain on both aspects. You're like, oh, I can't wait for it to end.
Topsy-turvy.
Topsy-turvy, but you're like, oh man, the action is so good. We're playing for a lot of money, and that's the whole series is what you're playing down for, these main events.
Yeah, no, totally agree, Berkey, and well said by you.
And we're down to Ling Lu here. So it's folded around to Ling on the dealer button. She's got the pocket deuces. So I dare say she'll be, I want to say raising it up, and she does. Raises it up to 600. So raises to the structure. We're going to get round here to Stev, who's woken up with King 6 in the small blind. It's 450 for him to call. He's got a $9.2 million stack. So these are the 2 big stacks at the table so far, Stev and Ling. They're sitting next to each other, so Ling's always still got to be careful. Even though she's got the big stack and can put pressure on, it's hard having the bigger stack or the second biggest stack to your left. Always having position on you. So it's round of 1 Faye. He's got ace-5 in the big blind, which I dare say usually you just
Have to defend here.
Have to defend here. Any aces to defend. Oh, I'd like to say any aces to defend.
I think
that's a broad statement, but in this case, I dare say he'll be defending. So we're going to go see a flop here. The flop's going to come out King, King, Queen, 2 diamonds. So Ling is out in front here with her pocket deuces. And
pretty easy C-bet here from Ling.
Yeah, I dare say so.
So
Yan Fei is not going to bet into this at all, I don't think.
He's already checked his options. So background to Ling, who's going to bet out on the button. Yep.
The graphics hasn't caught up for me. I missed that check.
Yeah, he just tapped the table and said, you have a go at it, Ling, and she's going to have a go at it for 350K. And I'd imagine Wan Fei Chen is not going to try and contend against the chip leader at the moment and probably fold this ace-5. However, can easily make a float if he decides to.
I don't think it's a good float. I
Yeah.
don't think it's a good float if he does it.
Yep.
Only because it was a raise, and that hits the raises. And any raise range is better with a King, King, Queen on board. And you're only sitting there with ace high, and then what you're going to do here is you're going to see what the turn card is. There's not many turn cards that are good for you.
Yeah, that's true. And you're basically only calling with ace high, which could be behind on that board.
And they're going to get you in trouble a lot of times. So you're just committing chips to the stack, and then you can get cards that help you out but hurt you at the same time because their range hits even more. It's good just to get those folds out of the way.
Then getting a little bit of outside support from a friend or a partner. Can't quite see his or her face on the stream at the moment. Nonetheless, pretty good that she's got a bit of support on the rail. Not to mention she's also got support in the chat, which we very much appreciate all of you joining us this evening to see the concluding stages of the main event right here at the St. George Leagues Club, brought to you by King's Premium Poker Room in conjunction with Link Tech Australia. Ahmed Latif, who's also in the chat, so big shout outs to you, Ahmed.
Very active, very active. He'd be very happy with the product that they've been putting up.
Oh, absolutely.
It's absolutely Mickey Mouse. The stream's been great. The high def, it's looking very, very professional. When they say premium poker room, it comes with a premium stream.
Yeah.
So they've come a long way in it.
And premium sponsors in that of Link Tech. There you go.
Absolutely. Premium everything. Well, if you've got to put out a premium room, you've got to put out premium products, don't you? It's just
yeah.
Now, once again, if you guys are joining us this late in the night, well, I say this late, it's only 10 o'clock. It feels late, but it's been just a long series that always feels like early morning.
Yep.
We got the St. George Leagues Club here in Cogra at the King's Poker Room main event final table. This is a $750 buy-in event. And we had 788 runners down to the final 6 with a $500,000 prize pool, just over 512,200 playing for 105,000 up
Yummy.
top. Num 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 num. Yes, that is a delicious prize pool, and we're going to get back to the action.
Record breaking too.
Record breaking
by almost 50,000 from the previous Colossus series. So good work by the boys down here. Steph picks up the pocket threes in the cutoff. And that's going to be worthy of chucking in a raise, and he does. So he's going to pop it up, and it appears to be, what is that, 775K? Yes, it is, 775K.
Must be missing a chip there. Didn't look like it, but I'm going to go with it.
I think there's another pink one just stuck underneath.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So we've got Ling out in front with 12 million. Mike Larson trying to find a hand here. It's down to 1.7 million, which is 5.8 bigs at this point. So we've got 2 short stacks at the moment. We've got Edwin Chu, or Eddie as he's known, and Mike Larson might pick of the yard with 18 to go. And he's going to need to find a hand here sooner rather than later because the blinds do come around quick when you're 6-handed, Monkey.
Yeah, they do.
Looking in the chat. Connor Spinks comes in and goes, Toby Giles, are we still talking about that ace-7 offhand? I think that is a hand.
That's been put to bed.
I don't think it's been put to bed because I'm telling you right now, regardless of what someone says, there's going to be people in the chat that agree both sides.
Sure.
And it doesn't matter what you say about it. There's going to be people that take both sides of the argument.
Sure, fair enough.
But it's a good one to review, though. Reviewable hands, and as I said, I think it becomes hand 14 of the last stream, if I recall correctly.
Go and have a look at it.
Go and have a look at it, and tell us what you think.
Mike Larson here in the small blind, absolutely on fumes, and he does elect to jam it all in from the small blind. And can he get through Patrick So, who's picked up the Queen Jack? So this is worthy of a call. He's going to ask for a count. It's going to cost Patrick 1.4 million to call. Mike Larson basically all in here for 5.8 bigs, so it's only going to cost Patrick 5 bigs or so to make the call. I reckon he probably calls here. I'd probably call the big one, and he does too. Right, so here comes the all-in and call from Mike Larson, who jammed it all in from the small blind with the King 3. He is in front at the moment, got 55% of equity. It's basically a coin flip. And Patrick So decided to call with the Queen Jack offsuit in the big blind. So off to the flop we go. And the flop comes down with a jack in the window. Yeah, okay, so Patrick So is going to take the lead. Mike needs to find a king or running hearts. Here comes the turn, brings in the 6 of clubs. The river card needs to be a king, or Mike will be eliminated, which he is now in 6th position. No king at the river, picking up $19,300 for his efforts in the main.
Well played, Mike. He stayed patient. He tried to find the hand.
Yep.
And just needed to make a move eventually, which when you put yourself in the pressure of not picking a hand or not being active at the table can really catch up with you. But well played, Mike. He's picked himself up a nice little payday there. And we are down to 5, Monkey.
It's amazing run from all the competitors here, especially those who made it to the final table. But unfortunately for Mike, he is out in 6th and can no longer contend for that $105,000 up top, but does collect a healthy $19,300 for his efforts in this main event. We are down to 5, just like that, Berkey.
Yeah, and what are we playing for now? Everyone's locked up 24,300.
Hello.
Now we're starting to get some jumps, aren't we?
We are starting to get some serious jumps, and you'll see those jumps at the bottom of your screen, and that little event ribbon that scrolls along the bottom. As we go back to the action, Stev is going to find the King 6 of hearts under the gun, and he's going to elect to fold. Manfei Chen is going to get out of the way. Same with Eddie with the 7-3 off. Patrick So in the small blind is going to fold the Jack 5 off, and Ling Lu is going to get a walk.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Monkey, it's always a pleasure sitting in the booth with you, man.
Appreciate it, dude.
We've done a lot of work together.
Yep, we have.
A lot of commentary together. It's awesome to come up here to the King Screaming program and do it for our first time together up here. And I'm assuming with the way we're traveling, we're going to be doing many more of these sessions.
I hope so. Obviously, that's all comes down to the audience wanting us back. Hopefully you're enjoying the commentary and the footage that we are putting together for you at home or on your device as we get back to the main part of this particular event, the main event, Final 5, playing for some big-time cheese. As we get back, as the action gets folded around to Patrick So on the button, picks up the ace-6 offsuit. And that's worthy of making a raise, which he does to the structure. So he's going to pop it up 300k and make it 600k to go. Ling Lu is going to fold the Queen Deuce off, round 2 Stev. He picks up the 6-7 of clubs, probably worthy of defending.
I'm a big fan of defending.
Yeah, so
it always gets me into trouble.
I agree.
But I still do it anyway.
Unfortunately for Stev, he is actually crushed in this particular hand. Out-kicked, I should say, but it's definitely worthy of making a call. And it looks like he is going to do so. And he flicks in the call from the big line. So just one big to contend in this pot with 6-7 of clubs. Here comes the flop. And it all comes hearts.
Monkey, I'm going to need you to take over for a second. I need to go make a phone call.
Yep, no problem, sir. So I'm going to just take over here from Berkey temporarily as Stev now picks up the up and down draw. Believe it or not, none of these players have a heart in their hand. Stev's going to check from the big blind and allow Patrick to have a stab at it. Patrick was the original pre-flop raiser, so pretty easy C-bet on this particular board. I imagine Stev will probably peel one off here. It is up and down. He's got a few outs to win this pot. Those outs shown at the top of your screen, but he elects to lay it down. So does not want to contend despite the fact he picked up a straight draw, an up and down draw on that board. That wasn't good enough for him. So GG's there. And Patrick So's just going to take that pot down. As we get back to the main event, day 3, they're the pre-flop raise percentages right there. Patrick out in the lead at the moment. 24% of the time he is raising pre-flop. Mostly followed by Stev. So a little bit of aggression shown at this table, but they are playing for the top prize of 105,000. And it just seems incredible to say that a 6-figure score up the top. Second will walk away with 70,000. Third will pick up 44,600. The remainder of the payouts will be scrolling across the bottom of your screen as we speak, as Patrick So in the cutoff picks up the ace-10 off. He's going to pop it up and make it 600k to go. Ling Lu is going to fold from the button with the 7-3 off, made famous by Joe Hashem. Back round to Wan Fei Chen in the big blind, ace-4 offsuit. And let's see how Wan Fei decides to navigate this particular hand. I'm assuming he's probably going to just defend with the ace-4 and just flick in a call, but he doesn't. He's going to make it 2 million. Right, okay, so he doesn't believe Patrick for an instance, and he's going to flick in a 2 million chip bet here. So action back round to Patrick. It's going to cost him 1.4 million to call. Patrick asking for a quick count of Wan Fei's chip stack. He'd be left with 3.9 million, as you can see, bottom left-hand corner, or 13 bigs. And let's see if Patrick decides to contend, and he doesn't. So he folds the best hand there, Patrick. And Wan Fei is going to pick up that pot. Now up to 7 million, or 18% of the chips in play. Kiwi Bird special, just saying. So he's going to put on the kettle. It's early morning over there in New Zealand. We appreciate your support all week. Being probably the #1 best on ground in the rail. So I appreciate that. Spinks also joining us, making a comment back to Toby Giles, who was talking about a hand earlier. You can see that hand on the previous stream. It's about hand number 14, according to Adam Burke. Pretty interesting hand at that too. The ace-7 versus the king-10. And it was Jackson Wang versus Kenta Ito. So look back at that previous stream and have a look and tell us what you think. Wan Fei in the small blind picks up the king-3 offsuit. And that's probably going to be worthy of a raise, which it is, to a mil. Putting the pressure right on Edwin Chu here with the jack-9 offsuit in the big blind. Eddie has been hit with a deck quite a lot during this tournament. Now that variance has worked against him, and he's down to 6.8 BBs, down to 2 million. So he needs to be very mindful about how to navigate this short stack at the moment. He does tap the table out of respect for Wan Fei's raise. So still the players at this particular feature table are showing the respect, and they should be. They are playing for all the money in this main event. And the final 5 are contending it out, with Ling Lu being the chip leader, 41 bigs, 12.3 million in chips. So she's out in front by quite a bit, approximately 11 bigs over that of Stev Lakovic. Ling Lu finds the 5-4, the two-side under the gun. It's going to go into the mark. 5 deuce gets folded by Stev. Round 2, Wan Fei on the button, the 10-6 offsuit, not good enough to contend with. Edwin's going to make a play here for sure with the Queen-9 and does rip it all in for 2 million, putting maximum pressure on Patrick So, who's in the big blind. I think he's asked for a count, and he's not going to contend with the picture card 7. Jack 7 off in the big. So Eddie's going to pick up his big blind plus his ante.
Pay more when he jams on my big blind.
Just getting back to the action here in the main event, day 3. Brought to you by the King's Premium Poker Room at the St. George Leagues Club. What a place to come and play cards. If you haven't been here, jump in the car or do what I did and fly up from Melbourne and come and play. This place is off the chain. As we see Stev pop it up under the gun with the Queen Jack off. He's going to fold on the button with the Ace 3 unsuited. Patrick's going to fold as well, and Ling Lu can't contend in the big blind with the Nintendo 64. So just passing the blinds around for the time being. If you have any questions, concerns, queries, comments, or feedback, chuck them into the chats and we'll be more than happy to answer them. Berkey's just ducked out temporarily to handle, I should say, a particular matter. So he'll be back shortly. But you are listening to myself, Josh Monk, aka Monkey, calling the action solo for the time being, and hopefully you are enjoying this broadcast of the final event, of the main event, I should say, on the final day of the series. This is the main event, day 3, the final 5, playing it out for $105,000 up top. Wowee, as Eddie has now picked up the King 7 offsuit, the cutoff. He's the gentleman on the screen. And it looks like he is going to make a raise to 2.5 mil, leaving 225k behind, or 0.8 of a big blind. Blinds here are 150k, 300k with a 300k big blind ante. Patrick So has folded his hand, so the action is back round to Ling Lu. Unfortunately, we can't quite see Patrick's hand. He might have whiffed the RFID reader. And it looks like Ling Lu is going to call from the small blind. Okay, with the aces. So Eddie needs to find a lot of help here. What a play from Ling Lu. She's just going to call as Tim does a great job of moving all of those chips in roulette style into the pot. And here comes a flop. It comes King 6-8. So a bit of help for Eddie. Needs to find 2 pair on the turn or the river. Otherwise, he's going to be out of this event, as Ling Lu is going to put him all in. And obvious snap call from Eddie for 225k. So it's aces versus the King 7. What a monster hand. Can Ling Lu bust Edwin out in 5th? Here comes the turn. And it brings in the 3 of clubs. No club help to Edwin. And here comes the river. It brings in the 9. And that is GG's. Just like that. See you later, Edward Chu, who's made a phenomenal effort in this main event. He was the chip leader temporarily, then down to 5 or 6 bigs, then up to 15 bigs, then down to 5 bigs, then up to 30 bigs, and now all of a sudden out of this event in 5th, picking up 24,300 for his efforts in this main event. So GG's in the chat for Eddie Chu. Great run in this event. There he is right there, the big man himself. Eddie, how are you, mate? You good?
Thanks.
Give me some skin. Good to have you join us. I'll look after him for sure. So, yeah, that's fine. No problem. So chuck those headphones on there. So Eddie, who just got eliminated from this particular event, finding the King 7. Unfortunately for him, Ling Lu found the aces in the small blind, called that raise of 2.5 mil. And Eddie found the king on the flop, couldn't find a 7 or another king on the river or on the turn or the river. And he's been eliminated out in 5th, picking up 24,300 as we welcome the man, the myth, the legend himself, Eddie, into the chat. How are you, Eddie?
Good, thanks. Could be better, but...
Could be better. Pretty happy with the series for you?
Yeah, it was, can't complain about the series, yeah.
Yeah, good to hear. And how did you find the experience?
Oh, well, the King's tournaments are always one of the best. It's, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Now, I did notice, Eddie, that you got extremely lucky a few times in this particular event, but you also played amazingly well. And it's been an actual pleasure to commentate you on all the streams that you've been on. I've commentated you numerous times before. I've actually also done some work behind the scenes with you on other events that we have run here, but very happy to see that you made the final table of the main event here and picked up 24,300.
Thank you.
There you go. So what was the key moment for you in this particular event? Was there a particular hand you felt like you misplayed, or a particular hand that you felt like you played amazing and you know, were very happy with your play? Or
my 2 biggest pots were just out of my control. There was one off the stream when it was still 2 tables. I got in Ace King off pre-flop for 3.7 million.
Oh, but against Ace 10.
Yes,
We,
that one.
we actually captured that. We captured that where it came out 3 spades and a 10 on the flop. Is that correct?
Yeah,
the guy
yeah,
picked up
yeah.
the nut flush draw and a
Yeah,
pair.
yeah, I was like nearly dead.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so that one, if I won that one, I would have had more than a quarter of the chips in play. So
Oh,
it would have
gee
been in
whiz.
a much, while there was like still 11 or 10 players left. So it would have been in such a good spot. But I managed to, so I got left with 3 mil. I managed to climb back up for the final table. But then the second key hand was the one against Ling, where it was the flip of Ace Queen suited versus tens.
Yeah.
So after I lost that one, I had so few chips left. It was like more of a cockroach strategy,
Yeah.
really. Yeah.
And I tell you what, I kind of like the way that you played the Ace Queen of Diamonds. You put the maximum pressure back on Ling there, who did find the
Right, yeah.
the pocket tens.
I was
and-
very surprised she snapped me with
Yeah.
tens. I thought we would at least think about it a
Yeah,
bit.
it's actually kind of funny because we did commentate it that way. I will go back to the action here really quickly, if you don't mind. We are joined by Eddie Chu, or Edwin Chu, in the commentator's box alongside myself, Josh Monk, as Berkey is going out there to do a couple of things, as Ling Lu did make the initial race to 600k under the gun with the internet hand, the Queen 7 off, and Patrick So has picked up the pocket jacks and puts in a 3-bet to 2.1 mil. So if you've got any questions or comments or queries or anything that you want to ask Eddie whilst he's here in the commentary booth, he's going to be in here for approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Go ahead and drop them into the comments, and I'm sure that Eddie will be able to answer them for you. And apart from that, what else did you play at? Did you play the Players Champs as well, Eddie?
Yeah, I played the 4 events in the VIP package. The mystery, the opening, and yeah, the Players Champs. Yeah.
Okay. And do you play quite a lot at Kings? I mean, I know I've seen you in the traps playing, other operators, but do you play predominantly at Kings?
I'll play most of the series that Kings
Awesome.
hosts. Yeah, I really like the venue, and yeah, everything's really good here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Good to hear. So that's Eddie in the comm booth alongside me, busted out in 5th in this main event, picking up $24,300 for his efforts in this main event. How many bullets were you in for in this main?
Very fortunate, just the one.
Just the one. I
Yeah.
mean, the guy just runs so pure, it's unbelievable.
You don't usually though. I fire a lot, so this is an anomaly, not a
Yeah.
usual thing.
Right. So abnormally for Evan, only in for 1 bullet and picking up 24,300. So congratulations on an amazing score here, Eddie. And what happens after this? Where are you heading? You're heading somewhere to play, maybe over to WSOP? Are you going to go over to Vegas and play over there?
No, I've never actually played in Vegas, so
Right.
But maybe, I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about it. I usually just play in Sydney for now, so
Okay, sounds good. Berkey's just joining me back in the comm booth. What we might do is we might actually just change this up. Give Eddie the headset, and then Berkey, you can go back into there. It just makes it a little bit easier for Eddie to sit in the back. Jump in there. Just a little shuffle around here in the commentary booth.
Shuffle around. All right, sorry about that, guys.
Chuck that bad boy on there, Eddie, and you should be able to hear both of us and commentate as well. There you go. Just chuck that microphone up a second. Got it?
All right. Oh, yeah.
Apologise if you can hear a little bit of microphone action going down your speakers at home. Noel's actually got a question for you in the chat, and I'll just pop that up a fraction. There we go. There he is.
All right, we're in.
We're good to go. We're
amongst it.
Can you hear us okay, Eddie? Can you hear us okay?
Yep.
Perfect. So there is actually a question coming in from Noel Jabba in the chat. Edwin is my hero. How does Eddie cope with all the love he gets from me?
Thank you, Noel. I appreciate all the support.
Great to have you in here, Eddie. Mate, you played well. Absolutely well.
Thank you.
It's you out of all the field, and we pay attention to the field a fair bit. You have the biggest roller coaster I've
crazy.
ever seen out of anyone. Like,
Yeah.
we keep making the joke that every time Eddie takes a big hit, you look over 5 minutes later and the stack's just back there. It's
crazy.
I love the hyper aggressiveness, but very calculated method that you take into playing these poker tournaments, and it makes for great viewing.
That's true. I'm just going to call the action real quick. So Ling Lu in the small blind found the King 3 offsuit, and it's going to pop it up and make it 1 million chips to go. The blinds here are 150k, 300k with a 300k big blind ante. And Steph has decided to come along with the Queen 7 of clubs from the big blind. So blind v blind battle. Pot here worth 2.4 million. This is hand number 50 of the stream. And here comes the flop. It comes Jack 6-5. No real help to Ling or Steph for that particular matter. Steph does have a backdoor flush draw, and at the moment Ling is out in front with King High. As you can see, the equities in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. She is 69% favourite at the moment to win this hand. And I'd imagine she's probably going to come out with a C-bet here. Would you C-bet this flop here, Eddie? After making a raise pre-flop?
Yeah, I personally would. This is a pretty okay flop for the aggressor.
Which is usually you, so I understand.
Yeah. Great call. Oh, well played. And she's going to bet out 750k, just as Eddie would on this particular board of Jack 6-5, making it a little bit more difficult for Steph to find the call. He does have a backdoor clubs and one overcard to the Jack on the board with that of the Queen. As we're getting a few questions coming in for you, Eddie, so we might have to throw them to you. I'll get Berkey to talk about them in just a moment as we see.
Oh, here we go.
Stev coming in for a raise on this board. Kind of like this play from Stev. It's going to put a bit of pressure back on the chip leader at this feature and final table. It's going to pop it up and make it 2.1 million. So it's going to cost Ling 1.3 million to call this raise on this particular flop. And I'd imagine she needs to take a moment and put the King 3 into the muck here, Eddie. Is that how you would play this hand as well?
Yeah, after you get raised, there's not much you can do with this hand. It's a great play from Stev, yeah, with the double backdoors.
Yeah, I mean, yep, that's absolutely what happened.
She puts it straight into the muck.
All right, so
on
I'm gonna have a chat with you, Eddie, about some of the questions that are popping through the chat here because it's going off itself again. Andrew Griffin says, "Edwin, great run, mate. This is Griffo. What's your favourite pizza?"
It's a good question. Good poker question, that one.
Yep.
My favorite pizza is Hawaiian.
Yeah,
Hawaiian, there you
pineapple
go.
on it.
I love pineapple and pizza.
Me too. Actually, I'm a big fan.
Quiz question. What's longer, the average traffic jam at 4 p.m. on the Warringah Freeway on a Friday or the chip stack that Linglu sits behind currently?
That's too funny. That's actually pretty good
That's
from
a good
Jared.
one,
Well
yeah.
played.
Very well played.
And Mark Smith has also come in there saying, Eddie, well played. So he's a big fan of yours. Maybe you just call that raise from the Linglu raise with the pocket tens hand with the ace queen suited.
I'd
The
actually
chip
like to
stack
talk
size.
about
So
that hand.
There's a little bit of talks about that particular hand. We have had a couple of comments about the ace queen versus the pocket tens there. And obviously Mark suggesting maybe just calling out of the small blind, I think it was, when you had the ace queen of diamonds as opposed to raising all in and Ling making a pretty snap call actually with the pocket tens there. So any chance that you could have just called there and seen the flop and played the hand out from there? Or are you happy with the way that you played the hand?
On a normal scenario, flatting ace queen suited there would be perfectly fine as well because it plays very well post flop. You can flop flush draws and stuff. But in this particular spot, when there are many smaller stacks, I wanted to put the most amount of ICM pressure on Ling, and I thought she might be forced to, for sure, like fold out the same hand like ace queen and put a lot of pressure on like nines to jacks, but
Now
apparently not because she snap called me with tens, and I lost the flip.
That's because you have her covered, right? You played a little bit differently.
Yes. If I was shorter, I might have definitely considered just flatting.
Have you played with her quite a bit? Do you know her style and does she know yours?
Normally she would she probably wouldn't snap against most other players, but because we've played a lot, she knows me. She knows she can like not be flipping but be dominating me a decent amount, so that's why she snap called, I think. Yeah,
and it was a snap call too. Like that was an 11 million chip pot now.
Yeah, so very big. That was a quarter of the chip, more than a quarter of the chips.
Absolutely, yeah. Look at this. Speaking of ace queen, right on cue here, under the gun with Ling, she raises to 600,000. Stev here on the dealers button with an ace. So this is actually an interesting one here. You face the raise under the gun, which four-handed looks like a more of a cut-off raise than anything. So we're going to see what Stev does here. Now, Stev and Ling are actually the big chip stacks. So there's a lot of time that the big chip stacks aren't going to want to battle with each other.
Good call.
So usually when one raises, the other gets out, unless it's a cooler situation. We get some big hands here, or unless Edwin's still sitting at the table and he plays his hand straight up.
Yeah, that's true. Patrick, would you be calling here from the big blind with the natural 9, the 5-4 offsuit? Defending?
It's kind of close. I like to defend my big blinds, so I personally might, but yeah, she does cover you by a lot, so she can put a lot of pressure on you post flop. So you have to be ready to, like battle back basically if you do call this hand pre flop.
+1, as we see from Jaden coming in on Facebook Live saying +1 for Edward for being an absolute showtime. The toughest in the field to go up against. And I tell you what, a lot of people do feel threatened by you actually at the poker table. They find that you're a force to be reckoned with, and it's obviously shown up in the way that you play the game. And like I said to Mark Liddell the other day when I saw your chip stack, in not only the Players Champs but also in this event, sometimes it's Jamie Halls is going to jump in here for a second. And sometimes he's made me lost my chain of thought. Yeah,
He's
thanks,
jumping and
Jamie.
taking the
Appreciate
photo.
it.
Yeah, well done, Jamie.
Good on you, Jamie. Thanks for interrupting my thought chain there. But know that sometimes it might be easier just to put you on the final table and forget the formalities of playing the 20 levels beforehand. Might as well just give you an average stack, put you on the final table, and go from there. You always seem to run good and go deep in events, and that's not only a testament to you as a person, but also as a poker player. And it's been a privilege watching you play, and it's actually good for us here, Berkey, just sort of learning how Eddie navigates the poker table.
Oh, it's a navigation itself. This was a very, very interesting final table. Many dynamics here.
Yeah, a lot of dynamics.
A lot of different players. There was a few hyper aggressive players.
Yeah, good
you
call.
definitely being one of them. But you calculated in your approach to it.
Has that always been sort of your strategy to be a bit more aggressive?
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
my
always
goal
been-
in tournaments in like early and mid is always to build up a very big stack so I can put max pressure on the later stages.
Yep.
So that's why usually you'll find me with a big stack or I'll be gone. You
Oh,
won't
no
see me.
stack.
yeah.
Good call. As we see a limp in from Patrick. So
Walking
in
on the
this-
first level, Eddie's either got all the chips
all the chips
or
or none.
where's Eddie?
Yeah. Patrick, so in the small blind, is going to limp in with the 10-9 off, and Ling Lu checked her option back from the big blind. The flop did come 6-5-3, complete Badoogie, and it's going to check from Patrick. And I'd imagine Ling Lu is most likely going to have a bet here, as this board should hit the big blind more often than it does the small, for that matter, as she chucks in a time bank to make a decision on this particular hand. She does have 9 outs to win this hand. She has picked up a gut shot to make a straight with any 4. Also an 8 or a deuce will help her. The turn card brings in the king of hearts, no help to Ling. I'd like to see Patrick try and have a stab at this, but he doesn't. He's going to check his option on the turn. And I'd imagine Ling is going to check this turn back. Is that what you would do here, Eddie, or would you have a stab?
Eddie's having a stab here for
Yeah,
sure.
the flop was so good for her that I wouldn't be able to resist.
The 6-5-3 really hits the big blind range.
Yeah.
And hits Eddie's range
Yeah,
quite a
it's
lot,
Eddie's
too.
range is like quite a lot.
I was actually
Like the hardest thing to do in poker for me is blind versus blind, because the ranges are so wide. Do you find that the same way when it? Oh, actually, you know what? I'll come back to that question when we come back. It looks like we're going on a 10-minute break, so we are.
Now,
At
Eddie, you going to stick around?
Probably head off home.
Okay. Well, it's been
You
a
know
pleasure.
what? I'll go through that question next time. But it's been an absolute pleasure having you in here, Eddie.
Yeah.
For some great insight onto the tournament. And we will see everyone back here in about 10 minutes after the break.
Eddie, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure commentating on you, and congratulations in your deep run in the main event right here
Thank you.
at the King's Premium. So welcome back to the action here. This is the concluding stages, I should say, of the main event day 3 right here at the St. George's Leagues Club. Sorry, I was just in the middle of drinking at the same time as talking. Probably not a good idea. At the King's Premium Poker Room, right at St. George Leagues Club, 124 Princess Highway in Cogra. This is the main event day 3, the concluding stages. We are down to the final 4. We just lost Eddie Chu out in 5th, who joined us in the commentary booth just before Berkey, and picked up 24,300 for his efforts out in 4th.
Amazing effort. So good. He's one of the real nice guys. And I know we say that about a lot of people, but having him in here, you can really tell that he's very passionate about what he does and how he plays.
Great call.
But he's such an introvert.
He's so shy. He's like, can I just come in for a little bit? And it's like, good on you, Eddie. But
good on you, Eddie.
An absolute gentleman of the game and shown a lot of love also in the support. And we would like to welcome everybody back also, which Kiwi Bird Special did say in the chat right there. Welcome back, everybody. So fair enough. Welcome back, everybody, on Facebook Live and on YouTube. We are going to be calling out the action until we can crown a winner in this main event right here at the St. George Leagues Club, part of the Colossus Series, brought to you by King's Premium Poker Room in conjunction with LinkTech Australia, who is the major sponsor of this stream that you are watching at the moment. As you can see, Patrick So under the gun is going to pop it up to 800K with a King Queen offsuit. The blinds have gone up here, Berkey. Yeah, 200K, 400K with a 400K big blind ante, hand number 55, I should say.
Pressure is maximum on now because look at these jumps now. Eddie just took home 31,290. The next jump is to 44,600. So everyone here is locked up 44,600.
Yeah.
Now the jump after that is 25 large.
Wow. Right. Okay. Fair enough too. So
sorry, I got that wrong. 5th was 24,000. Then it goes to 31,000. So these guys are locked up 31,000.
Yep.
Sorry, I got a little confused with that.
And then a $13,000 jump, and then all of a sudden a pretty decent jump, $25,000 jump, like you said, but
35,000 on top of that, which it's no small feat when you get down to this. And good luck to everyone, and I really mean that to everyone who is left. There's a lot of money to play for, and everyone's going to be seeing this thing out.
Yeah. What about Steph bringing in his brother from Perth?
It's great to see
support. Yeah,
support coming over for every player that comes in. Like they're not playing for no fee of money. It's what is it? A couple of $100 for a flight these days?
Yeah, a couple of $100, but they're playing for big cheese here. Forget about a couple of hundred. $105,000 up top. A Sydney Millions ticket and also that coveted trophy, which you might have seen on the stream a little bit earlier as Steph here on the button finds the Queen 10 of Hearts, adjusts his glasses ever so slightly, and is electing to make a raise.
850.
And he's just nodding it off with the dealer. So he pops it up to 850K. Wine Fei Chen finds the Queen Jack in the small blind, and Patrick So has actually picked up the Ace 10 of spades in the big blind. So we could see a little bit of fireworks here straight after the break.
Sorry, I was just looking at some of the people in the chat. I agree, Kiwi Bird Special. Welcome back, everyone. Is this just an open jam? He's jammed straight into him.
7.4 million, and Stev has got a decision to make for the rest of his, or pardon me, he's actually got him covered. So it's going to be a 6.5 million chip call bet by Patrick into him, or raise, I should say. And he's going to ask for a count.
It's funny, every time you see a rail and someone's jammed into, they kind of pace in the background.
Yeah, have you noticed that?
Yeah. And it's good. It shows, they care, they're there, they're ready, there's just support. And getting support in these things is actually huge when you're playing for these as well.
Yeah, good call. It gives you that kind of extra motivation to like stay on top of the ball and, keep your eye on the prize and keep you a bit grounded, which obviously is what having friends is all about, especially people railing a huge event like the main event here at St. George Leagues Club.
75.
105,000 up top. Like, I mean, that is, like, what would you do with 105,000, Monkey, besides put it through a pokey?
Yeah, good call, Berkey. Yeah, maybe the 5,000 would probably go into the big red machine, but 100K, what would I do with 100K?
Holiday. It has to be a holiday, doesn't it? I mean, that's what I'd be doing.
Yeah,
I'd be on the first flight to Bali or Japan or somewhere in Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
or
I'd
Asia
probably take the girlfriend and or the daughter away for a considerable time, I'd imagine, probably a month or two.
Yeah, you'd say that. You'd get You're like me, man. You're an absolute workaholic. You can't help but be back in and amongst it. And,
That's true.
and we've got a fair bit of work ourselves coming up here. So
Yes, we do.
yeah, there's no time to be taking off large chunks of time. Sitting on a beach, sipping a mimosa and getting massages every day.
Yeah, sounds horrible.
It sounds horrible.
As we get back to the action here, under the gun, Stev Lakovic is going to fold the Jack 6 offsuit under the gun. Wan Fei Chen finds the 4 deuce on the button. And let's see how he navigates this short stack. He's down to 5.2 million in chips off 13 bigs. And there is talks a little bit, Berkey, of maybe Mark Liddell coming to join us in the commentary booth.
Look, I've been pushing it. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send him another message right now.
Good on you.
Because I've got a few questions to ask him about the end of the series, which I'd really like to get cleared up.
We could also get a confirmation on what the total prize pool was for this particular Colossus series and how many tickets are given away to the Sydney Millions.
And do you know who can answer all those questions
Mark
for us?
Liddell.
Mark Liddell.
I wouldn't want to try and call Natan and wake him up. He's got a brand new baby, so probably needs a bit of sleep.
I wouldn't be that brave. I'm brave, but I'm not that brave.
Fair enough too. As we get back to the action right here, Deuce 3 offsuit under the gun. That will find the muck. For sure and certain. You can take that to the bank as Wan Fei does fold the Deuce 3 off. Round 2, Patrick is probably going to fold the 9 deuce of clubs. And there it is on cue. We're 2 from 2 at the moment, Berkey. Round 10, Ling Lu picks up the King Queen off in the small blind. Now
2 from 2, that's huge.
This will be a raise for sure. Let's see if I can get 3 from 3. Berkey, and if the production crew wouldn't mind just making the size of the screen a fraction bigger for us up here in the comms, that would be great. Matty Marshall can hear me.
Straight up to 1.2 million, 3x. I like the sizing.
Steve
Straight up
Lakovic.
Stev, who it looks like he has put his cards over the reader, but we haven't actually got him through yet.
So Stev here. Lakovic has got an unknown 2 cards. And he has actually found the RFID reader, but unfortunately the cards haven't quite appeared on the graphics at the moment. So what you're seeing at home is what we're commentating on. So 2 black cards, it looks like. And he's going to fold from the big blind, and Ling is going to extend her chip lead, now up to 15 million, Berkey.
So we have Kiwi Bird Special in the chat saying there is people watching. Please, folks, hit that like and subscribe if you want to see and get all the information about the streaming coming on King's Premium Poker Room. Like and subscribe, get the notifications, and don't miss a bit of the action.
Yeah.
Because there is some big series coming up, and no bigger than the Sydney Millions.
Oh, huge. Massive.
Mate,
If you're not around for that, I'm telling you, get yourself G'd up, ready to go for the Sydney Millions. Their schedule will be dropping shortly. Just make sure that you're following us on YouTube and, more importantly, on Facebook. You can also go on to kingsroom.com.au and see all of the schedule and the structures on there when they are posted. As we get back to the action, Ling Lu on the button finds the the King Deuce offsuit and is going to apply some pressure to the blinds. She's got just short of 40 bigs, so she's going to pop it up and make it 800k to go. Such a big number out there, so 800k to go, and gets a fold from the small blind. And Wan Fei Chen in the big blind is going to jam all in for 4.8 mil. And Ling Lu has asked for a count. Now, if she was to call, she would have the best hand, but it is going to cost her 4 mil to call, which is approximately a third of her stack.
4,750,000.
be a big call here. I think this is definitely the holy one type here. You still got to make your opponent think you're raising with, premium hands. Even though later on when they check it out, they know a lot of the time it's boogers. But but you can't just let them have the raise snap fold. You still got to make them think that you're playing big hands, you got big decisions, and it really puts people under the pump.
Yeah, good call from you, Berkey. I'd imagine she's going to fold the king, and she shows it face up.
King.
King and no good into the muck.
It's an interesting dynamic here. Like Ling's got a huge chip lead at the moment. Well, I wouldn't say huge. She's got a decent chip lead at the moment. She can put the max pressure on, but four-handed. Look at these pay jumps. There's some big pay jumps coming up here. 13,000, 25,000, and then the coveted $105,000 first prize.
Yeah, 35k pay jump between second and first outside of any ICMs that they choose to do, or a chop or a deal, or whatever you would like to call it. So we get back to the action. Under the gun, Ling Lu, 10-5 offsuit. Now, she has played expert poker. I'm not going to lie, Berkey. I've really enjoyed watching her navigate her way through this main event, and she has got the chip lead at this feature and final table up to 14.4 million or 36 bigs, as the blinds are getting a bit big now, Berkey, to be fair. 200k, 400k with a 400k big blind ante, as it looks like Wang Fei Chen is going to fold from the small blind, and Patrick's just going to get a walk from the big.
Yeah, it's crunch time in the tournament. The big blinds have to start going down eventually, and this is where power poker really starts coming into it.
Good call.
With the big stack, and you're going to start putting max pressure on, and there's some people that can do that really well, and Ling seems to be one of them so far. No bigger than that call we were going to talk back on at the Ace Queen versus Edwin.
Sure.
That she made the snap call with tens and held, and that really put her in a position to be here fighting for that large 105k first prize.
Good call. MSP's coming in saying, when is the Sydney Millions, or when is that? I believe it's in November, but you can check it all out on kingsroom.com.au, and to be fair, Mark Liddell will come in and tell you exactly what the dates will be and where it will be held and how long and what the anticipated series estimate would be.
I hope he picks up his phone. He's out there just perusing the floor. But the good thing about Mark Liddell, and this is something I love about an owner, he's very hands-on.
Yeah,
he gets his hands dirty. He gets in the scrum.
Yep.
And he really puts his hand and his imprint on the product here, and it shows through when he said, it's a premium poker room. It is actually a premium poker room.
Yeah.
You can actually see it in the amount of money they're pumped into this stream, and the staff that they got on board, and it's just always just a huge shout out to the staff. These events can't happen without the quality of staff that comes through,
which is the engine really of the
big
product.
Engine. And we can't sit here and commentate on the quality unless the 6 months of pre-work put into these events go through. So we're just sitting here trying to produce the best thing that they've got. They've put all the effort into it, and hats off to them.
Have a look at Ling's chip stack here. That's a very...
She's completing the wall.
Yeah, she's completing the building's kind of like a side wall and a front wall, capped off by a bit of tiger balm there, I think, next to those 25k
Did we actually figure
chips.
out, is it tiger balm?
I'm almost certain it is, as I have a couple of people joining us. Meta World Baby 24. Sup, guys? Sup. Meta World Baby 24. And
look at this.
Ivan saying the new feature table design is sick. I totally agree. As the flop comes down, Ace 7 Queen, 2 diamonds. Stev has picked up bottom pair, and Ling has picked up nut pair with a pair of aces. Stev needs to play a little bit of catch up, needs to find a king or a7 on the turn or the river. He can also hit some backdoor hearts or some cards to make a straight, but he needs to get there first. As you see a check from the big blind.
Comes out with a bet of 900,000, I believe. 2 of those magenta chips and 4 of those white 100k chips. There's a prime spot here for Ling. She's got a commanding lead so far, equity-wise, in this hand. She's got the top pair, the backdoor flush draw, and she's going to just make this call. So this pot inflating massively, and these are the 2 big stacks going at this here. So, I mean, we're going to a turn with a huge 4 million pot.
Turn card brings in the blank of all blanks, the 4 of spades on the turn. Forget about the graphic in the bottom right-hand corner. It's the 4 of spades, not the 4 of diamonds. So a little bit of a technical glitch there with that particular card. It is the 4 of spades. Don't get mistaken. 4 of diamonds did not peel off. So
we get the check here from Ling, which is good deception here. It might allow Stev to have another fire at this.
And he is too. He's going to pick up some of those magenta chips, and he's going for the full whack, it looks like.
4 million. When you're saying 4 million, 4.4 million. That's huge. That's massive pressure here on Ling. Now look at this. Look at this pot inflating here. Now, pressure is back on Ling here. She's got top pair. Now, forget the graphics. That is not the flush draw she has. That is a 4 of spades. So she's sitting there just with top pair. And Stev's betting into it. So she checked for deception, but she's facing a huge bet here. And look at this. Absolutely.
And she's going to make a call.
Wow,
so this is a big
huge pot.
So the pot now up to 13 million, as the river card will be dealt out shortly. Just be mindful, the graphic in the bottom right-hand corner is not correct at the moment. It was the 4 of spades on the turn, not the 4 of diamonds, as Berkey and I have both alluded to. Here comes the river, brings in what appears to
10
be
of clubs.
a 10 of clubs. It could also be the 9. No, it could be the 10 of clubs, because there's a pip at the top there, Berkey, not the pip in the middle.
So the graphics haven't caught up here. Ling does still have the check mark, if that is the 10 of clubs, which I believe it is. But
Yep.
this pot is already at 13 million chips. So whoever wins this is going to be the chip leader now.
And a commanding one at that too, just quietly.
Commanding. So what do you do here, Ling? You get the check. Is that going to allow Stav to, I mean, he's going to have to...
Steph going to go for a 3-barreler here and maybe try and barrel off, and he does.
He
He's moved
did.
it all in. There it is, voiced. And Ling's got to make... Has got a huge call to make here for 3.9 million in a massive
Now,
pot.
you-
Absolutely huge.
You've got top pair here, but it feels so vulnerable in this.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, I think she's getting the right price here to call.
Yeah.
It's 3 million to call. So it's effectively 4 million to call into a 17 million pot. I think even, I think she has to make the call here. And if she does, it'd be an incredible call. And she would be absolutely dominant chip leader if she gets this. But
So just confirmation for the people who are watching this at home. The 4 of spades peeled on the turn. The 10 of clubs is the river card. So forget about the board you can see in the bottom right-hand corner. The board is ace, queen, 7 with 2 diamonds, the 4 of spades on the turn, and the 10 of clubs at the river. And Ling Lu is facing an all-in jam from
Oh,
Steph.
she
And
made- oh, no,
she,
oh.
no, she hasn't.
Oh,
Hold on a
sorry.
second. Has she made the call here? I'm
no,
not quite sure.
she
She's
put the
chucked
brown
the
chips.
brown chips. The
Sorry,
time
that was a bit of a psych out on our part.
Yeah.
Oh,
So she's putting the time chips. She's going to go in the tank here,
wow. This was,
facing a bet of 3.9 million to
I know
call.
I know you're getting the odds, and I know the odds say you have to call, but being put in that position for
Tell
this,
you what, though, you
it's
you have to tip your
immense
hat.
pressure.
To be fair, you have to tip your hat to Steph here.
Oh, he's put the max pressure on.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? He's played the hand beautifully. But I mean, if he can get the fold here, he would be commanding chip leader here. Like this is a huge dynamic change in the tournament.
Agreed. If Ling can find the call, she's going to have a huge chip stack, an absolutely massive one. It'll probably be up there at 25 million, give or take.
Look how calm Stev is on this. Like, hats off to him. He's actually gone, and he's targeting this type of hand as well.
Well, he's gone 3 full barrels here. Remember, it was check, bet 900K on the flop. It was check, bet $4.4 million on the turn. It was check, all in for 3.9. So he set up this hand from the get-go. And she
she's
does
made
make the
the
call.
call.
She's made the call, and a good call said by Stev, as Ling's going to show the ace-6. And that's going to get it
What
done.
a
And Stev is
call.
going to
Oh
be
my
eliminated in fourth. What a call.
That is an incredible call.
Wow.
Like, well played, Stev. Hats off to you, man. You went for it, which would have given you the cheap lead, but she's just sniffed it out. Incredible.
That is a phenomenal call, and obviously you can see Stev has been eliminated in fourth with his brother just standing behind the rail, which they're probably going to talk about that hand a little bit. But what a call from Ling Lu. Unbelievable. She's now got a monster
she's
stack.
building up the wall on the side as well.
That is a world-class call. I'm telling you, that is a world-class call.
That's a tournament winning call. That's a $105,000 call there if she can go on to win that.
Yep.
That is incredible.
Gee whiz. So great run there from Stev. Going out in fourth, picking up $31,290 for his efforts, and his brother has joined him all the way from Perth just to rail the main event here. So hats off to Stev, who, to be fair, went for 3 barrels there, and it was a great,
It takes
great
guts.
bluff.
It takes guts to
And
do
he
those
almost got
barrels.
through.
Oh man, it was so close.
But Ling sniffed that one out perfectly and did make the call with just a pair of aces. No kicker, and that was good enough to take down a humongous pot. Look at her chip stack now, 24,675K, 62 bigs.
Do you know what?
Wowee.
I'm telling you right now, that's why she's female player of the year. Like, that's a very, very clear aspect. So, Matt Klein comes in and goes, bit of an angle with the time chips.
No.
I disagree with that
Yeah,
massively.
I disagree too.
I don't think that was an angle. People put out their time chips so they can get maximum things without it being asked for them. That's just my point of view.
We've actually kind of seen that play where they pick up all their time chips and they go,
Yeah.
well, I'm deep in the tank, I'm chucking in some time chips.
I think it may have been on myself and Monkey a bit, as we didn't see that they were time chips she put in.
Yep.
So we may have reacted towards that, but I don't think that's anything towards
Ling Lu at
there
all. Yeah, I totally
all.
agree.
At all.
Totally agree. As Patrick So on the button finds the ace-3 offsuit. And he's going to raise it up to 800K. And have a look at Ling Lu.
Jeez.
Holy moly, she's picked up the ace-king now in hearts. Wowee. And there's a possibility here that she could get this all in against Patrick and bust another player back-to-back. So this is a crazy situation for Ling Lu. She made an unbelievable call the hand before. And she is going to put in a raise and put Patrick basically at the test.
2 million
Or to the test, I should say. Pops up and makes it 2.5 million with a 3-bet. One Fei's going to get out of the way with the Jack 5 off. Round 2, Patrick So on the button with the Ace 3. And he's got a serious decision to make too. He's down to 20 bigs or 7.8 million.
Also,
And
here's the decision you have to make. Is she just pushing me round and I'm going to have to take that, or do I have to make a stand?
well, I think he's going to try and figure out if that's the play. And it looks like he's going to jam it all in.
Oh,
Ling Lu's
the
going to
call.
snap it off.
Oh my God, what is going
Right,
on
so
here?
hold on a second. A couple of big hands back to back. Ling Lu took down an absolute monster the hand before with the A6, making an incredibly good call.
And now she's in a dominant position to knock someone out here.
Yep.
In, what is it, 3rd place?
Yeah, unbelievable. So Patrick now all in at risk after Ling Lu took down a monster. And as she's walked off, she doesn't want to see the rest of this particular hand. You can see her in the background there just walking off as the flop comes down. 9, Ace, 6. So Patrick needs to find a 3-ball and find it on the turn or the river. Otherwise, he's going to be eliminated too from Ling Lu. And she's going to take a huge commanding chip lead in this particular event, the main event. Queen of Diamonds on the turn. So just a 3 and a 3 only at the river. No good. The 6 repeats. And Ling Lu is going to take down
Wan Fei.
another player here.
Look at Wan Fei in the background, just sitting there
Wow.
watching this. He's just watching Ling just absolutely obliterate the field here.
Wan Fei.
Unreal. Look at that.
Patrick So is going to go out in 3rd for 44,000, and I don't blame Wan Fei Chen
He's
here,
absolutely-
giving Ling Lu a bit of a cuddle. He's now locked up 70 grand.
Why not? Like, he just got a 25K pay jump for her doing that. Actually, in the last 2 hands, he went from earning at least 31,000 to at least 70. That's a $39,000 pay jump just sitting there watching Ling go out.
Have a look at the chip stack here. Wowee. She might have over 30 million now. And so it looks like the table is being prepped at the moment for heads-up action. So we're probably going to go to a 5-minute break whilst they set up this final table action. It'll be Ling Lu versus Wan Fei Chen. So we'll be back here in approximately 5 minutes. Stick by us as we give you the concluding stages of the main event right here at the St. George Leagues Club.
4,100,000. Good luck to the remaining players.
So welcome back
200,000,
here to
400,000 is
the
one
main
stuff.
event, day
Big
3
line
at the
is
St.
complete
George
shot
Leagues
block,
Club, brought to you by King's Premium Poker Room in conjunction with Link Tech Australia. Ahmed Latif, the main guy here, sponsoring this stream. This is the final to the heads-up battle for all the cheese. 105,000 up top, 70,000 now locked up for second. And it's a battle between Ling Lu and Wei Fan Chen. As you can see, Ling Lu's got a huge monster chip stack now, 85 bigs, 34,100,000 after she did a double illumination in the last 2 hands, making an unbelievably good call with the ace-6 with a pair of aces against Stev, and then finding the ace-king against Patrick and busting him in the last 2 hands just before we went to break. Berkey, and I tell you what, hasn't the tides changed in this event quite a lot?
Mate, incredible. Now, if you decided to go out to dinner and then come back 10 minutes later and they're only heads up, Ling Lu has made 2 of the greatest plays, and just that call with ace high was just incredible.
Yeah, incredible.
Just
And set her up
then,
now.
And then just gets jammed into when you got ace king suited
Suited
next hand and
heart.
holds. I mean, and then you saw Juan Fei just super celebrate because he went from locking up 31,000 to locking up 7,000, 39k jump, and didn't even play a hand. So incredible. And we've also got a very, very, very special guest. in
Very
the booth there.
special.
Now,
The VVVVIP. Yeah.
our very own Mark Liddell, one of the owners here at King's Premium Poker Room, and we've brought him in because we've got a few questions to ask. Mark, how are we?
Oh, look, just dandy.
Dandy.
No, I mean, special's a little bit over the top, but no, super, super happy.
And you had some big news for the series.
Just 7 check.
We amassed a certain amount, and can you give us the final number?
Well, I'm going to say give or take 1,000. So our final number, we cracked the 2 million mark.
Oh,
so
hello.
in true Mexican style,
How good is that?
I've just got to go, ole, 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 ole. No, unbelievable. So our previous, outside of the Sydney Millions, our previous record was 1.6 mil.
Yep.
So
That's huge.
I think I've said it a couple of times now. It's all about small baby steps. This one's a little bit, maybe a couple of steps bigger than
Yeah.
what we expected. But
Yeah.
it's, no, couldn't be happier. And no, huge call out to all the players who have attended over the 2 weeks. Dealers, staff, club.
Yeah.
It's just been unbelievable.
And the action that we've had over the last few days on this. Oh, back to the action here really quick. We are heads up. We got 10-9 versus 10-6. Now, they so far are chopping the pot,
7 check.
I believe.
Yeah, at the moment.
At the moment, they've still got equity outs to hit on the river, but so far they are in a chop pot. Now, Ling Lu building that absolutely monstrous stack there.
She's got 87% of the chips in play.
The Great Wall of Ling sitting there.
Well said.
Eight on the river is ace on the river is going to get us a chop pot here, barring anyone jamming
They're
here.
actually both playing the board.
Yep, that's exactly
So
right.
there you have it.
Just 7 check.
And it's going to most likely just go check, check. And that should be all she wrote. I'd like to see Ling make a bet here at the river, but I don't think she can rep anything on this particular board. And I imagine she's just going to check back here, and they're going to chop up the pot, as you can see by the S next to their name, indicating a split pot. Otherwise, she's going to go for it, which I love. And she's going to come out and bet $1 million and take it down. There you go.
Just 7
Now,
check.
a few.
Extending that lead a little bit further, Berkey, now.
Yeah, we've had a few questions in the chat. This is why I wanted to bring you in as well. Sydney Millions, what are our dates?
So Sydney Millions, let's go back a step.
Yep.
So we still got another series prior to Sydney Millions,
Hello.
which is our signature series.
Yep.
Signature series, so which will be running during the first week in August
Okay.
3 to 16,
You beauty.
which is a little bit, I guess, events. Once again, we'll look for improvements. We'll ask for feedback from the players. We'll take some of the good things, keep it going. It'll be fairly similar to this series.
Well, you
Yep.
can you can tell by the steps you've made and the constant record breaking. You're not like amassing
Yeah,
it every
just
time.
little
but
percentages every single time.
and you're,
One
you're
step at a
building
time
up
type
one
of
at a time.
scenario.
It's been great. Like I've really enjoyed coming up
So when's
here.
that on again? The 3rd of August until
So that's
16?
August 3 to August 16.
Whereabouts?
Right here.
Right
in,
here,
right
right,
in
okay,
the
yep.
Magic. And actually prior to that, because people just can't get enough of the Kings.
Beautiful.
We've got the 2 weeks prior to that, we've got quite a big Churchill series on as well. So big shout out to Natan and the team down there from July 21 to August the 2nd.
Right, okay, there you have it.
A lot of poker coming up, isn't
At
it?
the
you
end of
just
the
go-
day,
just go
though-
Churchill straight to here.
Churchill straight to here.
Oh, hello.
Water.
You can't ask for much
you
more than
you
that.
guys are going to be very busy, is all I can say.
Fair enough. Churchill, straight to here as we get
At
back
the end
to
of the day, though, there is the big build-up, as you guys have mentioned, for our Sydney Millions.
Yep.
The Sydney Million dates are locked in,
Yeah.
October 19 to November 2.
There you have it.
We
Heard
do
first, right,
expect a huge increase from last year.
Where-
So right throughout the year, during the 12 months, we do give our major event winners
Yep.
Sydney Million tickets, which are worth $2,000 each. Having said that, we've also run a number of satellites, both here and Churchill's, for the series.
Mm-hmm.
We're currently sitting at 84 people have already qualified for our Sydney Millions main event.
That's insane.
84.
So
Card hasn't been dealt with.
84,
What's the
hasn't,
mo-
so we're already up to price pool. Let's call it 160,000. It's already sitting there, and it's going to climb rapidly. So that's exciting.
How many tickets are you giving away for this particular main event into that
So
Sydney Millions?
this particular event, so we've got the top 4 place getters. They're getting the.
Hold on a second. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. This could be the
No,
end of
this
it.
is important.
So Wan Fei Chen has moved all in with the Queen 6 from the dealer's button, and Ling Lu has decided to call from the big blind with the Ace Deuce. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Mark, but this could be the final hand of this evening if Ling Lu's Ace Deuce of diamonds can hold 61% of equity in this particular hand. Off to the flop we go. And the flop comes down Jack 7 Deuce, so she does pick up a pair here, so she's out in the lead. Obviously, she was leading before with the Ace Deuce. Wan Fei needs to find a 6 or a Queen on the turn.
Oh,
6 of
Queen
hearts on the
finds a
turn
6.
and just binks it. Now Ling Lu needs to find an Ace or a Deuce at the river, otherwise he's going to get a full double up. And now
Oh,
finds a
Queen
Queen
six,
as well,
yeah,
so
no worries.
2 pairs Queens and 6s there for Wan Fei Chen. So now up to 20 bigs, 7.9 million in chips. I apologise for that, Mark Liddell.
No apologies required, my friend. That was exciting. I'll tell you one thing about Yufa. He's a fighter.
Yeah,
he's
100% he is.
mind you, when Ling stares you down,
Oh, man.
it's scary.
It's funny because we were actually talking about her table presence earlier and the fact that she likes having a joke with everyone until it's like serious time and then you cop it, you know, the death stare that you,
It's the smiling
Ling
assassin
stare.
that
Yeah, the
says, "Come on,
smiling stare."
come into my web." Look, that beautiful person, absolutely
Yeah, she is.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's great for the game.
Great for the
There's a lot of
game.
people that are good for the game, but she is actually great.
You know, it's
for the
also
game.
a little bit funny, well, not funny, but something that maybe the players at home aren't aware of. Her biggest score was 33,400 actually in a Kings event a few years back. So this is going to be her biggest score yet if she was to take down this event and if she even comes second. $70,000 will be her biggest score ever. So I'm kind you know, I said earlier to Berkey that I picked her when there was 18 players left to get it done. She was the only female remaining in the field, and I would have hoped that she was going to take it down. And it looks like she's in the driver's seat, especially now, up to 78 bigs. She did lose that last pop, but has still got a huge chip lead in this particular event and in a pretty good position, Berkey, to take this one down.
Yeah, very much so. And, I mean, what a call from you, Monkey.
Yeah,
You just
18 left.
Plucked
picked
it
her.
out. You picked her out. And,
Yeah.
I mean,
Seasoned
Berkey,
vet.
you told me he was a bad judge, but I'm starting to think it might be the other way around.
he's still friends with me, so of course he is.
So no talks of any deals, and if there is, we will bring that information to you. As Wan Fei does just jam the A7 offsuit.
So I'd like to
all
get
in.
back to the Sydney
Yeah,
Millions.
sorry.
Now, you had a player of the series, and you gave away tickets to that from the player of the series as well.
Apart from the main event prize pool,
Mm-hmm.
so we've also got a player of the series happening as we speak. There's still a couple of people in contention, funnily enough, playing the closing event.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we've got 11 players who are also going to. So the 87 tickets, into the Sydney Millions
many.
builds really quickly. So essentially, in this event, we're giving away 14 Sydney Million
14
tickets,
Sydney Million tickets.
which is great.
That's huge. That's 28,000 because it's 2,000 main event.
It is.
For those listening at home, it's 2,000 main event, and they're giving away 14 tickets.
Mark,
28,000's worth.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here.
Tell me, it won't be the first time
Yeah,
or last time.
what do you think the anticipated prize pool will be for the Sydney Millions? If you were to take a guess, I mean, obviously you've hit a milestone here during the Colossus series of just tipping it over to $2 million in the total prize pool. How much bigger is the Sydney Millions, and what are people at home expecting to see from you guys come that late October dates that you were referring to before?
That is absolutely putting me on the spot. But I'd say, look, at the end of the day, if we don't hit 3 million, I'll be disappointed.
Right. Okay.
And don't forget that I'm always pretty conservative by nature.
You are a very conservative person by nature.
I only play aces that are suited.
Well said. Well, I know that you will sting Berkey for at least $10,000 during that particular series.
Only
So-
10.
Only 10, yeah.
It's done with for a bit this series, but
Yeah.
no, I've really enjoyed coming up here, and I can't wait to come up during the Sydney Millions because they're big events that I like to get to.
Yeah.
We'll get back to the action here for really quick because we've got King 6 versus 7-3. Ling Lu with the 7-3, getting bottom pair. Wan Fei has the King High here with the backdoor flush and the backdoor straight draws. So I dare say we'll be seeing a turn here. Depends how much we get a bet and a call. Yep.
There's a
On
bet.
cue, we got the bet of 500,000, I believe, which is just over one big blind. Wan Fei here. Many a backdoors, heads up.
I think he should.
King High can be good a lot of the time. I would like to see a call here.
Yeah, he should be peeling off here, and he does. So he flicks in a couple of those magenta 250k chips. So off to the turn we go. Can he find a king or a 6 on the turn? No, he can't. So the 8 of spades peels off, and Ling Lu's actually now picked up a flush draw to go along with their bottom pair on the flop. And Wan Fei is going to check first to act. And action back around on to Ling Lu with a huge chip stack, 31,150,000, 78 bigs, and also 2.2 million in this particular pot. This is hand number 70 of the final table. And I'd imagine she's going to come in with a pretty sizable bet here. And she, look at that, just whacks it.
4
for
million. I think that's
what
4
looks to be,
million.
no, she's just going to whack it
Oh,
for 30
yeah,
million.
yeah.
And
Well played.
Wan
She's
Fei
just
has to get out of the way.
putting max pressure on here, which is good. Ling just absolutely in her element at the moment.
Now, Liddell, I don't know if you know, but we had Edwin in before, Edwin Chu, and what a gentleman.
Absolute
What a
legend of a
gentleman.
guy. So
Honestly.
I was having a chat to him before, and I said, "So, what do you do to improve your poker?" And he
Yeah.
said, "I just don't do anything. I just go for it."
He does.
and that
He
just
said that to us.
typified.
Yeah.
His personality on and off the table are two different things. He's an absolute shark on the
Yeah, just
table.
a menace.
And then
yeah.
as soon as he stands up and turns around, he's this little teddy bear that
Yeah,
is
it's
happy
so
to talk to you with a
true.
nice little
It's so
smile.
true. A little
Then
bit
he gets
shy.
and then he gets to the table and he's like, I'm just going to absolutely gun
Yeah.
for you. It's amazing the personality changes when he gets to the table, isn't it?
He's obviously meant to be on the felt.
100%. And then he taps me on the shoulder and he said, "Do you know what, Mark? I love heads up. Multiplay's not for me. So I want heads up."
Oh, I love that as Wan Fei decided to limp in from the button. So back round to Ling Lu. Obviously in heads up poker, the button will act first. And Wan Fei's decided to convert this hand into a little bit of a camouflaged play by just limping in on the button with the ace-jack offsuit. Ling Lu with the jack-3 of clubs is going to check her option.
Sniffs it out, absolutely. Doesn't
So-
put the raise in.
Off to the flop. Can Ling Lu find a couple of threes or clubs and potentially end this event? We'll find out shortly. As the flop comes down, Queen 3-10. And so Ling Lu is actually flopped, or out-flopped, I should say, Wan Fei Chen, who has got nothing much more than a gut shot to make the straight and an ace ball. So 7 outs, as Ling Lu did hit bottom pair. So it's going to go check, check. He brings a
Oh,
turn. And have a
geez.
look at that for a turn card there, Berkey. The King of Diamonds. What a gin card for Wan Fei, picking up the nut straight on the turn. Ling Lu needs to find one of the 3 remaining aces to chop this pot with the nut straight, but Wan Fei obviously licking his chops a little bit here as he's turned the absolute stone cold nuts. And he's going to bet out 2 million, or 1 million, I should say, pardon me. And Ling Lu's got a decision to make with bottom pair and the up and down draw. Burke?
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is,
She does.
She is going to make the call here only because she's got the bottom pair with the open-ended straight draw. But I think the
Not-
flat pre-flop has not inflated the pot enough to where Wan Fei can to do some real damage against her.
Totally agree. Now the repeat 10, I should say, comes in at the river. And Ling's going to check from the big blind, first act after the flop. And Wan Fei's going to just jam it in her face for 5.4 million. So she's going to see if she can sniff it out. And hopefully for her, she can make the fold.
I'll
She
tell you
is
what.
miles behind.
She has made so many right calls on this final table.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's been unreal.
Honestly, Mark, you had to see this hand before with the ace-6. It was insanely good. Like,
Stev triple-barreled, rightly so, as he was trying to target weak
was
aces
so
and stuff
good.
like that. And she sniffed it out and made a call for, what was the pot? Ended up like 27 million or something. It was
it was crazy. I think it was like,
Unreal
I think it was
size
like
pot.
a 3.8 into 17 mil. It would have been a 20 mil pot.
So the little that I know about Ling, I mean, fear is not something that's in her vocabulary at all. If she sees an opportunity, she's just going to grab it.
Yeah,
And,
great call.
Well, she's played a couple of big pots. Like she
I
held
also
against
know
Edwin.
she has put in so much effort into her game during the past 12 months.
Or you can tell.
Actually, probably the last 2 years, to be honest.
You can absolutely tell the way she's played. absolutely fearless on the felt. You can tell based on the, what do you call it, seeing it in real time. Just shows how much effort she's put into it and the calls she's made.
This just goes to show, and she does make the call here with bottom pair. And she's going to see the bad news that Wan Fei did hit that gut shot king on the turn to make the nut straight, but he did have the best hand pre. And now at the river is going to scoop another pot away from Ling Lu. So
this balances out the chips quite a bit
just
here.
a little bit,
Just a little bit, just enough to feel uncomfortable when you're Ling Lu.
Yeah, Wan Fei now up to just over 20 million, but Ling Lu still out with the lead at the moment. I think she's got just over 32 million. Now, Mark, you have to be impressed with what you guys have done here. You just have to be.
Well, I'm proud.
You're
Probably,
proud? Yep.
yeah. No, very proud. I keep on saying, do you know what? It took me a good 10 years to find a location in Sydney.
Really?
And at the end of the day, it had to be a spot where you had the right partnership.
Sure.
You're looking for parking, security,
Got tick, tick.
your tick.
Keep going, yep.
A location that we all
Yeah,
know real
tick.
estate in Sydney is
Tick.
just so hard to find.
Yep.
So, and I just feel absolutely blessed that I was able to find through St. George Leagues Club. They changed their whole management team 5 years ago.
Okay.
They had a real vision for the club. Luckily, I was part of that vision. When I say I was part of the vision, luckily the company was. And if you told me 4.5 years ago we'd be where we are today, righto, come on.
Settle down.
I was going to say something else, but I'm on there.
You want to say settle down, pal.
100%.
As we get back to the action. So there are the chip stacks in the top left-hand corner. I believe that they might be slightly off, so just don't pay too much attention to chip stacks up there. I think that last pot was a little bit bigger than that, Berkey. I know I might be incorrect,
5,
but
10, 11, 12, 12, 14. Oh, no, to be close.
pretty close, right?
Yeah.
good.
I'd say,
Right on the money.
very close.
Fair enough. So
That's 1.2, almost 1.4.
You're not doubting the quality of my floor stuff,
no,
are you?
definitely not. Definitely not.
That wasn't me there. You'll note it. You'll be able to hear it and listen to that back. That was definitely not me.
There should be. Yeah, no, I've got confirmation. It's absolutely spot on. So don't worry about what I'm talking
No,
about.
Matty, we never questioned you down there. Taiwanese Chef Australia has gone Jack high call. It wasn't a Jack high call.
No,
she had the bottom pair of threes.
Yeah.
It was definitely a bluff catcher. It just turned out not to be a bluff.
As she's now picked up the pocket tens that she won a huge pot off against Edward Chu.
Yeah.
Pocket tens versus the ace queen that really set her up to basically take down this event if she goes on to win it. To be fair, it was a monster pot. Ace queen of diamonds jammed all in from the small blind. That was Edward Chu, and she snapped it off with the tens and held.
It was the difference
In a
between being
huge
knocked
pot.
out of the tournament
Yep.
and being commanding chip lead. That's how at the
True.
time how big it was.
Wow.
And it was an absolute coin flip. It was tens versus ace queen, and
it was
the jam with ace queen in the small blind.
It was also a 90k flip, remember? Because she could have been out in seventh or whatever it might have been, and now she's contending for 105k. So it was basically a 90k effective flip.
Seventh, I think it was seventh.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that was just a huge, it just set her up beautifully. As a little bit of a rail is being gathered there in the top right-hand corner. Obviously, some players that were
So you've
playing
got
out
Ling's partner, Justin, there in the white cap.
right, okay, there we go.
Yep, there we go.
So there you go. He's. I saw his face when she made the previous call. He's
Ah.
gone, oh my God, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And her look back at him said, I'm doing better than you, Jim.
He's a player?
He's very much a player.
Yep.
They both are very accomplished. Very much a power couple there.
Yeah,
That's
very, very
awesome.
good. He's already counting, what is it, Vegas and the Mirage?
Imagine, yeah, Vegas and the Mirage. How good is that? Thank you very much. Mark's going to just duck out, I should say, for a small period of time. He just needs to attend to some management stuff out there on the floor. There are other events obviously going on out on the floor. So Mark's just going to duck out and handle that as we get back to the main event, day 3. A heads-up battle between Ling Lu and Wan Fei Chen. Wan Fei Chen actually came in here with only 13% of the chips in play.
Have you done any
And-
research on Wan Fei and his?
Not really. I might leave that to you,
Yeah,
Berkey.
I'm just gonna have a look on the Hendon mob and see what we're working with here. I'd like to see what his biggest cash is to date.
Yep. As Wan Fei does pick up the natural 9, the Queen 9 offsuit on the button. And he's got Ling Lu actually covered here with the Queen 5. So we could see some fireworks if The board comes out with the queen. Remember, this is heads up poker. And it looks like Ling is thinking about making a call here. And she doesn't. She's going to just check back the option. So Wan Fei deciding just to limp in from the button, and she's going to check back her option. Here comes the flop. It comes a couple of fours and a king. And as you can see up on the top of the screen, there's 22 outs here, but that's not actually 22 outs. It's just chop outs. So Ling needs to find a 5-ball or running hearts. It's going to go check. The queen, if it was to drop, they would have queens. And there's the 5 on the turn. So running pure, all of a sudden up to 93% equity in this hand. Finding the 3 out 5 on the turn. Now Wan Fei needs to play a bit of catch up and find a 3-outer for himself at the river with a 9 if it gets there. So let's see if Ling Lu can bet this 5 on the turn. Almost certainly she has the best hand, and she's going to bet at just 500k. And try and entice Wan Fei to come along with the queen high. And he does flick in a call. So off to the river we go. Can Wan Fei pick up a 9 at the river?
Oh my God,
what a card.
Pick up the 9.
Gee whiz. Talk about an unbelievable
That's such a
turn
sick run out,
and
isn't
river.
it? Yeah.
So Ling Lu there, finding the 5 on the turn and the resuck out from Wan Fei, who's now got a check mark next to his name, finding 9s and 4s, using the king on the board as the kicker. Ling actually outdrew on the turn with the 5, but then the 3 out of 9. So it was a 3 out of 5 on the turn, Burke, and then a 3 out of 9 at the river. Doesn't happen very often.
Him as well. 1.25 million. Gets the
And
snap
she's going to
call.
get snap called, and Wan Fei's going to show the queen 9 and take down a few more chips from Ling. So Ling bleeding a little bit, to be fair, Berkey. I don't want to sound like I'm
Starting
biased.
to balancing it out a little bit. Now, I've got the stats here on Wan Fei Chen. Now, his career live earnings,
Okay.
Rally on that river.
34,000.
Like no 9x.
Right.
His biggest cash was 9,000 at the Sydney Champs event, $450 event. He came second.
Right.
So his
okay.
biggest cash ever is 9,500. That's AUD. So he has now surpassed his biggest cash ever.
Like 8x if he comes second. 8x.
He's almost doubling his career lifetime earnings here.
Unbelievable. That's a
So
story in itself,
that's
really.
a story in itself. That is. I love seeing that from.
Yeah, me
play.
too.
Like I do. I mean, don't get me wrong. Watching regs and stuff, and that get up and
Yeah,
you can
serial
see there.
crushers. They've got 8 million in tournament earnings and stuff like that,
He's-
taking down 100k.
He's got
but
34,500 in lifetime earnings,
yeah,
which would be about what 50,000 AUD, roughly.
yeah, give or take.
Give or take. Let's just
Yep.
say 50 for argument's sakes. And now he's about to at least get 70,000 here. And I'll tell you what, he's putting up a solid fight here to balance out this thing with Lee.
He's
Like
only
Lee,
6
he's,
mil-
he's
he's-
definitely in for the fight.
He's only 6 million behind. There's only a 2-1 chip lead here at the moment. And you got to remember, Ling Lu came to this heads-up battle with 87% of the chips in play. So it was 87 to 13%, obviously, in this heads-up battle. Basically an 8-1 lead. Yep, as Berkey needs to duck out for a second, I'm going to call this action. As we're getting back to the heads-up battle between Ling Lu and Wan Fei Chen. Wan Fei chipping back at that chip lead of Ling Lu, up to now 34 bigs or 16.8 million in chips. And he's going to find the King 10. He had the King 10 last hand, but didn't get any action. And he's going to pop, he's just going to limp in from the button with the King 10. He's going to deceitfully play this hand as well, as Ling Lu in the big blind finds the 4 deuce off. And I'd imagine she's just going to check back the option and see a flop. And she does. There it is. As Mark Liddell comes in again, as Ling Lu is going to actually outflop the King 10 here, finding bottom pair on the flop here of deuce 3-7. She's going to check the bottom pair and see if Wan Fei will bet this flop. He doesn't. He's going to check back. The turn card brings in the 8 of diamonds, so no help to Wan Fei for the time being, as Mark Liddell is finding the headset, which you might be able to hear down your down the stream. He's trying to extend it out. It's fine, Mark. Go nuts. Repeat 8 at the river. So Ling's going to get the check mark next to her name with 8s and deuces. She's going to check, and I imagine Wan Fei is going to check behind, and he does. The King 10's not going to be good enough to take this pot down, and Ling's going to pick up an extra 500k in a relatively simple hand there, as we join We're joined again by Mark Liddell, one of the owners here at the King's Premium Poker Room, and going to continue that conversation we were just having before with Mark, as Berkey actually joins us back in the com booth too. Mark, it's you always get called off. You're a man of, every single trade here, mate. I wouldn't be surprised if you were bumping in the tables, bumping them out. You do the merchandise stand.
Surprised. I
And
expect it now. I've seen what he can do.
It could be him in the Humphrey B. Bear suit.
Danny Maguire. Danny Maguire doing everything.
He's
Yeah.
basically, he does every part of it here. I wouldn't be surprised if I
love
came
being
in.
hands-on. I don't want to ask anything of the staff that I'm not prepared to do. So,
And that's a
So-
great quality to have, and that's
Yeah,
why the staff
absolutely.
follow you to many places, and
Yeah.
and you look after them, and they're
Spot on, Burke.
100%. Like you've got to
Couldn't
be
agree with
well
you more.
looked after. So I mean, the staff are happy doing what they do here. They're happy to work for you and with you and do all the stuff, and it makes for a good series.
the reality is, without them, I've got nothing, right? So,
Very true. We did make that comment before. They are the engine that drives this product that you're obviously very proud of, and you should be, because it is absolutely outstanding. As Wei Fan Chen is going to get outdrawn again from Ling Lu. He did elect to, Ling Lu decided to limp in from the button with the Queen 8, and Wan Fei, who did pick up an ace offsuit with the 6, decided not to make a raise, and the flop has come down King, King, Queen. So Ling Lu now out with the lead and 82% equity in this particular hand. Wan Fei does have backdoor clubs working for him, and also any ace, which you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. 3 outs, and Ling Lu's going to bet her best hand at the moment for a bet of $1 million. Ricky?
Yeah, I know. I do like the bet.
Two
here.
bigs?
Nah, I do like the bet here. Wan Fei definitely can be floating here with the ace high.
And he
Ace high
should.
heads up is good a lot of the time.
Especially on this board too,
yeah.
Burke. And here comes the turn. It brings in the 7 of hearts. No help so far to Wan Fei, who still probably believes his ace high is going to be good the majority of the time against Ling Lu on this particular board texture.
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
King, King, Queen 7.
Absolutely, ace high heads up is very under repped. How many times it is actually
Love this from Ling. She's
very
going to
good
check back the turn, and he brings in the river. It's another repeat king, so full house for Ling Lu, and actually a very dangerous card for Wan Fei, who's got nut no pair on this particular board of 3 kings, Queen 7. So he could actually call down at the river here if it goes check bet from Ling. He could actually call here with ace high, and I'd probably make the same call. He's going to actually not even do that. He's going to lead out.
That check on the turn from Ling was
Yeah,
incredible.
huge, amazingly good. And it looks like Wan Fei is going to bet 1.4 million, and Ling Lu, I would imagine, is going to put in, probably just click it back.
I don't like the click. I like going for a little bit larger sizing.
Okay.
If someone's betting out, if someone's checked, check called, check, and then bet out, they've got some part of it. Ace high is considered some part of it when it's heads up. So when they're betting out, I like going for a little bit larger sizing.
And it looks like she's going to make it 4 million. So yeah,
A little
good
bit
by
larger,
you.
yeah, a little bit larger sizing, but
Well played,
it's not
Dirk.
getting the fold. And nice hand there from Ling. Well played.
Just quietly, Mark, have a look at that trophy. Hello. That works.
do you know what I think when I look at the trophy, apart from how beautiful it looks?
You go.
Oh my God, how heavy is that thing?
Oh,
So,
they're incredibly heavy, aren't they?
so if anyone causes any problems in the room, we go, listen.
Yeah, I've got a massive trophy here. I can hit over your
trophy, I
head.
could use
Yeah.
No, they shout out to Robin Newcastle. I mean, he really takes so much pride in these trophies.
They are
I'm
spectacular.
amazed how many of the different tournaments, when the heads up, at the discussion and the bartering
That goes through in it,
that goes
yeah.
through, because
Yeah.
I want to take that trophy.
Yeah.
That trophy is worth, say,
X amount of dollars,
X
yep.
amount of dollars.
Yep.
No, these guys, it's worth thousands.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. They want it up on the mantelpiece. I mean, if I could, I'd just strap it to the front of my car and drive around with it. It is an absolute beauty.
Now, for those joining us, I know there'd be a few late nighters coming in here. There is no deal being done. These guys are playing this out. So they are playing for the $105,000 top prize and that trophy and the Sydney Millions tickets. Plenty to play for. Now, we were just having a look. You weren't here for this. I looked up Wan Fei's Hendon Mob.
Yeah, this is a good story, Mark. You missed this. Go
Now-
ahead, Burke.
His lifetime earnings is $34,000.
Lifetime.
Lifetime earnings. His biggest cash, he played a $450 event at the Star and cash for $9,500.
So you just saw the way that he was buzzing when he got those two.
Oh,
yeah,
payouts
oh,
that
yeah,
you were
yeah.
talking
Well,
about.
that's what made
do
me.
you know
yeah,
what? I've
that's what
just
made
doubled
me-
my
yeah.
end mob.
That's what made me want to have a look at it. And I love stories like that. Don't get me wrong, we like seeing
The
the big
best.
names and the crushes on there and their lifetime earnings and stuff like that. But seeing an underdog story.
Ooh.
Oh, hold on a second.
Hold on one
Yeah.
second. So Ling Lu on the buttons decided to limp in with the 6-5 unsuited connector, and Wan Fei in a heads-up battle has found the pocket kings. There is a question coming in from user saying, is this 105k up top in USD or AUD? It's in AUD, Australian dollars. Nonetheless, a massive score. 6-figure score for whoever can take this bad boy down, as Wan Fei is going to pop it up and make it 1.3 million to go with the pocket cowboys, and Ling Lu facing a raise here of 750k, and she has elected to make the call. So off to the flop we go, Burke.
Yep, absolutely. Ling Lu way behind here, but man, heads up poker can create some wild stories, can't it? So we're going to go to the flop. We're going to get ace 10-5. Now, this board texture is going to be very interesting for a few reasons. Wan Fei, every time you have kings, it feels like an ace comes out.
True story.
For one of those. And Ling ends up getting bottom pair, which she won't be going anywhere on this thing.
Yeah,
So-
Ling should probably be checking this back here and seeing if she can pick up a 6 or a 5 on the turn. Obviously, you can see Wan Fei has got the backdoor diamonds draw. She does check it. I like this play from Ling. See if she can find it. And the ace of clubs on the turn is a big card for Wan Fei, who almost certainly now knows that his kings are good. There's less combos of aces in Ling's range. So the king should be good here. A huge percentage of the time, as indicated in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, 95% equity in this particular hand. And Wan Fei is going to come out with a bet of 1.5 mil. And I wouldn't be surprised if Ling Lu decides to call here and peel for the river. She needs to find one of the 2 remaining 5s to outdraw the kings if she does make the call here on the turn, Berkey.
Yep, absolutely. Any pair in Hold'em is hard to get. Any pair is hard to flop. And especially heads up, any pair is actually usually pretty good here. Now, she's going to make the call here for 1.5 million. So we've got a bit of an inflated pot here, which is good. We're going to go see the river here, which is going to give us...
5. She doesn't have a look at that card for Wan Fei, making a book now.
If you didn't think he was good before, he definitely thinks he's good now.
Look at
How do
his
you play this, though?
composure. He's
Yeah, I know.
actually-
It doesn't.
You would, yeah, you
it's
wouldn't
so,
have.
It's
You
so
wouldn't have
funny
picked-
you bring that up, Mark. If you looked at his face, the king hits, and there wasn't a twitch on his face.
He's alive, right?
Yeah. Well, he looks like he's a mime, a professional mime. He did not flinch
he
at all
really-
after
it's
making a
impressive.
huge full house at the river, kings full of aces in a heads-up battle, and it looks like he's going to put in a huge bet at the river. Those pink chips are worth 250k. The white chips are worth 100k. So this is a very sizable bet.
I personally would have preferred the jam. Only because you
Polarizing the range a little
want
bit.
to be polarizing the range a bit. This bet screams I've got massive hand and I want to call. So 4.4 million into that. It's just under a pot size bet. I would have preferred the jam. That's just me. But let's see if you can get the call here from Ling.
Ling deep into the tank at the moment. She's in a very similar situation, believe it or not, as the hand a few hands ago with the Jack 3.
Oh yeah, that was a very interesting
Yeah,
hand. Heads up.
similar situation. She does have bottom pair. She does get away from it this time. So good fold there from Ling Lu.
I feel like she would have had a better chance of getting a call if she went for the jam. You got to polarize your range, especially heads up, and you know you're trying to get people off. I like the massive oversized jams. And it's very interesting. But we got Kiwi Bird Special in the chat saying, actually answering a question. Any idea how long these guys have been playing for this tournament for? This is day 3 of the main event at the King's Premier Poker Room here at St. George Leagues Club in Cogra, I believe, yes.
It is Cogra, and you
Yeah.
even pronounced it properly, so it's great.
Yeah.
I'm really interested, Berkey. So, in a man of your esteemed,
Esteemed.
poker experience, heads up.
Mm-hmm.
So you start off, you've got a 90% lead, 90-10, whatever it is, 95. This is massive, right?
Yes, massive lead.
But we also know how the swings happen so quickly in the heads up.
It's
Psychologically, this is actually quite tough when you see the other person coming back.
Very much so. If you've got such a commanding lead going into it, it is very tough when they start getting it back. We're going to go see the action here really quick. We've got King 9 versus Queen Jack of Ling, and the King comes out, King 3 Deuce Badoogie, which means there's no suited cards there. Ling Lu is actually in a lot of trouble here. One Fei Chen way out in front here with the King 9. Option is going to be on Ling. Is he going to trick this up? Maybe. There's many ways he can play it. It's heads up is like a very unexplored way. A lot of people don't do much study on heads up because it's not often you get down to heads up playing a tournament. So a lot of people neglect it, the study, and then when they get down to it, they don't know how to play it because it's a very, very different feel.
And the reality is they're playing for $35,000,
yeah,
right?
and the most amount of money you're going to play for in a tournament is this spot.
Great point.
But so we do get the bet for Wan Fei, and we do get the call from Ling. Now, there is a jack on the turn, which is not good for Ling at all. She's going to think that if he doesn't have the king and she's made the call, second pair here, a lot of the time, is going to be very good. I think it's a very good check there from Ling. Wan Fei, I believe, should be coming out for a much bigger size, but he is going to make a check here. We're going to get the 9 on the river, which is going to give him 2 pairs. He's going to be much more confident with this. But having top pair on any board, especially this texture, is going to be good a lot of the time. Now, Ling, with that check, may think she's good, don't want to bet into it, but Wan Fei, I feel like he missed a trick on the turn there to make that bet, regardless of seeing the cards. You've still got to build the pot for when you've got the biggest hands possible. So he's going to make a bet now. I dare say he's going to make a bet. He's going to get a call from Ling with second pair here. But I think this pot could have been a lot larger for him. And as spoke, the bet, the call, and a few more chips going back in Wan Fei's direction here. So trying to even it out a bit. It's
The amateur player in me, though,
yeah,
is saying you didn't like the check on the turn? I loved it.
No, I don't like the check on the turn at all.
Yes, how good's this? Let's have an argument.
You know what, Mark? You win.
Yeah, you win. All right. So
what I'm saying is, the
he made a good
story
check
that he
on
was
this.
telling, right, he's saying, okay, why is he checking the turn? Because I don't have the king.
Yeah, I agree with that too,
Right,
but you're
tell
trying
me.
to build pots also. So the whole point is you're trying to get the people to call in. Now, Ling was clearly there with a hand. She had something. She made the call on the flop. I like the continuation of a turn bet. It doesn't have to be a big one. It just has to be able to build the pot enough to where your SPR is close enough to 1 to be able to get big hands to be able to call light when you make your jams.
That's why this is. I'm actually getting coached here in that tournament. It's actually. No, and the reason I say that is, so as soon as they revealed the hand, Ling actually said to him, I can't believe you checked the turn.
Right, there you go.
So,
Yeah.
Which was really interesting. So
I'm
she was
also
really
not-
confused by the story there. So
I'm also
why
not
I
telling
asked.
you I'm right. I'm just telling you my thoughts on that.
Ling Lu's going to limp in from the button with a Jack 10 off, and Wan Fei Chen has now picked up the 7-8 of
But look
Pile Suit, I should
look
say.
how even these stacks are now.
Yeah.
Just quietly.
And only 6 bigs
Psychologically,
difference.
it's quite big.
So Wan Fei is cutting out a few chips as he flops. Not much here, just 8 high, and Ling Lu, I'd love to see make a continuation bet on this board of 663, but I'd imagine she might check it back. She hasn't shown any aggression in this hand, so she does check it back. Here comes the turn, brings in the 7, so pair now for Wan Fei, taking the lead away from Ling Lu, who was in front with the Jack 10 high on this particular board, and Wan Fei also picking up the diamonds draw on the turn to go along with that pair, so picking up a ton of outs. And it's going to go check on the turn. Can Ling Lu find an offsuit Jack or 10 at the river?
dear.
No. And have a look at this river card. Running 7s to make a full house. It's completely camouflaged in this particular hand, Berkey.
Oh, absolutely it is. Wan Fei actually just hoping that Ling's got some sort of high card or something here. He's got to make a small bet. I don't see Ling calling at all.
No, she can't call with Jack high.
But the thing is, we're talking about these hands and the dynamics and how different people would play different things. Now, it doesn't matter how much of a constant professional you are. When you get in a position when you're going for your biggest score ever, which both these guys are, and you had such a commanding lead for Ling. Now, we can keep talking about professionals, but it's got to get to you eventually, especially the mindset of being playing for 3 days straight in this event. Everyone's tired. Everyone's getting to the end of it. We're playing for such large money, and you had an 87% chip, 87% of the chips in play. So it's got to be psychologically doing something for her. Like, I think she's getting a bit more gun shy than she usually is.
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty fair call. They are approaching 7 hours of play. They came back today at 5. It's 2 minutes to midnight here, local time in New South Wales at the St George Leagues Club. And for those people just joining us, approaching those night hours, I should say, just joining us at midnight on Monday night, this is the King's Premium Poker Room main event, day 3, also known as their Colossus main event at the St George Leagues Club. Record-breaking prize pool here of $512,200, and they are playing for $105,000 up top, the trophy, and a ticket into the Sydney Millions. And second's going to lock up $70,000, whoever that might be. There was no talks so far of any ICM deals, and if they do make a deal, we'll bring that information to you, as there's obviously a call from Juan Fei on the button, first to act in heads-up poker. He just decided to limp in. He's going to check from the big blind with the 9-2 off. The board comes down King 10-3. So Juan Fei does pick up the up and down draw. Ling Lu doesn't have much of it. Then a hope and a dream. And Juan Fei is going to bet out and almost certainly take down the pot, which he does, as Ling Lu does find the muck with the 9 deuce of diamonds.
Now, as you alluded to, which is great, they broke the record prize pool, $512,200. They broke it by roughly about 50,000. Now, there's a difference between breaking a records and hitting milestones. Now, to me, when you can go advertise a tournament, you've hit $500,000. That's just an incredible feeling, and it should be to you, Mark, because you guys have done a great job.
Look, we're pretty careful, once again, conservative. So I honestly felt, so we estimated the prize pool for this series to be at $1.5 million. I honestly thought we'd get about the 1.7, 1.8 mark. That's what I was hoping for. So obviously when you overachieve that, it's a really nice thing.
Yep.
But if anyone out there thinks that I'm just going to sit on my laurels and then that's it.
You're not done yet. What are you talking about?
There's absolutely...
You'll have about 2 beers tonight before you're back at work trying to figure out how to improve the next series.
2 beers. You'll probably have just half a beer and then go out there and start working on the next schedule for sure.
No, it's already in progress.
Sorry, pardon me. Forget about the beer there. Straight in progress, as there's Olympian from Ling Lu on the button with the King 3, and Juan Fei is going to check his option from the big line with the Jack 9, and the flop comes down to King 3 deuce. So a huge flop for Ling Lu. He's now up to 98% equity, picking up top 2 pair on this board of King 3 deuce. Juan Fei is going to check. Ling Lu is going to come out with a bet. She's going to bet basically the min, 500K, or actually the min, I should say. And Juan Fei has decided to peel the flop.
Floating one here with Jack 9.
Turn card, no help at all to Juan Fei, who is now drawing dead in this particular hand. He's going to check back round to Ling Lu. I'd like to see Ling make another bet on the turn.
So this is where we're getting down to it. Is it a check for deception? This is a very similar situation that we've talked about.
It is.
No, because you can open up the door to be outdrawn with this particular hand, especially when there's been no real
I'm
aggression.
always in favour of the bet.
Yep.
I always am in favour of the bet, inducing a bigger pot when you've got the good cards and the goods.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do, though, is just, check the turn there and then like a 4 or 5 peels off at the river. Now, your King 3 is a very difficult thing to navigate on a 4-liner to the straight. So you have to be mindful of that, and it's much better just to win the pot uncontested and play the next hand, in my opinion, Berkey. But obviously there's probably some poker experts and elite poker players out there who's probably going to have a different line of thought than I do, but I much prefer just to win the pot wherever I can.
Well, this is the best part about the game, is you can analyse it from every different angle, and people can still, like we're still talking about that A7 hand earlier. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
even though we got the answer from the horse's mouth,
They still don't believe it.
that no one still believes it, because there's so many different angles you can get to on this, and
That is true.
that's the good thing about an opinion and a game, that it doesn't matter how many people say the game's solved with GTO and charts and all that stuff. You can still, the game is still boiled down to, especially in live, is tail readings, playing the player, playing the position, playing the stack sizes, all this stuff that goes into that you can't actually find on a chart.
And it's always evolving, and I'll tell you why it's always evolving, because you're always playing against different players, different strategies. Some players are field players, some players are GTO players. There's the maths of the game. You also pick up on certain things like tells during the game itself, which changes your approach to the hands and how you play them, and ranges you choose to enter pots into. So, the game is always evolving, and same with the players, and that's why it's basically, like Doyle Brunson says, the Cadillac
The
of
Cadillac.
poker, and it's relatively true.
When you can put someone at risk for their tournament life at any point in time, that's the purest form of the game.
Totally agree. Juan Fei did flop bottom pair and now has a check mark next to his name on this particular board of King 6, 4 of spades, and a Queen of diamonds on the turn, and an 8 of clubs at the river. It's going to go check, and Juan Fei is going to take another pot
Just
away
quietly.
from Ling Lu.
Look at the different styles of stacks things here. You've got all the magenta chips over here, and it looks like a very short stack. And you've got the Great Wall sitting over there, which they're very similar stacks at the moment, but they look very different.
They look totally different.
Don't they?
I'll tell you what else is totally different. So I've been watching them for the last half hour. As the stacks get closer and closer, Ling's body style, she's getting closer and closer and
Yeah.
leaning forward and
Yes.
saying,
Yeah,
I'm coming to get you.
Get in the
You have a
mindset.
look at my little buddy here. He's leaning back in his
Like,
chair.
this
Here
is
he
like,
goes.
Yeah.
here we
Ah,
go.
this
Whatever's
is easy.
going, yeah, no
Okay.
worries.
This isn't hard at all.
Good pickup from Mark Liddell. I totally agree. There's kind of that lean in from Ling Lu and that kind of laid back,
Yeah.
low riding in the seat type of look from Juan Fei, who's chasing a coveted trophy
there's
and
no-
105k.
There's no point in everyone thinks at any point they're out of the tournament, but if you go into heads up and you're commanding against a commanding chip lead, and then you somehow get it to balance later on, I mean, this is a great heads up battle.
Well, there's
And-
two bigs here. There's only
34,
essentially one like orbit of blinds
Mm-hmm.
here. Difference between the two. They are basically 50-50. You can't get much closer than this, Berkey. And so there's obviously going to be a limp in here, I should say, from Ling Lu on the button. And Juan Fei decided to check back his option, the big blind. The flop does come down 3-9-4. So Juan Fei does pick up a pair of fours, second best pair on this particular board. Ling Lu with ace high. Juan Fei is going to check from the big blind and see if Ling Lu is going to fall for the bait, which she doesn't. She's going to check it back. The jack of spades on the turn. No help to Ling Lu, who needs to play a little bit of catch up at the moment. Needs to find one of those 6 remaining outs you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, as Juan Fei is going to bet second bottom pair at the moment, pair of fours. And he's just going to bet just one big, 500k. See if he can entice Ling Lu to call the turn with just ace high, which I wouldn't falter if she decides to call. Ace high should be good here often enough, and she does decide to make the call. Don't mind this at all. Needs to find an ace or a 7 at the river. The river card brings in the 9 of spades. No help to Ling Lu. Check mark goes to Juan Fei's name, as you can see, bottom left-hand corner. He does have the best of it. He's going to check now. Can Ling Lu shoot a bullet at the river? No, she can't. And unfortunately, she's going to see the bad news again. As
So
Juan
I've got
Fei-
a question for you two, gentlemen.
Yep.
So we've got a timeout.
Have you missed
Playing
the
a
flop?
sport. You've got to have a chat with Ling.
Yep.
What are you going to say to her now?
Geez, I tell you what, it's a great question, Mark.
Because I know what I would say. That's why.
Keep your
So-
composure.
Yeah, but you're the super coach. We keep bringing you
You've
for-
played so well to get here.
Yep.
You've backed yourself the whole way.
Good call.
You actually haven't done a lot wrong the last 45 minutes.
Good point,
At
too.
the end of the day, so stay in the battle.
Yeah.
So don't get frustrated, right? Just stay focused. It'll come.
It'll come. Look,
Yeah. Just stay patient.
Just like when I was a kid, bringing some cut up oranges and turn around and get them straight back in there.
yeah. Good call from Berkey. No, I think I'd just like to say keep your composure. The game will come. It comes in, it
Ebbs and
comes in
flows.
ebbs and flows and waves. Sometimes you catch some very hot cards. Sometimes you card dead. But especially in a heads-up battle here, it's just about picking the right spot, and being in the moment.
At the same
finding that
time,
spot.
is it fair to say that her aggression level has dropped?
Oh, absolutely.
Largely.
Yeah, I believe so.
I think when now the chip stacks, have a look at Juan Fei's actually got the chip lead.
Wow.
So
Shoot 3 check.
something really for Ling psychologically is that she was, basically an 8-1 chip lead coming into this heads-up battle.
Doesn't matter if it's
and
small.
now she's
If
behind.
you're the
you know.
one that's covered and you're the one that can be at risk, it does change the gameplay sometimes.
But to be fair, I think the way that Ling has navigated the emotions around losing that chip lead, she's still showing the composure. She's still picking her spots. She's been caught in a couple of areas, Unfortunately for her, Juan Fei has picked up a couple of hands and picked up a couple of pots and so on and so forth. So you can't really fault her. She's been basically flawless in this particular heads-up battle as she picks up another 7 on the turn with a 7 deuce off. 7 deuce suited. She hits the 7 of clubs on the turn, now making 3 of a kind, and Juan Fei Chen has got the up and down, which whiffs at the river as the King of Diamonds peels off, so the up and down draw on the flop and the turn does not get there. Check mark goes to Ling Lu's name. As you can see, she's got 3 of a kind 7s with the Ace King being used on the board.
Please don't tell me you're thinking about bringing timeouts into poker.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Well, that's just
I
that's
just
coming
find
from
it
your
really
background, isn't it?
interesting. So she's actually got quite the rail there happening. And if you notice in the background, it's building. Colin Tran, one of her big supporters, has joined the. As I say that, they've all gone for a drink. But anyway.
Now, I will say
But
this.
interesting in between. I'm just wondering what they're saying to her.
Yeah, that's very.
I think the players are going to go on a very short intermission here, approximately 10 minutes, just to freshen up a little bit and come back and battle it out.
It's the oranges.
It's the oranges. There we go. You called the timeout. It happened. We get the
Come on,
oranges.
guys.
Good call from Mark
That's
Adele.
a great call there.
Hopefully, Mark can stick around, but we'll be back here in approximately 10 minutes. The players are just going to go on a quick refresher. We'll see you back here at the St. George League Club to see the concluding stages of the day 3 of the main event. We'll see you in 10.
5 minutes. Or do you want break?
Break.
Break or small break? If we're both happy to agree to get an extra 2, do everyone want an extra 2 time banks? Yeah.
Good TV.
We're even. We're even.
Righty,
So welcome back here to the main event, day 3. Heads up battle between Ling Lu
You good to go? Yep.
and Wan Fei Chen. Wan Fei, you have to give him a bit of credit. He did come into this heads up battle with only 13% of the chips in play. It was an 8-1 chip differential, and he's worked his way back up actually to the lead. So he's up to now 20,100,000. Basically, the chip stacks are identical.
And it's great to see because, you know, we
Yeah.
all like a heads up battle.
Yeah, we do.
And it's playing for the chockies. There's no ICM deal done. There's no deal done on the side.
ICM,
No, nothing. These two are playing it out.
Yeah,
They
well
want to
said.
crown a champion, which is good to see because it surprises me in a lot of ways because a lot of people when they're going for the biggest score,
Yep.
like the ICM,
Yeah, of
you know,
course,
get a bit.
of course.
It's their biggest score for both these people,
Yeah.
and second's their biggest score.
Yeah, spot on, Berkey. Couldn't have said it better myself as we see a Olympian from the button with Ling Lu with the 9-8 offsuit and Wan Fei Chen in the big blinds decided to check his option. The board comes down Queen 3 deuce, complete rainbow. Wan Fei is going to check from the big blind. Back round to Ling Lu. He's going to have a stab at the pot with the 9 high. She's going to bet out just one big or 500k and a flicking call from Wan Fei with the king high. So off to the turn we go. Can Ling find a 9 or an 8 on the turn? No, she can't. So the 6 of clubs peels off. Does bring in the straight and also backdoor clubs now, but none of the players have 4-5 or clubs for that matter. As Mark Liddell said that he would jump back in straight after the break. And I tell you what, he's a man of honour and his word is good as he's going to join us back into the commentary in just a moment as the 5 of clubs peels off at the river. So king high for Wan Fei is going to be good enough. Can Ling find a bet here now that the clubs have come in and the 4-liner to the straight too, Berkey? So I'd love to see her make a bet and see if she can take this bad boy down at the river.
Yeah, it's a very good card for her to be representing.
Yeah,
here.
definitely.
But look, I know we're having the back and forth. Is she getting a big gun shy?
Well, she can only win the pot if she makes a bluff here.
That's it.
You know, she can only win it. She can't check it back and lose. So I love
very
this.
good, very
this is
good.
phenomenal. And this is the type of
The
aggression.
the pep talk on the side.
Yeah.
The
this-
oranges, you know, they've gotten involved.
Yeah, the orange is correct. This is the type of aggression that we have seen her play previously, and I love this from Ling Lu, putting the maximum pressure back onto Wan Fei as Mark Liddell joins us back in the commentary booth. Mark, how good is this battle?
Oh, it's the best. They're just two such different styles. We've got the super relaxed, somewhat.
Keep going.
Oh, very good. Obviously, an expert commentator.
He literally had the microphone down on his neck there. You couldn't make that up. And she does bet the 1.2 million and gets it done.
No, very
so
good.
well played there from Ling Lu. And that's the aggression, Mark, that we were talking about. She's maybe changing gears a little bit. Maybe during that break, she spoke to her boyfriend and spoke to some other players. You can see Colin on the rail there.
Colin's on the rail. I know. Oh, what do we got going?
Well,
we've got the closing event.
This is on the outer tables, as you can see, courtesy of Jamie Hall, who's bringing you the footage. This is the outer event, which is the closing event.
101 runners in the closing event. That's
Down to a couple of tables too. 14 players
Can I
remaining.
tell you, it's been a party.
Yeah, what about
I believe it
It's
has been.
amazing. I made a crucial mistake when I came in. I said, the whole night's on me.
Yeah,
I said, the bar tab's
geez.
open.
Yeah, fair enough.
And trust me, they've made the most of it.
Oh, well.
Good on him. Let me tell you something. If Mark says the bar's on him, I wouldn't be surprised if that bar tab's up over $3,000 by now, Mark. Mind you, you might be able to get a little kicker back from the lovely management team and the staff here at St George Leagues Club, who obviously are amazing partners for you, Mark. I mean, they've given you prime real estate essentially right here at the St George Leagues Club and allowed you to be able to put on such an amazing tournament series.
I've got to say, I've been lucky enough to work with a lot of the boards around the country, and the St George one in terms of progressive is just quite unbelievable.
So there's been Olympian from the button from Wei Fei Chen with the 6-4 suited in hearts that has now flopped a flush draw on a 9-9 deuce board, 2 hearts.
The Nintendo, you love this hand.
I do. Ling Lu in the big blind decided to check back her option pre-flop, and Wine Fei is going to bet this flop for 500k, and that's going to get it done. As Matty Marshall did make a pretty
Look at
funny
this.
comment there in the notes.
Look at the chip count.
50-50.
50-50.
Unbelievable.
This battle is far from over. These
Having
these
said
two are
that,
one-
I've got to say, Ling, I'm watching her. She's not getting.
No, Ling's got the chip lead,
She's
actually.
very composed. Yeah, no, that's
She
right.
does.
Ling's got the chip lead, actually. Sorry. So apologies there. Not exactly 50-50. Ling's got the lead by 50 in chips. 50,000.
50,000.
What's that, a quarter of a big or something? Or?
There's just short of 40 million in play.
Ah, dearie me. It's 1/10 of a big.
Yeah, 10% of a big blind.
There you go.
Hey, a lead's a
Oh,
lead.
geez,
I'm telling
that's
you, a
too
lead
funny.
is a lead.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone in the chat. Thank you for sticking with us here at this main event here at the Colossus main event series. The 750 buy-in, 788 runners
Yep.
main event, and surpassing the $512,200 prize pool.
Yeah, record breaking. Massive. And
Yeah, it's been such a good series. And
so King 8 versus King 6 here. Obviously, a limp in from Ling Lu, pre-flop, who was on the button. And a check back from the big blind of Wan Fei. The board comes down 4-5-10, 2 hearts. So no real help to either player. Ooh, big card on the turn. Brings in the Queen of Hearts. Both of the players here have a hearts draw. Wan Fei with the bigger heart. So if a heart does peel off, I'd imagine there's probably going to be a bet call. But he's going to check on the turn when the Queen of Hearts, and Ling Lu's going to check back. So can we find a heart at the river for a bit of action? No, we can't. We can find the biggest blank ever, the Deuce of Spades. So let's see if Wan Fei decides to make a bet or play at this board. And if he does, I'd imagine that it's going to get done. And he does. He's going to bet out, looks like a little bit more than the min.
700 maybe?
Yeah, 700. Great call from you, Berkey. So Ling Lu looking at a king high call, which is going to be no good here, as the 8 kicker in Wan Fei's hand will play. King Queen 10 8-5 does beat the King Queen 10 6-5 for the best 5 card combination. And she's going to make the call. She's going to see the bad news. No chops. Unfortunately, King 8's going to get it done. Pipped, as we like to call that one, Berkey.
Yeah, absolutely pipped. 8 plays. It's very unfortunate there. I think it's a standard call there from Ling. No need to get too aggressive. But King High can be good heads up a lot of the time, especially with a lot of checks during the hand. And Wan Fei actually gets maximum value out of that, I think. So he's playing very well in this circumstances. And as we're alluding to before, and for those who are joining us, this is, even for second place, going to be both these guys' biggest score.
Yeah, good point.
So Wan Fei has a total AUD earnings, lifetime earnings of 50,000. So at least the 70 is going to at least double it and some. And Ling, you said, was
33,400.
her biggest cash.
Yeah, in AUD.
In AUD.
Yeah.
And that was here at the King's Room, wasn't it?
Yeah, a King's event that you put on.
So Ling's been a
Couple of
long
years
time
ago.
supporter of the King's Room, played at Churchill's many a time, been at St. George right from the inception.
Might be somebody you want to put a patch on.
Are you
Potentially.
trying to drop a hint there?
A little bit. If she's been part of the furniture and she's got a chance.
No,
of
she
being-
really, she's
She's just amazing, yeah.
great person, great supporter.
Yeah.
Someone that we regularly get feedback from as to how to improve.
So Ling's got to check back from the big blind here with the King 4. It's King 4 versus the Queen 4. So Ling out with an equity advantage in this flop as they both flop a 4. Right.
Right.
So here we go. You could see a little bit of action here. It's going to go check. Wan Fei is going to check behind for a bit of deception. The ace on the turn. Most likely not in any of their ranges because there was no raise pre-flop. It could hit them, but not very, combinatorically, not very often. As Ling Lu's going to check out of position, and Wan Fei's going to have a bet at it.
Another bet, 600,000. Yep, 600,000.
Love to see Ling make a call here. It's a very difficult call. There are 3 overs to her pair of 4s at the moment. She's only got that king kicker to go with it.
And so many draws. It's such a wet board at the moment. But she is
Does
going
make
to
the
make
call.
the call.
I love
Great
this.
call.
Well done. So off to the river we go. Needs to fade a queen to hold with the king 4, and here comes the river. It brings in the king. Well, that's a big gin card for Ling Lu, who's now got the check mark next to her name, picking up 2 pairs on this board of 4, 7, 8 ace king. And I'd imagine she's probably going to bet this river card. No, she doesn't. She's going to check for a bit of deception, hoping that Wan Fei is going to have a bet. He doesn't. He's going to check it behind, and she's going to see. She's going to show Wan Fei the goods there with king 4, 2 pairs, kings and 4s on that particular board.
And the chip lead going back and forth between these two.
Yeah, so we've got a hell of a good battle going on at the moment. Hell of a good battle.
I'm really enjoying it down here, Mark.
Literally anybody's game.
Oh,
I would have said that Ling had it kind of semi-locked up coming into the heads-up battle with 87% of the chips in play.
It's very hard. It's very hard to come back. It doesn't matter who you're playing from such a large chip deficit.
Yeah,
It really
I totally
is.
agree.
You have to win flip and play well and win flip and just to get to square, and then you have to win the flip on top of that to win the tournament. So definitely at this point, anyone's battle, but back then, you know, you think with such a large chip advantage, you can just go on and just run over the
down and
tournament.
win it. Yeah.
But there's no sailing down here. Wan Fei is absolutely in for the fight. And do you know Wan Fei very well here, Mark, or is he
Look, I wouldn't say
quite an
that
unknown?
he's a supporter, but he doesn't play a lot of poker, to be honest.
Well, you wouldn't
So
know by his mannerisms.
Yeah.
He loves the game. He's got a really close-knit Asian community he plays
Okay.
at the room.
Yep.
And do you know what? They actually just come in and have a ball. They
Yeah.
just he's a poker lover.
Straight on your tab, apparently.
Yeah. On Mark
Apparently.
Liddell's tab. Good call. As Ling's going to have a stab here with ace high, which is going to be good a majority of the time. So she's just going to bet equity. And have a look at this from Wan Fei. He's going to float the flop here with nothing more than a hope and a dream with
That's
queen deuce of clubs.
Very interesting call there.
Turn comes in the jack of diamonds. Wan Fei's going to make a very quick check. Let's see if Ling Lu fires another barrel on the turn. If she does, she will win this pot for sure. Can't imagine Wan Fei is going to contest any further if Ling does put a bet in on the turn, but she has been known to check back on the turn here. But have a look at this. This is what we're talking about. Now, I love this, Berkey.
The aggression.
This is the change of play that we've seen just after that recent break.
Yep.
She's gone back to, you know, reverting back to that more aggressive line and picking her spots beautifully here as she bets out 1.2 million on the turn, and that should get this hand over and done with. So I really like the way that Ling is putting the maximum pressure back on Wan Fei and trying to, you know, get a little bit of a chip advantage. And there it is. There's the fold.
Well played.
That's phenomenal by Ling Lu, and that's exactly what you want to see from somebody of that skill and caliber like you see in Ling Lu. No offense, obviously, to Wan Fei, who's a tremendous competitor, but that is a very well played hand by Ling Lu. Wouldn't you agree, Bert?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's got reverting back to the aggressive ways that actually got her where she is now. So
Well said.
I mean, there's no point in changing up your game. It's gotten you to knock out what you've outpassed 786 competitors.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now you're down to one left. So there's no point in changing your game. You've played your game. Look, you had a bit of a let's just say a bad run. Nothing was really poorly played.
Yeah, not
You've
at
had
all.
a bit of a bad run. You know, the chip stacks are even. Now you need to get back to your old ways and, you know, just really put the pressure on.
So now she's got that 6 big blind sort of chip advantage. You know,
Yep.
if she can pick up a few more, she can, you know, start to cripple Wan Fei a little bit. As we get back to the action here, Wan Fei has changed his strategy a little bit. It looks like he's going to now enter the pot with a raise to 1.3 million. Now, we haven't seen that yet.
No, there's been a lot of limping going on heads up.
Have you noticed that, Burke? As
No, I
Ling Lu
definitely
decides
have.
to fold from the big blind with a 5 deuce off.
Now
maybe adapting to the situation a little bit.
Yeah, credit to Wan Fei. If he sees himself going on the back foot and Ling's taking a lot of positions and cheap chips off him, he might want to change up his gear here and, you know, start
Correct.
raising pre-flop, start
Correct.
adjusting his game
Correct.
towards this. He may just now notice that Ling's come back and she's starting to be
Be a
more
little
aggressive.
Yeah, good
And maybe
call from you, Burke.
starting to get some, you know, some early pressure on instead of allowing the hands to play out where she is allowed to play her natural game.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about just before the break with Mark Liddell, who's in the booth alongside us, about you know, the game and how it changes and it's evolving and how you need to sort of navigate yourself around your emotions and your players' change of tact. And you'll see a lot of tactical changes in heads-up poker as the blinds do go up and stacks become a little bit more shallow and so on and so forth. As you can see, Ling is going to limp in here from the button with a 7-4 offsuit, and Wan Fei in the big blind finds the king-queen off. So I'd like to see Wan Fei make a raise here, and it looks like he is. So this is the adaptation that I'm talking about, Berkey. He's now changed his tack, and
I think
quite
pre-break
he
would have flattered that there.
Yes, I agree.
And seen
checked
a
it back.
flop and checked it back. Yeah, sorry, checked it back and seen a flop and played post flop, and now he's going to start really,
applying a bit of pressure.
Yeah, well, Ling's applying pressure. You know, the only way to fight fire is with fire.
Yeah, I couldn't agree. Well said, Burke. Couldn't have said it better myself. As she does find the call with the 7-4 off. So it's King Queen versus the 7-4 off.
I'm just wondering if Mark Liddell was out there giving speeches and making them both want to.
Yeah.
I've got to say, what I'm finding fascinating, there is a bit of history between both of them. So this isn't the first time they've played. So whether it be in the room or whether it be at Churchill's, and what I find fascinating is Ling would definitely think, look, career-wise, she's got better results, right? She's the more accomplished player.
Fair enough.
So we're having a little bit of a chat to Ling, and we're going to say, do you know what? Don't overinflate the pot.
Yeah.
Let's keep the pot small. Let's go find
Small
your little
poker,
spots.
yeah, find your
away
spot,
you
pick
go.
away.
But I'm not sure that that's actually worked for her in a lot of the spots. Yeah. Whereas the other way, then you've got my little buddy here. I'm sure he said, do you know what? She's actually a damn good player.
Yeah.
So what
to
are
be
we
careful.
actually going to? Yeah. What are we going? Or do we just go aggressive?
Yeah.
And that's what I'd be saying to him.
I don't want to say there's nothing to lose,
Good
but
call from you, Mark Liddell. I like that.
It's not that there's nothing to lose, but there's no point in playing the defense when someone else.
The reason I
is
say
playing so much
that is I've been surprised, apart from the last 5 minutes, how much limping is actually happening.
Yeah.
And then, so I'm actually thinking, so why is Ling linking? Okay, I get that. Okay, trying to keep it small. But I'd definitely be telling Wen Fei, come on, let's just up it a
Look
little
at
bit.
this.
I'd love this. Look at how she's adapting to the situation in this heads-up battle. Chucking a bit more aggressiveness or aggression out there. She's now picked up the double gut shot. She can hit a straight with an 8. She can also hit a straight with a 5 and also a 7 or a 4 will take this one away from Yan Fei. But getting Yan Fei here to really consider making a call on the turn here with King Queen high. He does have 2 overs to the board and also can make the nut straight with any jack.
Oh, look at this.
Wow. This is what we're talking about. Yep. This is strap in if you're at home. This is exactly what you want to see.
It's that 5 million raise.
Wow. And Wan Fei has sniffed out a little bit of weakness here from Ling, who I really liked her bet on the turn. Popped it up with a semi-bluff to 5 million. And Ling Lu now looking at a 3.2 million chip to call bet from Wan Fei, who's making a play on the turn.
Incredible, man. Look at that. Just like the game that we're watching now to
really good.
To pre-break is just a completely different game. They've both gone to their corners. They've got the pep talk.
Yeah.
And they've come out swinging.
They have. Absolutely spot on, Burke. You couldn't have said it better. And now Ling Lu needs to make a decision here for 3.2 mil to call after getting popped on the turn. She came out with a great bet, in my opinion, on the turn for 1.8 million, trying to take this pot away from Wan Fei, but he said just about enough of this and decided to pop it back in her face to 5 million. So it's a 3.2 million chip call on the turn if she wants to see the river. And it looks like she's going to make the call. Right, okay, so a little bit of gambling here for Ling Lu. She needs to find a 5, 7, 4, or 8.
I think regardless of what this river is, unless it's an extremely bad one that connects everything, I think Ling Lu's going to be going for this. She's setting this up not only just if she can hit, but setting up a pot-sized jam on the river.
Here comes the river, and it brings in the queen. Then that's a gin card for Wan Fei, who now picks up top pair with the second best kicker, and he's going to be pretty happy with that river card, and he's just going to jam it for 12 mil, and unfortunately Ling Lu can't call with 7 high. So she's going to tank and put it straight in the bin. But I have to admit, I kind of like how the dynamics, I mean, I have said it a couple of times. I don't mean to be on like repeat saying it to the audience, but
Full credit to both players.
Oh,
there.
yeah,
That was a
What a
really
hand.
good hand.
Yeah.
And full credit to Ling. I know she lost the hand, but
Yeah, like
But she went for it.
she went
she's
for
gone
it.
for it.
She went
And,
for
and
it.
that's her style.
100%.
And I think that was more my point.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we'll play small parts, but it's not my style.
Yeah.
yeah, she likes playing big pots, putting maximum pressure.
She does.
and just and making the other player feel uncomfortable with her play style.
A little bit of a shout out to the dealer too here, Berkey.
Mai.
That's
Mai?
yeah.
Mai?
Mai.
I think it's Maya. Yep.
And she's an absolute crusher. Japanese
Weapon.
based dealer who loves dealing up here for the King's Room guys. She's a weapon in that dealer's chair, Berkey.
Oh man, like as someone,
Proper weapon.
Yeah, as someone who has a history of not only watching dealers but dealing myself and training dealers, you're happy having
Fast,
her.
efficient. She can highlight the board extremely well, and you'll see probably a bit of the chip skills that she's got with her hands when you see the pots being dragged in. She's got a beautiful way of like spreading out the chips to make it very easy for the players to be able to see, and I love that from the dealer.
Let's look at this chip count here really quick. One Fay now out in front, 25 million to 14 million. So he's got 42 bigs to 24. This could go down as one of the biggest comebacks if he can pull this off. An
Sure.
8-1 chip advantage going into heads up without a deal done is an incredible comeback.
Yeah, it is.
But once again, we keep talking about Ling. She is not done with this fight.
Nowhere near.
Absolutely
nowhere near.
done with this fight.
She's just adjusted herself in the chair. She go,
Oh,
righto,
yeah.
let's go.
And
Her
she-
rail's just gotten a little bit bigger, so she's
Yep.
got Justin. Who else have we got there? Alan Cassis, massive supporter of Ling's. Obviously, Colin Tran. Oh, they're having a great time.
They are.
They look pretty relaxed, actually, don't
yeah.
they? I don't know about Justin
They-
on the rail
they,
there with the. Yeah.
They heard about the open bar. What are you talking about? Of course they're here.
Okay. Good point.
Have a look at how cool Colin looks there, laying back in the chair. Looks like he's the
man.
boss of the joint.
He's the man.
But he is not. The guy sitting behind us in the commentary booth is alongside Natan. We do have Mark Liddell joining us. He is the boss of this particular King's Room and the King's Premium Poker Room right here at the St. George Leagues Club. And I tell you what, I've had an absolute ball.
Oh,
I'll be honest.
it's been
So thank you
absolute
very much.
pleasure having
honestly.
you guys.
Ling Lu.
Really
Here she
enjoyed
is.
myself
She's
up
picked
here.
it up. The Ace King suited in hearts. She did bust out. Who finished in third? I can't remember. Patrick. So
Yep.
with the Ace King actually. So she's now picked up a hand that she knows has won for her in the past.
And that was after she picked up a big pot.
With the Ace
With
Six.
the Ace-6.
Good call.
3 raises.
And so she's going to put out a sizable raise here. It looks like to 2 mil. And one Fei Chen basically needs to call here with the Queen 10 off.
I'll tell you what, they've been playing back at each other.
Can't be folding these
Oh,
premiums.
I
heads up.
don't think he's folding, but the way they've been playing the last 10 minutes, look, I think he should be calling this, but I wouldn't be surprised if he plays back at her again.
And he's just going to flick in the column.
Yeah, the old columns.
Yeah.
2 million columns.
2 million
there.
columns, yeah, just a column of whites, also known as 2 mil. And so we're going to see a pretty decent sized pot here, 4.6 mil. This is hand number 97 of this feature and final table. And have a look at this for a flop. Oof. Hello.
You think she's happy?
Yeah. Good call.
You'd never know if you're looking.
No, you wouldn't.
Which
Ling-
that's a good sign of a good play. You can keep your emotions in check.
Ling just flops 3 of a kind kings with the nut kicker too, just to go along with it. And if you've noticed her demeanor, she hasn't flinched an inch after flopping the entire world on this particular board. And she's going to bet out
Yeah.
a small amount here. Have a look at this, 800k. Trying to entice Juan Fei to make a play at this pot. I love this play from Ling Lu, and he's going to come along. He's going to float with Queen High here, Burke.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh dear.
As he would be here. He's got backdoor diamonds. He's got backdoor
Queen
straights.
on the
and,
turn?
and even if you get a queen or a 10, you're probably good a lot of the
Oh,
time,
my
which
God.
is, as you called it, right in there.
10 of clubs on the turn. What an action card in this particular hand. Ling almost certainly knows that she is miles in front here with Ace King on this particular board of King, King 5 and the 10 on the turn. And I'd imagine she's going to put out a pretty sizable bet. Those white chips are worth 100k. The greys are worth 25k each. So it looks like she's going to bet 2.3.
2.3 million.
If you're a Michael Jordan fan, like I am, perfect bet size. 2.3 mil.
That's just right up your alley there, monkey.
It is. So she's basically betting about 40% of the pot. And Wanfei, who now picks up the 10 on the turn, has no other decision but to call after he floated the flop with Queen High.
Now, if it's a very dry card, Ling's going to be very happy. But
Yeah.
Wanfei can get away from stuff if it's like,
Imagine if it's a 10.
I
That
was
would be
about to say the
brutal.
Jack of Diamonds or something like that, you know. So we're going to get to see a river here.
Almost on cue for you, Berkey, as the Jack of Spades comes in. But Ling's not thinking too much about Queen 9 or Ace Queen for that matter.
Oh, absolutely.
As Wanfei would have played those hands back at her. Probably not Queen 9, but definitely Ace Queen. So I don't think she's worried too much about her having the worst hand here. So let's see how much she can extract out of Wanfei at the river. She's down to 14 bigs or 8.3 million. I'd love to see a full pot size bet here.
Oh, she's going to be jamming this for sure. She's got 8 million behind, 11 million in the pot.
She's got about 4 million. Wow. Okay, she's trying to extract a little bit of value out of Wanfei Chen
Now,
here, Berkey.
This happened the opposite way before when Wanfei was super nutted in this. You need to go for the jam to be polarized here. This bet here for 4 million
This is
and
what we were
half her
talking to Mark
stack,
Liddell about before.
it just screams, I've got it. I'm
Value
telling you now,
betting- value betting the
value
river.
betting these ones, it just screams, I've got it. And even if he calls, I don't think she's getting the max value out of it. It's supposed to be, you know, I say that in the nicest way possible. You want to balance your jamming range on the river with super polarization, and I feel like the jam there is the right play.
And he does flick in a call, I believe. And he's going to see the bad news. Ling had it all the way.
But if he's calling 4 million, then he's also calling
And look at
8
the
million
rail.
there.
Look at the rail.
Yeah, they're going off. Good on them. Look at it.
And they're talking a little bit here. Maybe
You know,
can hear
can
that?
you believe that? We better go back to the bar.
And just like that, we
dearie
flipped
me.
the switch again. How many lead changes have we had?
Quite a few, as you can see. Ling Lu now up to 23,050,000 in chips, or 38 bigs, and Wanfei down to 27. So a little bit of a paper cut there, I'd say, or a little bit of a scar created from Ling to Wanfei Chen.
Just like that. I'd actually be interested to see now, with this little 50-50 we've had going on, how many lead changes have gone back and forth. It'd actually be quite curious to find out. But I'm sure once these two, because after this, I'm sure Ling will be reviewing this footage with her team and going back over some of these plays. And Liam J who comes in, Ling says, "Cop that, Berkey." Come on, Liam, be honest with me. Is that a jam there? Because you'd know more than I would. I'm just commentating as best I could. Is it a jam? Is it supposed to be a jam? And if not, can you explain to me why not?
Well,
Because there's no one better at explaining stuff like this than the man himself.
yeah, wait for a full thesis coming in from Liam Ju.
And look, I'll take a thesis. I'm happy to learn more.
Fair enough. He is a bit of a crusher. As we get back to the action here, Ling Lu on the dealer's button with a 10-3. And let's see what she decides to do. First to act in heads-up poker on the button. And she must be pretty happy now she's collected a few of those magenta chips back, Berkey, in that pretty sizable pot, up to 23 mil in chips. And Wanfei is down to 16.2. But it's still going to be an unbelievable battle.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyone's game at this point.
Wanfei just collecting the magenta chips. That's all he wants. Just the small stack, easy to bet big chips. So Wanfei raises and Ling just folds that. Okay. Liam J who goes, because 4 mil is cheap price that Wanfei was willing to pay, and all in is expensive. That's Liam. That's not the best theory you've ever given me, because I know you like to give me big, drawn out explanations. But he does make it. He does make a point.
It's a valid point. I said at the river I'd like to see her make a value bet, and she did. But obviously, like you said before, Berkey, she could have also jammed that in there and got max payout. And it's really sort of, they have played some cards before, like you said, Mark Liddell. So maybe she's feeling out, maybe against a different player, she plays it differently, which is also something to consider.
Wanfei picking up a few hands here. He may not have won them all, but he's picking up a lot of Broadway cards and stuff like that. And Ling in the big blind here. Got the option here. So he's back to just calling here with a premium hand.
Yep.
I think that's Liam agreeing with me without agreeing with me.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. As the flop comes down here, ace, queen, 8. So Ling has picked up the gut shot to make the straight. Wanfei has picked up second pair. And let's see what transpires from here is there looks to be
A little bit of a hair on the table.
hair on the card there, and well picked up from Mai, who is dealing the cards and doing a phenomenal job at that too. Wanfei's going to bet out 800k. I'd imagine Ling Lu is probably going to just float the flop here and see if she can bink the jack on the turn. And there is the call.
What a disaster a jack on the turn would be.
Good call. And the turn card brings in the 3 of spades. No help to Ling at all. She's only got 10 high at the moment. She tried to peel off the jack, but the jack was nowhere to be found. The 3 of spades on the turn did show up, however. She's going to check out of position from the big blind. Wanfei's going to check back for a bit of deception and a repeat queen at the river. And Wanfei, obviously, with a check mark next to his name, finding 3 of a kind queens with the ace jack. And Ling, I'd imagine, is probably just going to check here and shut down, which she does. So Wanfei, how much can he bet here to extract a little bit of value out of Ling?
Ooh.
I think he might bet 2 mil.
Oh, going big.
Going big.
3.5, betting pot size.
So that's that polarizing bet size that you were talking about before, Berkey.
Hoping she has an ace there somewhere. Even an 8 can probably call here some of the time. Just trying to go for max value.
Yep.
And I don't mind that. I'm a big fan of it. I will keep talking about it. Jehu back in the chat. I know what I would have done, but he said he's a greedy pig. So
have a look at Boney Guan in there saying you could probably represent a jack for that price targeting some bluffs. And then the 3-bet coming in from Aiden saying, Boney Gun, hey, do you give poker lessons? So good little back and forth there in the chat.
A couple of 3-bets there. No worries.
We love that.
Now, once again, if you are joining us on YouTube or Facebook, we are 20-minute delay on live with a 20-minute delay, as you should say.
Yep.
We are calling the action here at the St. George League Club for the King's Premium Poker main event, final 2.
Ooh, have a look at this hand. So the last remaining female in this main event, which is Ling Lu, has picked up the ladies, pocket queens.
Look at this. She's just
limping in.
Yeah, she's just limping in again.
Now, this is where I would love to have seen her make a raise, because Wanfei would almost certainly call with ace high in a heads-up battle.
Yeah, good call.
And instead, the pot's going to be a bit small, but have a look at this for a flop. Comes King 7-5. So Wanfei has picked up second best pair with the nut kicker, and Ling Lu, obviously, with the queens in her hand, with the best hand at the moment. And can she get the job done here? She's going to bet out 800k, Burke.
Yeah, I do like the bet here.
Wanfei's got a pretty easy decision.
Yeah, he's hit a little bit of it, so he's definitely going nowhere. It's whether he decides to just flat, which I think the flat's the right decision here.
Yep, which is exactly what he's going to do. See if he can peel off an ace or a 7 on the turn. Ace of diamonds would be a
interesting
monster card.
Yeah.
Here comes the turn. It brings, oh my God, and it comes in too. Just the ace of hearts on the turn. Wanfei has picked up 2 pair on the turn.
It doesn't matter if it's heads up. If you've got queens and you see an ace king on the board, it just gives you still knots in the stomach. But with the flat pre-flop, you can take a lot of the aces and kings out of the range.
Yes.
Because if you limp and you're expecting a raise with an ace or a king,
what a check back
yeah,
on the turn for
absolutely.
Ling Lu, as the 9 of spades comes in, and Wanfei must be pretty happy with this particular board, especially with the ace on the turn, now making 2 pairs in a heads-up battle. Should be good super often, Berkey. I'd say probably at least 95% of the time. Should be good.
Yep, a lot of the time here. That 9 on the river, of spades in the river.
It's hard to make a pair, let alone 2.
Is a brick of all bricks. So he's going to go for some value here. 3/4 pot maybe I would go for.
Looks like he's going to bet 2 million and 2.5 mil.
Which is roughly 3/4 of the pot.
Well played, Burke. Ling Lu in the blender here with pocket queens, looking down at 2 overcards on the board. They're a little bit frustrated that the queens found such a board texture, and she does make the call, which is reasonable. And she's going to see the bad news that Wanfei has spiked 2 pair on the turn. The queens go straight into the muck. And all of a sudden, bang, another gear change, another shift in the chips, Berkey. Going this way, going that way, going this way, going that way.
The levels involved in this is crazy, because at some point they're trying to play super aggressive against each other, and then they pick up a big hand, and the gears go backwards, and they start limping again. And look, I reckon it'll be a few more hands before the aggression comes back out. It's like targeted aggression at this point, but they're both doing it back and forth to each other at the same time.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, Mark, I have to admit, this RFID table.
Mickey
I
Mouse.
mean, seriously.
So I'm interested. How do you compare this with other ones that you've seen?
Top tier.
My personal opinion. This is my personal opinion, and I'm not trying to be biased, and I'm not trying to, blow smoke up you or whatever the case may be, considering you're sitting behind me. But the shape and the design of this particular feature table and the RFID table is outstanding. It really pops. I love how the felt is kind of got that honeycomb look to it. The felt color is a perfect choice because it highlights the chips, which sometimes in like black or kind of darker felts, some of those chips that are, dark purple or black can actually get sort of lost, I guess you could call it. And I think it's absolutely outstanding, and you should have a big check mark next to your name there, Mark Liddell, for this.
I mean, the reality is I'd love to take credit for it, but I'm also a big believer in I wouldn't have a clue about streaming tables.
Right.
But the reality is you surround yourself with good people, great people who make good decisions.
Yep.
And that's where your Matty Marshalls, your Rob Dorofskis, your up in Newcastle. Full credit to those guys.
Look at this for a flop. 666.
Yeah, the old Devils come out on the flop here. A couple of 3 6s, I should say. But no, like you said, Mark, credit to Matty Marshall and to Rob Dorofsky, who obviously played a big part in not only bringing this stream to our viewers, but also, modifying this table in a certain way to make it easy for the dealer, make
I
it
love
easy
the
for the
shape
viewer.
of it.
The shape
gets
is amazing.
me because as I said, I was a dealer for many years. So looking at a table that looks dealer friendly, is a huge plus for me.
Especially with that sort of deep dealer pit, where it allows some of the shorter dealers to be able to reach the chips in seat 2 and 7 or 8 or whatever the case may be, which usually is a quite difficult part of the table to reach to pull in chips, especially with players who like to just call and leave the chips about 1 millimeter over the bet line.
No, it's really interesting. So you're talking about it from the dealer's point of view.
Yeah.
I think the only minor input I had was really from the player's point of view.
Yeah.
So obviously that's where I'm coming from. They are super comfortable to sit at, to rest on, the matching chairs.
Yep. And the chairs are absolutely phenomenal. But another thing that's really good about this particular design, which I do see as a failed design in other tables, is the depth of the rail to the felt. I have seen on numerous tables, and you'll see it a bit at the WSOP if you watch any of their particular stream. They've got a very deep sort of, like from the actual rail itself to the felt is probably twice as deep as what you can see on stream here.
Yeah, right.
Which means when the players are actually leaning into the table, and they do that because they've got like marketing and promotional stuff like on a LED sort of screen that kind of rotates through that under the rail. But yeah, usually you'll see it's a very deep table, and I'm not a huge fan of that look, and it's also very uncomfortable for the players who are playing long sessions, like the session we're watching at the moment, 8 hours in, as Ling Lu flops top 2 pair. Yeah, okay, sure, that'll work.
They've taken a step back in the aggression.
You know what I mean, though, Mark?
100%. It's really, so you almost feel like you're falling over it.
Because if you think about, like, have a look at Ling Lu, see how she's got her arms kind of on the rail.
Very comfortable.
And it's nice and comfortable. When it's deeper into the table, so your hands kind of like droop over from the rail into the felt, and it's
gives you the hunchback look.
Yeah, and it can make it very uncomfortable for players. So I think this design here is absolutely top tier.
Now, I'd like to talk from a player's point of view, but I only spent 3 hands on this table before I was knocked out.
Well played, Vicky.
I was barely
good.
getting my chair moved around, but
but it was a quality 3 hands, wasn't it?
It was a quality.
Nick Klug coming in there saying we love the chairs, don't we, Mark?
Oh, the chairs at that table were super comfy though. They're absolutely super.
They are the
comfortable.
nut chair.
They are the nut chair.
That is
the nut
actually
chair.
the nut chair.
That's the nut
Look,
chair.
at the end of the day, we were lucky to be invited to the Gaming Expo, which is at Darling Harbour a couple of months ago.
Okay.
So these are straight from China.
Okay.
Beautiful, comfortable, won all the awards, custom made.
Beautiful.
And yeah, they're the nuts.
That's a nut chair.
They're the absolute nuts.
I will confirm that is the nut poker chair. I've sat in it. It's unbelievably comfortable.
So just go back to the action here really quick. Wan Fei called the 300. Ling checked it. And Wan Fei has flopped bottom 2 pair here. Ling's got...
Nothing but queen high. And
I was
there's a
about to
bet
say
and a
I'll
fold.
call it there. It was bet fold.
Yep. But these chairs in particular, Mark, one of the things that does frustrate me about playing on the feature table, if I ever get that opportunity again, is those chairs that are kind of more of the racing type chairs, or what do they call it, like the RX kind of... You know
Similar
which
to
table
what
I'm
the
talking
boys are sitting in the background there. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, similar to that with the armrests on there. I maybe the people who are actually listening to this stream, maybe they prefer having the armrest. For me personally, can't stand it because I hate sort of rolling into the table and getting the armrest caught into the table. It sort of bumps the table. It's annoying. So these particular chairs here are unbelievably comfortable, like ridiculously comfortable, and they don't have the armrests, and they look super professional on stream too, Mark. So hats off to you.
Well, once
Nut
again,
chair.
surround yourself with good people. They make good decisions.
Have a look at Maya here. Look at how she puts out the chips. I love that in the pot. Spreads them out. Get a clear indication.
She really
as
is
well.
the true
Unbelievable.
professional. So she's actually come. She used to run the training school in Japan. So
Well, that makes sense.
Right, well,
that
that
just
makes
makes
sense,
sense,
yep. Hello.
right? So
What we got here?
800.
Gonna have a check and a bet here from Ling.
Wanfei's picked up the gut shot to make the straight. And Ling's got nothing more than king high and backdoor diamonds working for her. She can also pick up running queen 10 to make a straight. Turn card brings in the repeat 5 Berkey's prop card on the turn. Wanfei almost certainly is going to check his option. And I'd like to see Ling just check back here with nothing more than pair of 5s, king jack 9.
Well, it depends which Ling we're playing with, because every
And she
5 minutes
does.
it seems to, and I like the change up in tactics.
Oh,
I
have a look
really
at that
do.
card.
Oh yeah,
The 10 of clubs at the river completing the straight for Wanfei.
makes
Second
the
nut.
check really good.
Yes. Yeah. Well, second nut. Yeah, second nut straight on the river here. Obviously, the nut straight would be king queen. Queen 8's going to be effectively the nut straight here, as he's going to bet out 1.5 mil. And I imagine Ling Lu's just not going to make this call. She's only got second nut, no pair. Board is a couple of 5s, jack 10, 9. And she's basically got king high on this board. Probably not enough to call. And I would like to see her see if she can find the fold button here, but wouldn't blame her if she does
Oh,
call.
it's
And
king
she's
high.
going to make a call. So
It's king high heads up, and there wasn't much aggression. So I mean, in all honesty, she should be calling here a lot of the time as
Yeah.
well. So
fair enough.
absolutely no.
And I didn't fold her with that. I said if
Oh,
she makes a
absolutely.
call,
No,
that's
no,
fine.
I'm absolutely agreeing with you here. We're all just looking at each other here.
Now, whilst we're
So
going
look at
through this heads-up battle, Berkey,
Mhm.
I might just have a quick look at the closing event,
Please.
seeing where we're up to in that particular event. And they have reached the final table.
FT.
Yeah, FT at 1 o'clock in the morning. There was 101 entries into that event. It was a $250 buy-in closing event that generated a prize pool of $21,210. So an extra 21K in that closing event. So well done there, Mark. Average stack in that particular event is 448K, 444 in chips, just to be nice and precise. And yeah, they've reached the final table, and I'm just seeing
Any
if
key
there's
names
any.
on there?
No, have a look at this. Kenta Ito has actually made the final table.
Of course, yeah.
So he got busted from this particular main event, and he's straight on another.
okay, so
Final
let me talk
table.
you through this. Mark, let's talk about player of the series.
Oh,
How many
yes.
points did I get? What do I have to do? And I say, Kenta, good chance you're going to come top 5 in the closing event. Don't worry.
Wow.
Leave it with me. I'll get in that top 11.
Holy moly.
The guy's an absolute genius.
So he has
beautiful.
made the final table of that outer event, that $250, the closing.
Quite
Well, the closing
interesting
event.
that another player's made it is Inzi. So he featured on your table quite a bit the last 2 days, Mohammed.
Yep.
So he's made it through together with one of our dealers, Karen Chen.
Right, okay, sure. That'll work.
Yeah, well,
Trying to add a little bit of money into
I can't get enough.
her back pocket after dealing the series. Did she deal the series?
She did.
There
She
you
did
go.
lots of TD work.
Hello.
So, no, she was all over it. She was one of our main dealers. So.
Going for that bonus rakeback deal by trying to take out the
I love it.
$250 closing event, as we see a little bit of action here. Limp in from the button of Wan Fei with the ace jack of hearts. Check back
3 raise.
pre-flop with the queen six of diamonds by Ling Lu. Check from Ling Lu from the big blind on the flop. A bet of 600k from Wan Fei Chen with the ace jack high. And Ling Lu's decided to make a raise, and a nice aggressive one here
The old
with the
check
gut shot to
raise.
make the straight.
I like the check raise here.
Yeah, great
Back-
check raise.
Back to the, showing the aggression, changing up the gears, really making Wan Fei question a lot of things going on, but he does have the ace high. He has a lot of backdoors. The 4 would be a disaster
Yeah,
card.
tell
for
me
him,
about it.
But he doesn't know that yet. But he's got backdoor hearts, any overcard hits. So I definitely do like the call here. I'm going to get the 6 on the turn. Ling's going to love seeing that card.
It does bring in the 4-liner, and backdoor clubs now are potentially in the works. So she has to try and figure out how to navigate this 6 on the turn. It does bring in that 4-liner, like I said, Berkey. And there's a good chance that Wan Fei could have called with the up and down on the flop, which has now got there. So she needs to be mindful of that. But I'd like to see her show the same aggression as she did with the check raise on the flop. And here it goes.
2.5.
2.5 mil. Yeah,
million.
you saw that as well.
Yeah, a little bit of lip reading.
250.
2.5 mil back on Wan Fei Chen as Patrick Russell decides to put his guts straight into the stream.
What's
One of the nicest guys
Oh,
ever,
yeah, it's
honestly. He was
super.
just such a superhuman.
He really is, and a true professional.
Yeah, and you know the other thing is he's a trooper. You can get him here. I saw him the other day. He was here at 10:30 in the morning, or somewhere around there, like midday. It might have been. It might, Saturday for the flight, the second last flight of the main, flight D. It might have been. He was here at midday, and I think he left at like 3 a.m.
No,
Absolute trooper.
no. Commitment to the extreme.
Yeah, and then some.
That's what you want to see. Absolutely what you want to see. But we are getting towards the end of the series, and like everyone else, it gets tiring, and everyone's excited about it. The numbers and all this stuff, and then it ends, and you feel that like release of the good job you guys have done.
Ling Lu's going to go check at the river there. Ling Lu's going to show Wan Fei the goods with the queen 6 of diamonds that hit a pair on the turn. Repeat 3 hit at the river there, and all of a sudden, there are the chip counts in play at the moment.
Do you have a tradition that you do after a series ends, or is it straight back to work?
Do you just buy yourself another Rolex or golf clubs maybe?
Break even at best, mate. No. They're very tight margins in the poker world. It's love my golf, as you will know, Josh. So, sleep, unfortunately, if I get 3 hours sleep, it's like, oh my God, that's an absolute godsend. But no, I'm not one to just hang around. We'll get straight back into it and hopefully play a bit of Omaha. Love my Omaha.
There you go. So from the big man himself, big Omaha lover.
Didn't say I was good at it.
No,
I'll sit at
we're
the
not good at
table,
it
right?
either, so don't worry about it. Now, Mark, tomorrow,
Tell me.
meaning actually today, Churchill's. Now, I don't know enough about Churchill's. Can you talk about that particular venue a little bit?
Absolutely. So Churchill's, I would venture to say, pub-wise, would be the poker capital of Australia.
Gee whiz.
So
Big
big call.
Big call.
Natan and his team, honestly, so they're based next to the University of New South Wales. They run poker 6 days of the week.
Right, okay.
There's a mixture of dealt and self-dealt.
Okay.
And there is a game that's grown for, I'm going to say, the last 5 years. It's a Tuesday night game. It's a $200 game. If I said a small crowd there would be 150 runners.
Oh, my
But
God.
more often than not, it's well over 200. And the vibe there is, it's a really cool, fun vibe. If you had a look at the Hendon mob of some of the people who play there, it is astronomical. They could match most people in the world.
Turning back to the action here really quick. Sorry for cutting you off there, Mark.
Sure.
We had a limp pre-flop. On the flop, we had check, bet 800,000 from Ling, and a call from Wan Fei. Now, Ling does have top pair here. Wan Fei does have bottom pair. So we had the bet call, check from Wan Fei again. So Ling here has many options here. I know we always are interested to see the turn bets and whether we should check down our strong hands or we should go for big value, which I'm always a fan of going for big value.
Yeah,
But
check bet.
that's just my style of play.
Yeah, check bet call, like you said, Berkey, on the flop. And a check from Wan Fei Chen, who's first to act from the big blind. Did flop bottom pair, and Ling Lu's going to have a nice bet on the turn and take down that pot. I'm sorry, Mark, you were saying? We got to, you know what, Berkey? We might actually have to go out there to have a look at that tomorrow.
Don't be sorry. The only thing that I can guarantee
Churchill's.
it's loose. There's fines, so that's going to suit you right down, Josh.
Yep, loose. Yep, perfect.
Absolutely guaranteed a good laugh.
Unlimited buy-ins. Yep, check.
Worthy of missing my flight, Mark?
100%.
100%. Okay, so
The
the
bar's
done.
only 10 metres away, so we're all set. She had a really good feed there, and it's just a phenomenal atmosphere.
What time's kick off there tomorrow, do you know?
So 6 p.m.
Okay.
every Tuesday. They also have the replica game on a Sunday night as well.
Okay.
So the rest of the games are self-dealt games.
Right. Is it a tomorrow night? Is there like a guarantee there, or is it just a free for all and you guys just go hammer and tong?
It's hammer and tong.
No,
but
that's my
I
game.
don't think if the prize pool's not 25,000, it's not a normal week. So it's 25 plus.
On a Tuesday evening for a $200 buy-in. What?
I mean, who says? I've been here for 17 days. I'm never missing out on my Tuesday night. So we'll be there tomorrow night.
Right. Okay. Well, I might
Come and
have
join
to-
me.
Well, don't tempt me, Mark. I will definitely come and join you as it's King 5 versus the Pocket Queens. This time, Wan Fei does have the Queens. The flop does come down 8, deuce, 6, 2 spades. Ying needs to check her option here on this particular board. No hand, essentially no draw. I know she can backdoor into some clubs and backdoor into a straight. But Wan Fei out with a commanding equity lead in this particular hand with the Pocket Queens. 80% of the time, he should get this hand done. Pardon me.
No, your pardon, Bunky.
Thank you.
It's been a long day. It's been a long series, and we're super excited to bring this to you. Heads up battle, and this has been an absolute battle.
Ling Lu's going to float the flop, so she needs to find a king or a club on the turn or a card to complete a potential straight draw. She finds a pair of 5s on the turn, still behind, obviously, to Wan Fei's Pocket Queens. But it is a bit of a shutdown card. The 5 of spades now completing
everything.
Basically, the straight and the flush draws. Getting there.
We do get the check from Ling. Back to Wan Fei here.
Tell you what, it's a slightly dangerous card for Ling because she could probably peel off one more.
Yeah, the 5 hitting
on the turn.
Yeah, dangerous.
I mean, she's calling with King 5 on this particular board to try and hit one of her 2 cards in her hand, and she's now found it on this turn. A 5 of spades. Wan Fei's going to keep his foot on the pedal, and she makes a great fold on the turn, snap fold.
Hits a card, and then still ends up folding, which is the correct one.
Yeah.
Like I like the float. There's a lot of cards
I think you have
there.
to float there with King High.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of cards there that can improve her.
Clubs.
She did improve, and then still found the fold. So
Like a
well
snap
played.
fold
Yeah,
too.
well played.
Didn't even think about it. I think the bet was only 2.4 million on the turn, so well played by Ling Lu.
So we are Wan Fei. Still, sorry guys, we are still bringing you the action. Heads up battles, man. They can get to you sometimes, can't they? But the battle is great. Wan Fei out with 32 bigs, Ling Lu with 18 bigs. Now, the dynamic change, if you've been with us for a while, has been topsy-turvy. What's the best way to put it? Back and forth.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts.
Swings and roundabouts, however you want to put it.
Yeah.
Both these guys digging in heels, not willing to go anywhere.
We might go a little bit deeper into the evening than we anticipated, Berkey. We thought the final table might be done and dusted by 12:30, but now we're approaching 1:15 local time, and they're going hammer and tong.
Shows no signs of slowing up.
Yeah, there's only 50 bigs. You got to remember, there's only 50 bigs in play. There's only 50 bigs in play. So, pretty interesting situation.
Especially given the eliminations that you had for the 3rd spot, for 4th spot.
Yeah.
I think I was having a look, and then I thought, hold on, 22 bigs, those 3, away we go. And the look on poor old Patrick's face was, oh my God, what did I just do?
Good call. Wan Fei Chen, first to act pre-flop, has found, second to act pre-flop has found a 3-bet with the ace deuce of clubs.
So the blinds are 400, 800, 800. So the blinds are still climbing. These two are still playing.
Have a
fan
look at
with
this
the
chip
slide
count.
lead.
Berkey, have a look at this. Now remember, when we came on stream to do this heads up battle, what were the numbers? Can you remember?
Not exactly, but I remember
87-30.
87%. I remember 87%. So
Yeah.
what are the total chips in play?
Well-
So at 40 million, so 32 million to 8 million?
Something like that.
No, it'd be more than that.
Now all of a sudden, you aren't fade.
8 to
It was
1.
about 34-6.
Yeah, 34-6. There you go.
So all of a
And
sudden-
now One Fei has turned it around. He now has the 2-1 chip lead.
Correct. This is what I mean. Have a look at the dynamics. There's the chip counts again on stream. So 26 mil for Wan Fei Chen and Ling Lu now fighting in second. 2-1 chip lead for Wan Fei at the moment.
Neither of them given an inch.
Not an inch.
It's crazy to watch,
Forget
isn't
about an inch. Half a millimeter. We're talking about the slimmest of slim margins. They are playing for a lot of money. And you know what I love too? For the poker purists at home?
No deal. I know
Absolutely
exactly what
no
you're going to
deal.
talk about.
No deal. We're going to play for all the cheese, the trophy, Sydney Millions tickets. Let's go. Forget about chopping it up and all of this type of stuff. Mark Liddell, let's try and think a six-figure score.
I don't even think there was a
You
conversation.
don't want to
had.
do a deal for the trophy? It's a good-looking trophy.
Oh, no, what I mean is I'll be playing for the trophy and a
course you
six-figure
are.
score, man. I'd almost pay $5,000
On a
for
par
trophy.
5 in golf, you're going for it in 2.
Oh,
That's it.
obviously.
You're
It's
all
no-brainer.
out.
What are you talking about? Say less. As the we're looking back at the action here, Ling Lu decided to call from the button with the deuce 3 of hearts, the Michael Jordan. 2 red cards, the deuce 3 of hearts, and got the big blind just to check behind. One Fei Chen with the queen 5 of diamonds decided to check back the big blind. The flop comes down king, couple of sevens, couple of clubs. Wan Fei's going to check his option, and Ling Lu's going to have a stab with the nut low cards,
Yep.
I should say.
No
The deuce
backdoors, not
3.
even suits.
Yeah, no suits too. So she's got the nut low at the moment. Deuce 3 off. Deuce 3 suited, I should say. Pardon me, Berkey. As the 9 of spades peels off on the turn. Wan Fei is going to check his option. Can Ling do another barrel on the turn with the nut low?
I mean, if you're telling a story, are we continue to tell this story?
She's going to shut down. Needs to find a 3 or 2 at the river. Or actually a 9 would have chopped it up. 9s and 7s with the king. And the 10 of spades peels off. Berkey?
Yeah, it might. Look, it might go check, but you can't win the pot here unless she puts money in it.
I'd love to see her have a bet here with the nut low. You know what I'd do here? I'd have a bet with the nut low. Yeah, because she's playing the board essentially. And then you know what I'd like to do? Show it. That's what I'd do in this spot.
Just
Yeah.
fire it up a bit.
Yeah.
Gangster poker.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Full gangster poker indeed. And she's going for it, Berkey. It looks like she's going to count out some chips. She knows she can't win the pot unless she bets at it. And she's going to come out for a bet. Now, can Wan Fei
Show it.
have a look at this? Is this snap folded?
Wow.
Beautiful. Well played.
Love it. Well
From
done.
Ling Lu. Nut low pre-flop, nut low on the flop, nut low on the turn, nut low at the river.
I
Take
mean,
the pot.
you got everything right except showing it.
See, that's the
I
spot
know,
where I
I
show.
know,
you know
I
what
know
mean?
you
I
would.
like to show there and say, listen, there it is right there.
You like to throw straddles into tournaments, so.
That's true. Yeah, I like to straddle.
Do you know how many times?
Unique.
Yeah,
Do
it's
you know-
unique.
No, what's even more unique, it's not just straddling yourself. I've seen him at tournaments where he's convincing the whole table to straddle in the tournament.
That's true.
And they've done it. And they've
Yeah.
done it. And I'm sitting there going, how have you convinced a table of tournament players who are here to, grind out a tournament to straddle?
I usually, what I do, Mark, is I usually sit down. I go, round of straddles, everyone, whatever, because I've been brought straight into.
Who is this lunatic?
Yeah. And they go, that's ridiculous. We're playing a tournament. And then when I start straddling, they're like, bugger it, let's go. They like to have a bit of fun. That's how I like to play the game, Mark Liddell.
I can guarantee you coming to Churchill's tomorrow night, you will have straddles.
Straddles, really?
Hundreds.
Straddles on. Yeah.
Jeez, don't tempt me, Mark. I might need to get another flight if that happens to be
The,
the case. I've got a big meeting on Wednesday too. So,
By the sound of it,
Oh,
you might be
dear.
able to get double straddles on.
Yep. Yeah, see if I can get Mark and I to sit on the same table. I'll put the straddle, we can put the double, yeah? Ling Lu with the queen 10 of hearts on the button. First to act in heads up poker. Like to see her pop it up. But she doesn't. Decides to limp in. Wan Fei Chen in the big blind. Finding the Jack 9 offsuit. I'd imagine he's going to check his option back. And he does. So another small pot here, 2.4 million, just basically limping in and seeing a flop and trying to outplay themselves, each other, I should say, on the flop. As the flop comes down, Jack 8 deuce. So top pair for Juan Fei.
And gut
Gut
shot
shot for Ling.
with one overcard
Tell you
with
what,
the queen.
9. Imagine the 9 peeling.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, 2 pair versus the nut straight if a 9 was to peel off.
800 cal.
And very in the structure at the moment, aren't they?
True.
One big blind flop bet, one big blind, you know.
Just small ball poker. They're
very
just
small
trying to
ball
find
poker.
their spots, and the blinds are going up, and as the blinds go up, obviously they have to pick better spots, and their stacks get a little bit more shallow compared to the blinds and so on and so forth. So let's see how the table dynamic works as the 4 of clubs peels off on the turn. No help to Ling at this time. She needs to find a 9 or a queen at the river. She can also go for a barrel on the turn, which obviously won't get done because we know that Juan Fei does have top pair on this board of Jack 8 deuce 4. River card brings in the 6 of spades, so no help at all to Ling. Check mark goes to Juan Fei's name. He has the best hand on this particular board, Berkey.
Yes. Look, the 6 brings in the straight draw and the flush draw, so I don't expect him to be going too big. Maybe small bet for thin value. But he does make the bet, and Ling does fold here.
All right, Ling, we're going to have another coach talk here.
Another
Because
coach talk.
I didn't like that limp in with the Queen 10. So a couple of levels ago, I understand why we want small pots.
Yep.
The problem is in half an hour, those blinds are going to be 500, 1,000.
1 million, yep.
We're going to have
Yep.
50 bigs. And all of a sudden, her skill advantage with every level that goes up is getting eroded.
I just don't like the fact that they're both.
Yeah,
Look,
good
you don't,
point,
you
Mark.
don't, you don't
Really
get,
good point.
You don't get dealt premiums too often, especially in heads up.
No.
When you get them, you've got to get some chips in the pot.
Yeah.
I understand small ball poker, and but you can't be.
You're trying to win the thing.
You're trying to win the thing.
You're trying to
yeah.
actually win the
It's like
thing.
It's like when they came back, they both had the aggression of just bet, raise, re-raise, and I haven't seen any of it since then. They've kind of both taken a step back.
Okay, what's your strength, Lynn? Okay, let's
What's
be
your strength?
aggressive.
Yeah, 100%.
Come on.
What is your strength?
I'm telling you, this is what I'd be doing. I'd be raising every single button. Every single one. Honest to God.
100%. I'd be raising every hand.
Yep. And instead, they're just limping in, which is fine. They're playing for huge amounts.
Yes. Well, no,
How many times have you played for $105,000 up top, Mark?
I can actually tell you.
Negative.
Negative. Berkey?
I'm right there with him.
Yep. And me, 0. So,
That's a good call
it's-
as well. That's a very good call.
The money aspect of it obviously will, dictate sort of their play style. And if they want to play low ball, they can play low ball. Me personally, I'd be trying to, play a bit more aggressively and try and take the bad boy down in 2 hands, yeah? But at the moment, they're just feeling each other. You know what it feels like?
Yeah,
It feels about like round 8 of a boxing match. You know what I mean?
Interesting that Boney on the thread, he's what I call the online coach.
Yep.
A regular at Churchill's, by the way.
Oh, okay, hold on.
He is. He rates himself as a coach too.
Ooh, okay.
He coaches the one and only Sam Capra.
Right, okay.
All right. Okay.
So here we go. Okay.
Well, we tell him he does anyway, but no, he's actually a great guy. It's so good to have him on the thread.
Fantastic.
He's jumped in a fair bit over the last couple of days. Boney.
Has he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you definitely recognise your voice. It's a very unique voice that everyone will know around here, isn't it, Mark?
One of the best out there.
For the better or for the worse?
For the better.
It's cool, calm, and collected. That's all you need to know. Even under pressure, you've just still got that.
It's just this melodic tone of just
Yeah.
like right here, And you got to love that from Mark as Ling's going to take a pot away from Juan Fei.
Someone needs to be calm. You can't have everyone sporadic like we are.
It's about balance, right?
And balance it. Mate, monkey, it happens all the time. Sometimes you just need some expert advice.
Tell you what, I'm getting a little bit parched in here, Burke. There's only so many Vicks vapor drops that one person can eat in the booth.
Yep. But
Wouldn't you agree?
I can't agree more sometimes, monkey. We are at that point. We are almost at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it's a bit.
How long have we been playing heads up here for? Have we got an answer to that?
Geez, it would be probably close to at least a couple of hours, I would have thought, Berkey. At least.
I actually don't know. Like, and the funny thing is, we went from 4 to 2 in 2 hands, which doesn't happen that often either.
I tell you who would know. Matty Marshall would know how long we've been playing heads up for. So, Matty, if you can hear us down in the production area, how long roughly have we been
Well, I'm
playing
going to
heads
say
up?
it's at least 3 blind levels. So simple maths tells me it's a little bit over 2 hours.
There you go. Well, comments from the super coach right behind us, Mark Liddell.
Remember that level head I was just talking about? We're all on sporadic. It's got to be this many hours. Well, logically.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so hold on a second. We've got a
Give me a
raised
second.
pot.
Yeah.
Oh, settle down. So we do have a raised pot here.
And a
So
call.
it was,
Raise the call. Yep.
limped in from Ling on the button, and Wan Fei said, enough of this limping in and checking back. I'm going to raise it up to make it 1.8 mil. And Ling Lu decided to call with the Jack 7 of clubs, and she's out flopped. Wan Fei at the moment, she has picked up second best pair on this particular board of 8-7-5. Wan Fei is going to check out of position. So let's see if Ling makes a bet here. She doesn't. She's going to check back for a bit of deception. The turn card brings in a king, and that's a big card for Wan Fei as he now picks up top pair. And I tell you what would be a disaster card, a jack at the river here,
yep.
as it goes check, check on the turn. The river card brings in the 10 of clubs. So there are straight potentials, I should say, down. Obviously, Jack 9 being the nut straight. Also straight, obviously, potentials on the flop too, Berkey, but just saying there's probably more combos now with the 10 out.
It's is he going to bet out here? I would like to see the bet. 2 million, puts the column out there, half the pot. He's definitely going for value here, which is good.
I think that Ling here has to make a
I
call.
think she has to call.
Second bottom pair, she checked it back for a bit of deception on the flop. She also checked the turn when the King of Hearts peeled off, and now all of a sudden,
Yep,
Wan
there it
Fei
is.
is now betting the river, and she's going to see the bad news. That's King Jack versus the Jack 7. She's got second bottom pair and top pair for Wan Fei, who takes a few more chips away from Ling Lu. So she's all of a sudden down to 12 million in chips or 15 bigs. So needs to find a hand relatively soon. The blinds are getting bigger, as Mark Liddell was referring to before. The next blind level will be $500,000. That's 2.5 million every blind orbit.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful there.
Yes, absolutely. Because, there's no more players to knock out other than the eventual runner-up. And as soon as the blind levels keep going up, it's going to start putting less big blinds on. Sorry, I just get a funny photo here. Pressure is going to start going on because it's going to go up to 1 million big blind. Yes, and you're right, $2.5 million
Well, at
around.
the end of the day, we're going to have 50 bigs.
Yeah.
So with every blind level, that's what I'm a little bit worried about. It's the skill level, the luck factor increases.
Yep. And you don't want to be playing for luck in these things. You want to use your skill to your advantage. And
Where possible, yeah.
You got to remember the next blind level. We're talking about 38 bigs, 39 bigs in play.
Yep.
Heads up. You understand what I mean?
Yeah,
At the
it's-
moment, there is 49 bigs in play. Next blind level, if you add the two stacks together, you're basically at, what is that, 38 plus some change. Call it 40.
40.
You'd be at 40 bigs.
Yep.
So,
and you take a lot of the skill level out of it, then you're 100%
correct.
correct.
You might as well just be flipping cards, essentially. So, Ling Lu here in the big blind. Checked her option back pre-flop after Wan Fei decided to limp in with their Queen 4. It's going to go check on the flop. Turn card brings in the Ace of Diamonds, and they both got diamonds here. Ling with the best of it, the Queen of Diamonds. Wan Fei's going to check back. Here comes the river down and dirty. And fortunately for Ling, she's been outdrawn here. Wan Fei picks up the 4 of spades at the river, making a pair of 4s, and he's going to show her the bad news that the 4 got in. And a little bit of a smile. You can't believe it. She's been outdrawn there, but she probably could have had a bet there, I'd imagine. Mark
I
Liddell?
think she'd be regretting that. So that's a little bit about the passive play we've been talking about.
Yeah, she had 2 overs and a gut shot on the flop.
Yeah.
Check it back, check back.
Let's get on the front foot.
Yeah, a
Step
little bit
it
on
up.
yeah, I totally agree. Could not agree with you more there. Mark needs to pull the trigger a little bit, otherwise she might be in a bit of trouble to finish this tournament off. So just getting back to the concluding stages. If you are tuning in right now, it's approaching 1:30 a.m. local time here at the St. George Leagues Club. This is the King's Premium Poker Room main event day 3. They kicked off proceedings today at 5. The final 18 players. We're down to the heads-up action between Ling Lu and Wan Fei Chen, battling it out for $105,000 up top. Second prize will pick up $70,000 in this record-breaking prize pool of $512,200. There were 788. I still can't even believe that 788 entries into this main event. Mark,
It was like a revolving door they were going.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it's how good.
Amazing. Wan Fen in the big blind. Checked back his option after Ling decided to limp in from the dealer's button. The flop comes down King, King 4. Turn card now brings in the 8 of diamonds. Let's see if Wan Fei decides to make a bet. He does not. Can Ling find a bet on the turn? Now, her cards haven't shown up at the moment on the RFID reader, so we don't exactly know what she's got, but what we do know is she's reaching for some chips to put into the pot. So it looks like she's got to bet 800k, so just min betting 900k, I should say, on the turn. Trying to get Wan Fei to fold. And I reckon he's going to peel it off with ace high here, Berkey, as you are welcomed back into the commentary booth.
Yep. Well, every time you tell me ace high, heads up, I'm probably going to be in with a call. So we play heads up very differently, Monkey.
Yep, we
You
do.
try to take it down in the first 2 hands, which is nice, but with the 5 of diamonds on the river, what a card. Just jump back into the booth and see the 5 of diamonds on the river. I like actually.
it's about.
What's that?
You got to tell them what.
Yeah, it's definitely the prop card. I play a lot of cash games, and my prop card playing against a lot of people is the 5 of diamonds. So if it comes on the river, I get max pay. But don't worry about me at the time. We're here playing this heads up for the main event, playing for 105,000. So don't worry about my little piddly cash games. We're here for these two, Ling and Wan Fei. Sorry. Now it's checked. Wan Fei, is Ling going to go for this? I dare say you should be against most blind hands.
Yeah, Wan Fei here has picked up the ace-7 of hearts, and Linglu's just got to jam the river. How about this? She's shown a bit of aggression here. Very likely she has got a monster, I'd imagine. Backdoor diamonds got in, and there's obviously a couple of kings on the flop there.
All right, so we are going to continue this heads-up battle between these two. So... Jeez,
Thank you so much for. You know what, Burke? We have been calling the action now since 5. Okay.
Yep.
Let's be fair. It's now 1:30, so 8.5 hours. A little bit of action here. Oh, you can't make it up.
One's watching the stream and one's playing poker. Oh, good on him.
That's too
Yeah, a
funny.
bit of
That's
funny.
what you got to do.
Yeah,
That's Ling's boyfriend there.
a bit of the grind. Well, he's got a few dollars now extra in the bank to be throwing around.
On the interwebs, whilst the stream is also going on the rail. So there you have it. But I was just saying, you know what? We have to give a big shout out to everybody who has supported the channel, everybody who has stuck by us to see the concluding stages of this main event.
Yeah, it's been great.
It has been a very long series and a very long stream of this particular heads-up battle. I think we might be going on 2.5 hours, so we appreciate all of you sticking by us. Especially big shout-outs to Kiwi Bird Special and
MSP is always in the chat.
Nikki Clug's in there.
Jay, who's just come in for a
Yep.
while.
So we have to give a big shout-out to everybody who stuck by us. And we know that
Booney,
this kind of mundane back and forth can be a little bit, how do we say it? Tedious.
Yeah, it can be, absolutely. But you're also, when you're watching poker at its purest, which is going to play for a winner, you're not always going to have that exciting poker. It's these guys building up, finding their positions, and pouncing when it matters, and having hands hold. So, look, it can sometimes get mundane.
Yep.
But not boring by any means.
Yeah, no, definitely not boring. I mean, if you started watching this stream from the start of this heads up, it was an 83% of the chips in play in the favor of Ling Lu, who's now down to 14 bigs, and Wan Fei has found I don't know, the key components as he just jams it all in here with the ace-6 of hearts, pardon me. It's halfway through a sentence when some action came on there.
He's decided to change it up again now. Now he actually has a decent chip lead.
He does.
He's actually going for a bit more aggression now.
Yes, he has. The skill luck is coming in saying, great coverage, fellas. We very much appreciate that. And Mark Liddell's coming clutch. There's the outer table in the closer event. That's that $250 event. And having a look there up at the board, down to the final 8 players out of 101 entries. Top prize there is 6,100. Second's going to pick up $3,750. And I don't know if you saw, Kenta Ito is playing that final table and needs to finish, I believe, Berkey, in the top 5 for him to pick up the player of the series. You know that?
If you don't mind.
Yes. That's probably the reason for why he Snap played that event straight out of busting in this one in
It's either that
5th.
or he's just a good player and he just wants to keep
Yeah, that's a good point too.
If there's money to be made, players are usually there to make it.
Yeah, good point.
So
Ling Lu is going to check her option from the big blind 9-7. Made the call pre-flop. First to act from the button. The board does come down King 4-8 with 2 hearts. The ace of clubs on the turn. Ace of hearts at the river. It's going to go check, 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 check. And Ling Lu is going to pick it up with Jack Eye. Thank you very much for that skill luck go. Saying great coverage, fellas. We do appreciate that. And Terry Johnson. Now, I'll tell you something about Terry. I've played some poker against Terry up there in Newcastle.
I don't even have a hand.
He is unbelievable. He is unbelievable, that bloke.
in what way? Explain.
Just every way. Every way you can possibly conceive. You know, he's amazing. Terry, great guy, good poker player, good vibes out of the guy, doesn't mind a beverage.
Vibes. You're big on vibes, and I like it when you're going to play poker. You still want to be able to enjoy yourself. It's not always just a job.
Yes, correct. Good call. But he is just like he's like a big teddy bear too. He's unbelievable, Terry. So big shout outs to you, Tez. Thanks you very much for joining us in the chat. And especially at 1:37 a.m. local. So
Coming in clutch.
Coming in clutch, yeah. Wanting to see the conclusion of this main event right here at the St. George Leagues Club. This was a $750 buy-in event, creating a record prize pool of $512,200 out of 788 entries that they got as the board comes down King 9 Deuce, all spades. Bomb pot next hand if you are playing a home game.
I do love a good bomb pot.
Juan Fei is going to check.
Wait a second. Was bomb pots happening on that little screen that the boyfriend was playing on the outer?
I don't think so. I don't want to say too much about that. And Ling has flopped second best pair, so she's going to come out with a bet, and that's going to get it done.
We've still got the 2-1 here. So Juan Fei has got the 2-1 chip lead after the incredible fight back he's done, and that is no down or burn to Ling at this. She hasn't done, I don't feel like she's made many incorrect moves. It's just Juan Fei has just inched closer,
Yeah.
and just had that one up every time, which is very hard heads up play, because you get articles, ace highs, king highs, bottom pairs winning, middle pairs winning, draws are being put into the bit. Like it's a completely different complex. So Juan Fei has fought himself back, and once again, those who are joining us, we looked up Hendon Mob for Juan Fei.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit, Berkey.
Now I did a bit of a conversion, if you'd say. I'd say about his lifetime earnings in poker is like 50,000 lifetime earnings, not just biggest cash.
Yep.
Now his biggest cash was 9,500 at an event.
Sorry.
An event at the Star. 9,500 biggest cash. Now these two, this is their biggest cash ever. Even for second is their biggest cash ever.
Yeah.
And they want to play it out. There's no ICM chop. They want that main event championship win and that trophy and that ticket, and they're just going for the glory.
Yeah,
And
100%.
and they're not giving it up. They're not sitting there going, let's just flip for it, like you can see sometimes in tournaments.
Yep.
So, as we said, sometimes it can get a bit mundane during this thing, but they're playing some really high-level poker for players who are put in a position that they've never been in.
You got to understand, there's $175,000 up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not much for Terry Johnson, but I'll tell you what, for me and you, Burke, and for these players here, it's a lot of money. 175,000, 70,000 per second, $105,000 up top, plus tickets into the Sydney Millions worth $2,000, and that trophy you can see on the table. So they are playing for big amounts of money, and hence the reason for why the poker is a bit like what we're seeing, this back and forth, and so on and so forth, is because there's so much money at stake, and none of them want to make a deal. They're playing for all of it. As the flop comes down, ace, queen, 6. We can't quite see what Ling has got. Looks like she might have whiffed the RFID reader. Wan Fei Chen, we do know what he's got. He's got the second worst starting hand in No Limit Hold'em with the 8-3 off, Burke. And Ling's just going to come out with a bet and take it down.
Absolutely. Now, blinds are 400, 800, 800. We've currently got, as we said, 49 big blinds in play.
Yep.
After the next blind level, it's going to go to 40.
Yep.
It's going to start getting to a point where, you know, we're starting to flip more hands, a bit more aggression, a bit more luck, less skill when there's that many big blinds in play. So I'd like to see a bit more aggression during the rest of this blind level while there's still that playability back and forth.
Terry's saying he'll flip me for it. Maybe next time I'm up there in Newcastle, Terry, we can do it. Bit of action going on in the outer table. That is the $250 event that's going on. Obviously, some
Plenty
big
of
time
action everywhere.
Yeah,
So
that's the closing event.
Even though we got the heads-up battle here, the outside table's on the final table. It's really good to see.
Yep.
101 runners in that event for a
ridiculous.
closing
It's
event.
out of
It's just
control.
great. And that pushed him over the 2 million series mark.
Yeah, it did.
Crazy, isn't
We'll
it?
get confirmed numbers that will be posted almost certainly by Jamie Hall at the conclusion of this particular series as we see Jack 6 versus Queen 6. The flop comes down Ace King Deuce. Let's see if Ling can show a bit of aggression here and try and take this bad boy down. She's going to check out of the big blind. Back round to Wan Fei Chen, who I'd like to see make a bet here. And he does. Fantastic.
All right. So we are 28 million to 11. Ling. She's like, I can't explain how much this is a disparity, but she's not done. She's definitely not out of it. I'll tell you, there was a 93% chance chips in her favor. Even if it goes 93% the other way, it can still go back.
Yeah,
to
it can
40.
easily flip. Easily flip. Just a double up.
One double up here is a huge amount.
Yeah.
So we're going to be here till the conclusion of this tournament.
Yep.
We've been going for hours. We're happy to go
We-
hours
you know
more.
what?
We are here till the very end
That's it.
of this main event between Ling Lu and Yifan Chen. Wan Fei Chen.
The
sorry.
only bad beat that we could cop is if this tournament goes until 4 a.m.
Oh, wouldn't that be a bad
Yeah,
beat?
when this place actually closes. We'd have to come back another time,
Oh.
most likely tomorrow, to finish it off. But I highly doubt that.
I reckon there'd be
considering the
like
odds.
10 big blinds in play at that point.
Yeah.
If we can't get a champion there, we might take it out of the car park and start flipping for it.
Good call. Great call. As Terry Johnson comes in and saying, Jamie Hall, the man, the myth, the legend. Totally agree. He's been an absolute superstar during this particular series, Berkey. Bringing you all that behind-the-scenes stuff that you never really see in poker. He captured a bit of the ICM deal a couple of nights ago in the Players, and obviously bringing some out-of-feature,
Out of side tables, everything.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff, and also bringing that stuff on the other tournaments that are also going on concurrently.
It's
as the
keeping
deuce
everyone
of
involved.
spades peels off.
It's keeping everyone involved in it, which is great.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to do.
Correct.
Now look at this really quick, just quietly. They're both flopped a 10. They've got the exact same hand, 10-8, offsuit. But Ling here has the 10 of spades, and we've got the 3 spades. So she's actually, is she free rolling this? I believe
She is. She's free rolling. 100% free rolling.
she's free rolling this
Yeah,
pot.
she's free rolling.
Now a spade here would be an absolute disaster for Wan Fei.
Yep. I would agree. And the river comes in, the spade. Great call from Berkey. The queen comes off, and all of a sudden it is...
I have a feeling he's going to be setting up for a check raise here. I don't know why.
Well, I don't think that Ling can ever fold because she's only got 12 bigs left, so she's got 9.5 million.
Under no way am I saying that, but she could she could actually find the jam here.
Sure.
I think she could find the jam here, the overbet, the massive overbet.
The Tom
jam.
Dwan play.
Tom Dwan.
Okay.
I don't know.
Looks like she's going to go for those magenta chips and bet what looks to be
2 million?
2 million or maybe just 250k short. So it looks like
I think she's
1.75.
Definitely minimum getting a call here, which the
And-
reluctant call happens.
Wan Fei is going to
He's
call.
just staring it down, isn't he?
So
Oh,
both had 10-8.
unlucky. That is a very unlucky hand for One Fei. Now look, chips are sort of trying to even themselves back out, but One Fei's still in a commanding lead. He's got 9 million more chips, 30 bigs to 19.
Terry being very active in the chat, and I appreciate that, Terry.
Apparently, he said he's been watching all night. And he's just decided to get active now.
That's what Terry does. Comes in clutch right at the end. I tell you what, if Terry was playing for this amount of money, there is 0% chance, zero. Forget about one, that he will be making ICM chip chop. No chance.
No
God's
chance.
green. No, forget about it. Absolutely forget about it. He'll be playing for all the cheese. I've seen it firsthand a couple of times up there with Robbie Dorosky in Newcastle. Now, I might do a little bit of a shameless plug for Robbie Dorosky. If you like this table, you like the chairs, you like the chips, you like the cards, the time banks, the all-in buttons,
Everything.
that guy has it all. Pokershop.com.au is Robbie Dorosky's online website for everything poker. And when I mean everything poker, I mean literally everything poker. He's got the whole lot. So big shout out to Robbie Dorosky up there in Newcastle. He puts on an amazing show. I've been up to his series a few times
Look at this. You just open jams kings.
and loved it.
No side as well.
Wow.
One faces opening the kings, and Ling Lu's going to fold a king 3. So 3 kings and 4 cards.
Now I know I said some more aggression here, but I think the all-in jam there is
Super aggressive.
That's like
yeah.
super aggression. Nah, we're starting into the long end of the day, and you're gonna start seeing this.
Look who's jumped into
Is that
the chat
Peter
there.
Percival?
That is Peter Percival.
Wow.
You know what? Biggest shout in the world to Peter Percival. He's got to be the loveliest guy you ever meet in poker. I had the privilege of working with him with another group
Yeah, I did
earlier
too.
in my career. And I'm telling you, he is number one, Peter Percival. Shout outs to you, Big Pete. Thank you very much for joining us in the chat to see the concluding stages of this main event, day 3. Heads up battle between Ling and Wan Fei.
I like you say how you say it's concluding. I don't see this concluding.
Yeah.
these guys
We're going
are
back and forth and back and
grinding
forth and
this
back and
out.
forth. Looks like a McDonald's sign, you know,
Yes,
like this, up, down, up, down.
But we are here till the concluding stages of this main event with 788 runners. We are down to the heads up, and we've been here heads up for a while. Going to go see a flop here with 6-5 versus Jack 4. Flop comes King, King 8, 2 hearts. Ling out in front with the Jack high. One Fei sitting there with 6 high. Option is check from One Fei. Ling is going to bet this out. I dare say that's just going to take it down here.
Should 3-bet 900.
There's not many back doors here you can be floating with. Sorry, excuse me. I just had a drink of water and I got the hiccups a little bit. But, yeah, stock standard play there. I say stock standard play a lot because you've got to keep a balanced, pretty much everything heads up. You've got to be consistent with your moves, consistent with your betting, and not letting your range be known to the other player by any means necessary. Because when you're playing 9-handed, your tells and stuff can get kind of lost in the abyss of having so many people. When you're heads up and you're staring that person down from the other side of the table,
Yeah, good call.
any little movement or any little thing that can be picked up on, a lot of players are good at jumping on top of that and really using it to their advantage.
Well said. Now, Berkey, I need to jump out for a minute or so you can have a conversation with Terry and Peter Percival in the chat.
Oh, I love having a chat with everyone in the chat. If you are still in the chat and you want to say hi and you're dealing with us in the conclusion of this main event, please jump in the chat, say hi, let us know where you are. We are heads up here between Ling Lu and Wan Fei Chen. And this battle is just going on, and it's just going to continue going until we crown a winner. We'll be here till the very end of it. So we've got Ling Lu with the Queen 4 and Wan Fei Chen with the 7-5. Now Ling out in front here with the second pair queens. Wan Fei has the bottom pair, so both of them flopping a pair here, which is very hard to do here. So we've got the bet out. We've got the check from Ling and Wan Fei betting one big blind. Ling calling that. We're going to go to the turn here, which is the 2 of diamonds. Doesn't help either of them, but having a pair heads up, very strong outing. So we're going to get the check here from Ling. Second pair, I do like the check here, kind of enticing Wan Fei to throw a bet in there, but he does not fall for it. He does do the check. Ace on the river, which both of them is actually going to improve both their hands without looking at the other one. Ling here, she's checked twice. wonder if she's going to check again for try get One Fay to bet into this. Very, very interesting spot here. I don't mind either way. This is one of those positions where I don't mind if she has a bet, and I also don't mind if she checks trying to get One Fay to bet into it here. So she does come out with what looks like roughly just short of 2 million or 2 million. Yeah, she does make the column bet. One column is 2 million in those $100,000 chips. And I dare say One Fay will be paying this off. Oh, man, right on cue as I say it, he ends up making the big fold. Terry Johnson in the chat, not going anywhere, boys. It's great to have you guys here. Now, the chip stacks, yet again, are starting to balance out again. Now, One Fay does have the chip lead, but Ling is hot on the trail yet again.
Building a chip stack back up. As you can see, now there's only 7 bigs difference between the two. So we've got a full-blown battle on our hands at the moment. Only 49 bigs in play. There'll be an adjustment to the blinds shortly, I'd imagine, as blinds will increase to 500k, 1 million, 1 million. So let's get back to the action here. Ling Lu.
And they have gone up. Now,
there it is, right there, on cue.
Right
Beautiful.
on cue. Now, good call there, Monkey.
Did not say that until just then. So the blinds have gone up to 500,000 mil as Ling Lu. It's going to pick up the Jack 9 of diamonds. One Fay Chen in the big blind. Let's see what he decides to do. Is he going to check back here and play another small pot? And does, with the King 8 off. So here we go to the flop. Yes. 3 million chip pot. Blinds have gone up, like I just said. This is hand number 128 of this feature table. And the flop comes down with a couple of 6s and a 7. Complete rainbow. One Fay out with the lead at the moment. 71% equity with the King high. Let's see if Ling decides to make a play at this particular board.
Terry Johnson saying, Ling doing the women proud. She's coming back for the win. He's calling it now, Terry Johnson.
Early call from Terry, and even not as early as mine, though, Berkey. No. I picked her with 18 to go.
Yeah, you did. That was a great call, by the way.
They've got good odds on Sportsbet, too, so hopefully I can collect that ticket tomorrow, as she does bet out million here, and One Fay doesn't believe it for half a second. It looks like he's going to pop it up and make it 3.5 mil. There it is. It's action back round on Ling, who has no other option but to fold. So One Fay is going to pick up that pot. Now, I'm telling you something, Burke. Next time Robbie Drosky up in Newcastle has a series on, I'm going to take you up there and I'm going to introduce you to the big man himself, Terry Johnson, who we're having a good little conversation with here in the commentary booth and with him in the chat. You'll love it.
It sounds like...
He's right up your alley, honestly. He reminds me a little bit of you, actually, to be perfectly honest, Berkey.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Kiwi Bird coming back. I thought she was going to bed, but she's back. Still think Chen can win. Oh, either of them.
Honestly, anybody can win. The guy on the rail can probably win.
I'm telling you right now, you have One Fay as favourite only because he's got the biggest chip stack now. The blinds have gone up. There's less big blinds in play. And what I'm saying is now that he has the chip advantage, he would be favourite going into this. The skill of it with the big blinds going down is starting to take, less and less, and the luck's starting to come more in. So, definitely both of them have a big chance of winning it. But at this point, One Fay would be favourite with the chip lead.
A little bit of a question coming in there from Muhannad saying 30k heads up battle. Have they considered locking up some dollars yet? Or is it a firm no? It's been a very good back and forth battle. Totally agree with that. And we can confirm.
Absolutely no deal has been made. No deal was even talked about.
No, they didn't even think about it.
You know what the funny thing is? They just sat at the table, heads up, ready to go, let's battle. Not one deal was done here. Now, Ling here on the river here.
Just spiking the 6-ball.
Sneaking a 6-ball in there.
And she's going to get a check mark next to her name and kind of come out with a bet here. So it looks like she's going to bet 1 mil. One Fay might actually call here with King High.
I got no issue if he pays off here with King High at all.
I flick in the call here for a mil.
Yep, I would
that's
too.
Exactly what he's going to do. Show me what you got. And she's going to show him.
Show me what you're working with.
Yeah, the 6 of diamonds, making her a pair at the river and taking down a small little pot there. Still, every pot counts.
At this point, absolutely. As I said, we said before, there's not that many big blinds in play anymore. It's going to be, it's a battle. It's a battle. So, We are here to the conclusion of this event at the St. George Leagues Club, here for the premium King's Poker Room.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you haven't been to St. George Leagues Club, you might as well get in the car, come down now. The place is absolutely off the chain.
And look,
isn't it, Berkey? Seriously.
There's actually going to be, I'm assuming, a couple of beers flowing afterwards. So if you want to come down and actually, no, legitimately jump in your car, come down and say hi and actually have a beer with us, we'll say hi to pretty much anyone who walks through this place.
Yep.
You know, you and me, we hate a chat.
Yeah, we hate a chat.
Hate a chat.
So Ling's going to limp in here, and Juan Fei has picked up the worst of it at the moment, 10-4. From the big blind, he's going to check back his option. So it's 10-4 versus the Jack 10. Off to the flop we go. Not sure who that's referring to in the chat. Either me or you, Becky.
I mean, if it's us, I'll take it's us.
Yeah, I'll just take us.
Kiao McCluskey, is it McCluskey?
Yeah, good enough.
Has come into the chat and said we've got nice, clear voices. I mean, that's much appreciated, but that also has to do with the nice equipment that they've
That's very true.
provided to us. This King's Premium Poker Room.
Juan Fei flopping bottom pair here, Berkey, but Ling has also picked up a gut shot to make the nut straight. Can also hit a jack
Now, I'm
to
just going to
outdraw
say
the 4.
this. Ebbs and flows are the thing. I'm going to say Ling hits this just because
She's due for one?
Well, no. She started hitting a few hands. You notice a couple of hands go
getting that
there,
sort of
a couple of
rolling.
hands go there. I reckon she's going to call this, and I reckon she's in for a big hit here. Now, once again, we have no idea what's going on. We're watching this on delay, so I'm just saying that before this weird card comes out of a jack or a 9. And oh my god, Burke, he's absolutely caught it like a genius. The Jack of Hearts peels off at the river, and Ling now got the check mark next to her name. Beautifully called from Berkey. As the Jack of Hearts peels off, giving Ling now the check mark next to her name. So eat your heart out there, as Ling Lu has now picked up the best hand. Now, can she bet for value and try and take away a little bit more out of Juan Fei, who did flop bottom pair here? Absolutely, she can.
And here it is.
Just a small bet. Just, yeah, was that 1.5, I'd say?
A little bit more, maybe, Burke?
Yeah, slightly more. You're absolutely right. 1.8.
Yep, sounds about right.
No, that is very well played by Ling. The float, the hit, and the bet out. Unfortunately for Juan Fei here, I didn't mean to call that in the wrong direction. I'm just, I'm not cheering for Ling. I'm just calling it as best I can. But as I said, you notice in the ebbs and flows, it comes.
Juan does make a pretty good fold there, actually.
There's momentum. There's momentum that happens in poker as well.
Yep.
And you notice when we first started, Ling had all the momentum.
Yep.
And then Juan Fei has just grinded back that momentum over
Great
time.
call from you, Burke. Yeah, very good.
Really big, and he took a decent-sized chip lead. And now look at this. After all this time, after all these back-and-forth battles, Ling has now taken the lead back again. And I'm telling you right now, we're back to an even playing field.
Dead set 2.5 hours ago. For those people who are just tuning in, super late into the morning of Tuesday, Ling Lu had 87% of the chips in play. 87. Yeah.
Going into heads up, absolutely.
Juan Fei got it all the way back and took a 2-1 chip lead. Now all of a sudden Ling's taken it back off Juan Fei. So this is unbelievable.
But they've back and forth chip lead so many times there in the middle. It's been unbelievable.
Yep, I agree. Juan Fei here on the button with the ace-8 of hearts. I'd love to see him come in for a raise.
So we've got Terry Johnson back in the chat. Ling's bet sizing is on point. And Mr. Liam J, who's back in there. So haven't seen a bet size.
Oh my God, hold on a second, Berkey. This could be a big pot here. And a big one too. Juan Fei has the ace-8 of hearts. He's going to pop it up and make it 2.5 million. Ling Lu has the pocket queens. And has Juan Fei covered. This could be the hand.
She only just covered him this hand.
Ace-8 is good enough to be able to call off for 17 bigs. So just be very careful.
Well,
and it looks like she's going to jam it. Hold on a second. Is Juan Fei going to call here with the ace-8? This could be the end of it. Asking for a count. So hold on. Stick by us right now. This could be the hand.
Patrick getting his big head in there. Patrick,
holy moly. Patrick just putting his big melon right in front of the camera.
Actually, we'll be serious here for a second.
Ling Lu with the pocket queens.
Vader coming in. Look, feels like a cooler coming.
It looks like the dealer's going to count down, do a full count. We're going to find out exactly how much is in play at the moment. Ling Lu, as we can see at home, has Juan Fei covered.
This is the first time during this heads-up battle that has been seriously contender for two hands that could get all in.
And have a look at this from Jamie Hall. On cue, like Terry Johnson wanted. This is the behind-the-scenes stuff from his little portable device that brings the kind of documentary-style, footage to the audience. Full countdown here from the dealer. As this is a monster pot. This could be for all of the cheese. Ling Lu has jammed it all in with the pocket queens.
Look at the rail there. Look how they're all excited. They're ready to go.
17, yep.
But it does get very nerve-wracking once you see, because this is a big jam here. And Ace 8 absolutely qualifies here to be calling off.
Honestly, and he could make the call. And he does. Hold on a second, he
Okay,
has made the call.
Okay,
So hold
Monkey,
on a
I'm
second.
going to let you call this one down.
No problems. This could be the concluding stages of this main event. Ling Lu is all in with the pocket queens. Can she hold to win this event? This would be absolutely unbelievable for $105,000, a ticket into the Sydney main, and that coveted trophy. This could be the hand. Ling Lu all in with the pocket queens against Wan Fei Chen, who holds the ace 8 of hearts.
I'll tell you what, either way, there's going to be a commanding chip lead. If
And it could be
Ling
over.
loses, no, but I mean, if
If
Ling
Ling
wins,
loses,
but if Wan Fei wins this, like Ling's
Yeah, I
left
mean,
with
it's
almost
basically
nothing.
over.
This
Yeah,
is,
one
this is
big.
effectively the tournament here. We got queens versus ace 8 suited, and we're going to see a flop here.
And here comes the flop.
The queen.
Queen in the
Queen
door.
in the
See you later, my God. She's won the tournament by flipping quads. She's flipped quads here. And that is party over. See you later. Talk about a real to this particular event. Ling Lu getting it done with quads from the flop. The rail goes ballistic. And she's just picked up $105,000 plus the trophy plus a ticket into the Sydney Millions, mate. You can't believe how this tournament has gone back and forth. And I tell you what, that is 2.5 hours, people. I just got to get this out. It's 2.5 hours of a back and forth, sort of unbelievable heads-up battle. And it's been done with quads. And the last remaining female in the field has taken this bad boy out and my pick of the yard.
Well played. Great call,
Holy
Monkey.
moly, this is absolutely incredible. Look how happy she is, and her boyfriend's right there as well. Can't believe it. Flopping quads. Good game to both players.
What a conclusion to
Holy.
this series.
This-
This
I
stream
mean,
has
geez.
been off tap. I'm going to do a quick shout out to everyone. Maddie Marshall, Jamie Hall. How good has this series come out? And what about how many tournaments has finished on quads?
Burke, I don't even know what to say.
I don't even know what to
Honestly,
say to that.
that is
It's incredible.
crazy. What a hand to finish the event. The last remaining female in the field.
Oh, look at this. Look how happy she is. And I'm super
Ling Lu gets it done.
absolutely well played. He fought back so well. If you actually watch that heads-up battle, she went in with such a commanding lead. Held 83% of the chips heads up. He actually got to a 2-1 chip lead over that time. She clawed it back to just have the lead right before she had those queens. They get it in and she ends up flopping quads to win a tournament for $105,000. You can't script write that.
You couldn't have said it any better. You cannot script it. You can't.
Look at that. Look at the shot on screen of that.
Here's the thing. It's the last remaining female in the field. Picks up pocket queens and flops quads. No, Bert,
Unreal,
seriously.
just
You
unreal.
couldn't script that if you were Steven Spielberg. I'm being dead serious. Eat your heart out, Christopher Nolan. That is an absolutely dream scenario for her, and she must be absolutely ecstatic, picking up $105,000 up top. A ticket into the Sydney Millions worth $2K.
Awesome. The trophy, the main event trophy. You've just won a main event, Ling.
Holy
So
moly.
congratulations.
What a finish to this
Winning
event.
a tournament is winning a tournament, but winning a main event at any series is a special thing.
So big shout outs to everybody in the chat. Thank you very much for joining us for the concluding stages of this main event, day 3. We appreciate all your support, and a big shout out to all the staff here at the King's Premium Poker Room and that of the St. George Leagues Club. We will be on stream again at some time in the future. Like and subscribe to the pages. Thank you very much for today.
I am Adam Burke. This is my partner Josh Monk signing off here at the Sydney Kings
Thank
Millions.
you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Ciao.